Thieves along the way. And I think this team will be afforded plenty of time.
Yeah, I think so. Again, it's so difficult to judge here. And don't get me wrong, right? Obviously, it's our job to kind of figure out exactly where this is going with this team. I will say, LAG, I think, have put on a very, very good show. I would like to see them not only after Florida, but the rest of their games, how they are dealing against with some of the other big teams in this league. But by the way, we're going into Mikado hardpoint, and make of these stats what you will, Tom.
Yeah, it's hard to. Of course, Mikado hardpoint not looking good for the side of Florida. They have had some close games, I know that. Of LAG, there's nothing you can really read into. But this, their hardpoint map number 1 was very good. They'll need to be very good here if they want to see a map number 5. We'll be heading over towards Fortress if we need to. Florida Mutineers record on that one, though. Having a quick look. 1-0, 100%. They'll take that, but they haven't played it as much as they have played some of the other search and destroy maps. So, if you are the LAG side, get the hardpoint, get some control of the series, try and win it in 5. It's a good start to this one as well in map number 4.
We're going to go for the Chow Mein, just going to get it as well. A little bit cleaner than I was expecting. It's always horrifying as a player to jump out into this mid street, knowing that ARs like to set up both sides.
Slightly reminded that I now owe a few people on Twitter my house. The Havoc didn't break the record, which is a little bit unfortunate. I'm not coming to live with you, at least, anyway. But here we go. LAG locking things in here for P2, but a big kill coming in from Major Maniac. It's himself a little bit of presence here on the side of Mutineers. Over towards Cantina, 2 big kills coming in from Havoc. He really is having his way with the last few maps.
I always fancy him on Mikado. It kind of just seems to suit his playstyle a little bit, and at the moment they're doing a good job. They have this rotation. They have it. Major Maniac having to back up, but he will be calling that this pressure is coming from back alley. The rest of the players not got it. There is a stack coming through, but here we go. LAG hitting with 4 down the back alley. A huge push from them in the end, but can they get the trades to come through? At the moment it's 1-1, but push is coming in from Vehicle as well. Exceed lays down, but he gets the kill. And LAG have pushed this one so aggressively, but at the moment it's got into a stalemate.
And I don't like the push, to be honest with you. I don't think it's one that often works well. In the end, they'll get through. 25 seconds remaining here. 25 big seconds to put Mutineers in a good spot. You've checked the wrong corner. Assault, though, can't quite get the job done. Attack in that situation, never going to be the best, but Exceed through the front door has done so well to find Major Maniac so quickly. He's got a couple of teammates here with him, but a sneaky little vehicle's upstairs. Surely they checked this, right? Surely they checked this.
They don't check it. How's he got out of that door in time? And Brack will get that one through as well. Florida Mutineers looking very good on this hard point so far. They have tin control. They've gone from P2 to P through fantastically. Now you can see they're just trying to hold this one. Let's find out what's going on with the Florida Mutineers then. And at the moment you can see they are coming under a little bit of pressure as now LAG comes swarming in for them. And they get that one away from them in the end.
Get it back from them, but I think they'd be disappointed with the fact that they were first there and set up, and it's literally Vico breaks it all on his own. Can't let it happen. Joe Deceives now on the rotation. That's a big kill coming in from him. Can he find a second here on towards Partnership? Not going to happen. Havoc really has been there and been a pain to the whole LAG team, but that's who Joe Deceives has really got to go up against. That's who he's got to match. Final 5 to 10 seconds going over towards LAG, but it's looking like a good setup here. Brack's the big player for Florida Mutineers, heading over towards Cantina. He needs to stay alive.
They are doing that. Brack is going to be here, though. He knows they're going to push him. He's waiting so patiently, and he accidentally drops off. And eventually will be taken down. It gives an opportunity for LAG. They're going to try and get down this back alley. Vico already finds Joe Deceives. Major Maniac with the long gun. And Arcees now has to try and thread the needle. Look for the player he knows is going to be here. Did Brack see him? Did he see Brack? No, Brack will get the better of that one. It is a good setup from Florida. They are not letting anything move.
They're doing well. They may well have lost Brack towards Cantina last time around, but they find the gunfights where they need. Now it's all about rotation. Arcees already here. And this is going to be a hefty lead for the side of Mutineers. They'll be sitting at around, what, 70, 80 by the time we get over towards P5. LAG, last time we were over towards 10, didn't do enough with it. That's really what swung this game. It was a 30 points that they should have had. It would have put this one a lot closer. Can they get much time here? Over towards the courtyard. Cruise missile coming in from Havoc. You'll do well to find 4 like Assault did last time, but it's going to definitely help your team out inside the point on the side of LAG. Doesn't get anything. Now Florida Mutineers have wasted some time here.
Better with a fast never than with a cruise. Can they break through here? Havoc is going to go the first one in, but he instantly gets gunned down.
Good time.
Assault just waiting for him, and you're all right. This is very good time here from LAG. Florida Mutineers looking like they're stacking for one more go at this time.
Beagle. Cross gets taken down by his teammate. This has been, for all that the rest of the map has been so good from the side of Mutineers, somewhat disastrous, but eventually they will find a little bit of a break on through here. It's not done yet though, as Exceed will find 2. That's almost a perfect ult from the side of Gorillas. I want to say at least 50 points there. So we now head over towards Cantina once more. Up top this time, Bracken Cole though. Dug in deep. This is going to be hard to break.
It is Havoc already getting that first one here. Opens up tunnel just a little bit. Push coming from the back as well as the trades come through, but the trades actually end up benefiting LAG because now they are making a move through this as quickly as possible. Bit of a spawn out from both sides. The spawns are wild. Jonas breaks in here for LAG. They are fighting back. They can hold this. They'll get this right back into the game and may even take the lead.
Oh, they've done so well. Havoc was the first one to die. He's actually ran all the way through mid-map. Arsenis will find 2 though. It's so scrappy. And the team able to pick up many points, but to be honest, that kind of suits the side of LAG. You weren't the first ones here. I mean, it's damage limitation to a certain degree. Not just that, it's points on the board. It's a break for LAG, who've really come alive over the last 2 hills. And now, heading over towards the car park, Vehicle's all alone. Is going to find 1. And probably won't expect assault coming from this side. His teammate's going to be surely there to find the trade, though. Is assault going to be ready and waiting? Yes, he is, but not quick enough. Good time though from LAG. Last 2 hills, they've really brought this one back. What was sitting around what an 80-point deficit or so is now down to just 25.
Time has tightened up, but Joseph's not able to make the miracle play. Exceed staying alive here, waiting for what he knows is coming. In the FNC, he has been tagged up and will eventually go down. Havoc finds 2. Joseph's trying to push this one as well here. Right now, LAG not really able to get the bodies where they want them. Joseph's eventually comes around the corner. That's a huge kill for him as well. Surely not going to gun Brack. And there's an unfortunate team kill on the LAG side, as it will be the Florida Mutineers who continue to hold.
Both teams getting good chunks of points on every single hill here. The holds are coming through then. They are picking up solid time. 1 big break, you find some more solid time. This one's still too close to call. It may well be 60 points, but we've seen some swings already.
And there are huge things in play for both teams. Mutineers looking to hold on the lead they once they had. Let's find out how they are doing though with the Florida Mutineers. Listen in.
Dark's open. Here's the dark. I got one DPD. I don't have your dark. I'll look your dark. I have your dark. I have your dark. I'm holding the DPD. Got me. He hit long. I'll chop B-cut. I'll chop B-cut. That's so. Nice time. So. You should soak off time. Soak off time. Trust. Go tunnel. I have dark. Go dark. I have your B-cut.
One's on me.
I'm looking your deep. Look your deep. Pop. One's on me. Guys, I have. Help me.
Right truck. He's going carpet.
Let's hold from this side. Javi, they're behind you.
One's get shot. Don't kill me. I go stunned.
I have your head shell.
Same bricks.
I went deep. Alright, all good.
One's in time. Contest mode. Try to get test mode.
Yo, we get kills, they spawn out.
Bricks is down. Downtime with me. Come help me.
Tunnel, not weak.
And one tunnel dead.
Hang time down.
Nice, that's 3.
Anchor.
Yes, I'm trying to. One's gonna be long on you, Avi. I spawned out court. They're spawning
rockers. Top or low. I get one total. I have your low. I have low in chairs.
I'm leaving you court.
Top, weak for you.
Try to get 10 more.
Nice. One more top, Joe.
Okay.
Carpet after that.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the top.
He's on the staircase now. Mike, on the staircase.
One shot on the staircase. Another one, Arceus. Alright.
Well, we're going to P2, and the comms from Florida have been magnificent, but they haven't got this rotation. LAG want every single second here to bring this game within biting distance.
They did so well on this rotation round, but they just get wiped off the map by LAG, who come back in force. It's been a good hold so far. I like the setup as well. Exceed that. Ready to clean them up as soon as they start rolling on through. Finds one, can't find the second. Brack can find his though. The trade's though working in the favor of LAG, who are locking down every single second here over towards P2, but it's going to be a foot race now over towards P3. It looks like Mutineers are going to choke it up. It's going to be about a 10-point game by the time we get over towards Elephant again. It's still too close to call this one, Bryce. We've seen some really big breaks and some really big holds. Who's going to pay off with this last couple of hills coming up?
Well, for Mutineers, they've been ahead pretty much the entire way, Tunt. They will not be liking the fact that it has come down to this. They are locked in the tin. They are locked in gunfights-wise, and Exceed chooses to challenge the corner.
How's he got through?
But Jonas Sieves has found a little bit of a gap. They're going to go out and challenge him. Jonas Sieves goes down as well. More players flooding in. Arsenes will get that one. Drives in the door, looks for a player behind him. He's going to drop as well. 40 seconds left on this point. The Mutineers will win it here if they stay alive.
It's a little bit one by one for the side of LHG, but one by one, everyone from Mutineers is dropping. Jonas Sieves spins, Vehicle's dead, and there's the break.
Arsenes.
25 seconds to go. Is this big gunfights going on over towards Barber?
Arsenes has to go big. They need him now more than ever. He finds the first. The rotation is underway for both teams. They know where Arsenes is. He has reinforcements from the rest of them now. He's going to go up top. This is technically out of bounds, but if he makes the kill, it'll be huge, but he doesn't. Bragg takes him down, waits for Assault as well, says no thank you very much. He goes up, he goes down, he gets the kill, and it will be the Mutineers now in control once again. LAG have done so much on this, but they just cannot get that hammer home.
Still 10 points is only the deficit for LAG to try and catch up. Jonas Sieves is going to find 2 on the outside, though, and all of a sudden, Fecal, you need to stay alive. You need to be there for the pinch. It is LAG in the hill. 45 seconds remaining on this one. 25 seconds away from the win in map number 5.
Here they come, the Mutineers. They know they have to move and win the next couple of gunfights.
They don't know he's here.
He's in. He's going to find the second as well. Fecal win a hero play, but not the third. But it might be enough, because here come the Mutineers.
Spawn out.
The gap that has been opened. The contest is going to come through. A dive through for Exceed. He stays alive as well. More Mutineers piling and having a major maniac. Jonas Sieves finds another one. 18
Can still win it.
to go. They are stacked. Mutineers have to sprint. They have to dive in for this one as well. Bragg is going through the door. Assault is firing. And it is coming down to a...
Havoc!
Eventually gets it.
Rotation.
The rotation again. Exceed now is here as a 1 versus 1. Exceed has to try and win this. He finds the first, but no, he's stunned. They go for the chow. The rest of LAG are pouring through back alley. They need to get into this one, Tom. What is going on? LAG and Havoc are still fighting. It is an absolute slugfest.
10 seconds away for the side of Florida Mutineers. Arsenes 1, 2. Assault finds another. Map number 5. We eventually go. What a game 4.
3 hills. 3 hills we were holding on for. It doesn't come down to finesse. It doesn't come down to composure. It comes down to a heavyweight slugfest. Both teams threw haymakers over 3 hills, and LAG walk away. Florida Mutineers threw that game in the bin.
My goodness. I need a minute.
I'm sweating.
I think you were speaking for a solid minute because nothing stopped happening. It was just crazy
it was 5
all the way
for about
through.
10 minutes. The longest 5 seconds in COD history.
It's Havoc makes the hero play over towards Barbershop where he finds 2. And then all of a sudden, I think thought of which way they should be pushing kind of goes out of the window, and both 2 teams just go, screw it. Let's just meet in the middle and headbutt.
Here we go.
I mean, look, LAG look like they've got it locked here, and Florida Mutineers actually send players over. You'll see after this play, they make the push through, and it was actually the spawn out from LAG helps them out just a little bit come in, and that's Jonas Sieves who did spawn out. You can see Mutineers now starting to think about the rotation, thinking, right, okay, well, we need to rotate, irrelevant if we can do anything here. Bragg doesn't find anything, and Havoc somehow kills both of them. And then from this point on, I am gonna clue. It's just madness.
I mean, I could rewatch this a million times, right? Like, Florida Mutineers had bodies, they had the rotations. Havoc makes a huge play, and somehow LAG get away with this. They did not have the numbers here to begin with. The trades are ripping through in every single direction. Florida Mutineers grab this again, and somehow don't get it. Arsenes gets a kill, Assault gets a kill, Arsenes gets a second, and they walk away with that game. You can break that down 1,000 times.
It's a big grenade from Arsenes comes through, helps Assault out, and then he finds another kill to pretty much secure it. Oh, that's a stressful one. What a series this has been, by the way. The last 3 maps especially. 6-5 on the seal, 3-2 once again in the control. I am gonna clue.
We were talking about the ending in 10. It was ages away. We're like, oh yeah, this could end here. Went all the way to Barbershop. Nobody could end it. Nobody could end it. Either team. There was breaks from Vehicle. Havoc made big plays. Assault managed to get in. Havoc was there. They just kept going so back and forth. They squeezed every single second out of the last 3 hard points. And Florida were leading the entire way. And then they had the rotation and they still lost it.
I think they were leading until literally LAG found that break over towards 10. But honestly, after that, I haven't got a clue what goes on in map number 5 right now. I haven't got a clue, but I'm very excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, me too. Well, we're going to take a quick break because, let's face it, we need to, and I think you probably do too. We end this on a map 5. Coming up right after this, more Call of Duty League.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major 2 in Boston.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It has gone all the way to a map number 5 between LA Guerrillas and the Florida Mutineers. And it has been an incredible series so far. This S&D cannot disappoint. At the moment, Havoc having a very good time, a 1.28 overall time.
Yeah, had a hell of a game, he really has. Putting his sling abilities on the show. Oh, I think the problem is for Havoc that we know he can do this. It's just the inconsistencies in his game, but he has been very consistently good in this one. Can he do something here for the side of Mutineers? He's going to be that guy. Expecting a B push coming on through. Trades it already in. It is already 3 versus 3.
Oh, Arcee's going to look for that kill there, but he's giving away his position. To try and get out of it. The knife comes out for a little bit extra speed. And he is alive, but that bomb is now down at A, and Florida will have to retake.
It was his pressure that actually allowed LAG to get this bomb down, but now they're in a 2 versus 3. Back to back, almost.
They called this bad. Look at it. They're watching. Oh! Never mind. Major Maniac just goes berserk and says, all right, I know you're waiting. Here's the tack. Take it in the face. Oh, they're doing it again.
In round 1? I don't know if that's
Confidence.
bad. I don't know if that's bad juju.
Well, that's a very fast retake.
It was, and honestly, a really good push coming through from Major Maniac and a nice snap towards the back. He must have seen him before he even puts the trophy down. Just maybe expect a stun check coming through, but yeah, really good shots.
Gunned.
Yeah, Jordan seems there with a Vazna will do very well. It's not an easy gunfight through the forklift, has to be said.
Well, first round to Florida. Can they now get it to 2-0 by winning the defense? Bit aggressive underway. Trophy's going to be down as well. And they have bodies stacked here. Very fast A plant from Florida now. There's some confidence from them on this map.
Quite happy to just go through with a completely blind plan. Havoc, though, just doing what he's been doing all game long. That's another 2.
You got no health, Havoc. You got no health.
That's another 1.
28 health.
Oh my God!
Let's slip the dogs of war. Havoc gets 4, and he's as shocked as we are. 28 health, and all 4 holster that. Oh my goodness. That's not fair.
Doing the pull-ups so he can carry this game for the Florida Mutineers. This has been insane. Performance levels from Havoc.
No health, no problem. And that is going to be a gif that we see a few times. Clip it, get it made. Havoc for 4, and it's 2-0 out for Mutineers.
Where's your head at here if you are LAG? Passive. It looks completely different to how Florida Mutineers have been playing this. They're just so aggressive. They're so in your face. They're so brazen and confident. Steady the ship if you're Assault, though. Kill onto Major Maniac. Now all of a sudden, can you maybe make the play here? Havoc is sitting back over towards top green. Good position from Assault here.
Oh, he misses the jump. That may have just let them through, but now on the flank, he's going to see Havoc. Havoc gets away. And just a series of unfortunate events here for Assault. And he is going to die to Havoc as well. Exceed in a 1 versus 2.
That's a rough one for Assault. His daddy runs out at just the wrong time. And time may well be running out for the side of LAG in this series. 0-3 now. Florida Mutineers looking so dominant. You know, if Assault just is a little bit more deady, gets a little bit better timing, it's a very different round. It's a very different score line. Florida Mutineers absolutely cruising here on map number 5.
And LAG, after composing themselves to win that hard point, have lost all momentum straight into the S&D ton.
Oh, completely. I mean, Havoc is... You can't comprehend that kind of moment. I said Assault gets a little bit unlucky as well. Saying themselves, this could be a very different scoreline. If Assault finds another kill, it's all of a sudden 2-1, which feels so different to a 3-0. Here we go again. Mutineers aggressive. Varsity is able to do something about it this time, though. It will be a 4v3 retake in favor of LAG.
So they might push this for the front, but they're going to try and get the flank. There they go, all around the side. Like I say, I expect somebody for the pinch around the front, but they actually have a different idea. They're going through. Brack's going to try and get one as well.
Should be dead.
Moves forwards. Oh, it found the first. He's going to try and get the second as well, but no, he's going to get that trade going down. 2 versus 3 now.
Oh, Major, yeah, tough spot to be in. Just using their numbers very well. LAG eventually will get themselves on the board here. Honestly, unfortunate not to be in a better position here. I said that play from Assault on the previous round is something that might hurt them when they look back at it. And looking at how close he was to really shutting down everything for Florida Mutineers, but LAG now do find themselves somewhat back in the game.
Steadying the ship because they were capsizing, but still alive. That heart still thrums within their chest. Can they win this attack? Bring themselves into a little bit more of an even keel. Right now, a little bit patient from them. They haven't overcommitted towards A. They're trying to figure out this information. His nade might get a hit. It hasn't. Patient from both sides.
Him and Assault being kind of changing roles in a certain sense. Arcities will come around the outside of castle. Assault will stay aggressive up in top R. And trying to find something there. Swapping, changing their role. Mutineers, though. Waiting for LAG to maybe make a small misstep yet. Slow and steady sometimes does win the race. And it's not going to do this time. Havoc taken down. There's the Enigma on the other team taken care of. Now can you get rid of the rest? Major Maniac will even things up. 3v3.
Looking for it. Vehicle trying to just bang away. Not going to find anything, though. This has been a very tense S&D round. Are they going to go for a B push here? They've got no time. LAG have burnt this clock completely. Major Maniac's going to find the first one.
Next goal's huge.
He's going to be called. He's going to be seen as well, but he gets away with his life. And that slows down LAG. They've left themselves with no time and no hope. Assault finds the kill, but Major Maniac can play spoiler. He's in the position. He's in a great position as well. He's going to stay alive. Now he can chow the bomb. It's all good from Major Maniac. And here comes Assault. Gunned.
Major Maniac staying alive. So crucial for the Florida Mutineers that. And he's the one that tidies things up. The first two are the important ones. So wonderfully done. Just time, as you said. Not on the side of LAG. In that scenario, they're kind of trying to play for the pick, but Florida Mutineers were not giving them anything. You find that first blood, you kind of got to make a move from there. It's just a little bit too hesitant. Against a team like Florida Mutineers, you cannot do that to them on Search and Destroy. They will punish you, and they are punishing them a lot here. 4-1 up. This bomb's nearly already down over towards A. LAG, you need to answer very, very quickly. Oh, not like that.
Not a good nade. Not a good nade. It's 2 versus 4, and it's going to be 1 versus 3. RC's alone, outnumbered, outgunned. Florida are strutting their way towards a victory here on the S&D. It's clean.
Is it cold in the vent?
Yeah, it looks cold. Anything cold in that venue is how LAG are playing right now.
It's like, yeah, well, can Marky B get me a heater here, bro? Like, right, how's this happened? Oh.
Not good. Not what you need at this point.
And why is the nade there? Has he picked up the one that was thrown at as well?
I did think that was a possibility, but
yeah.
We'll find out, because at the moment, what matters most is that Florida Mutineers are 1 round away.
What really has been a promising performance for LAG. I will say, look, they will look at this series and think to themselves, it could have been closed out very, very early doors. 3-0 wouldn't have flattered them. Florida Mutineers, though, so resolute. Still need another round here. to finally secure this one, but Havoc has been on an absolute rampage, and I don't expect it to stop, Bryce.
No, neither. Trying to get this one down, but there's a lot of pressure coming through. Florida Mutineers do not want to give it to him clean, and Fecal finds Joe Deceives. 3 versus 4. And he's jumping back and forth across it. He's going to go for a chow to Brack, but Brack will win that gunfight. Wins the second one as well. Assault looks for him, and Fecal will get him. And there's the 2-3-5. Nesload, LAG will fall. Fecal is ecstatic. That is a very angry man, but he is celebrating justly. The Florida Mutineers take down LAG. The challenger roster into the CDL. A good start, but a bad end.
It's a tough one to take. I think LAG will look back at this, and that's said in that final round. How have we not closed this one out? Good clutch up at map number 4. The hard point looks good, but they've got the ice up in some of these moments. Dominant in the end from Florida Mutineers in map number 5, as we kind of expected it to be. The last time they played this map was a 6-1 against Optic. They get the job done here, 6-1 against LAG. We knew the Search and Destroy was going to be a threat from the one respawn map off them. You would, well, I don't want to say bet your house on it anymore because I don't have one of those anymore, but I say I've lost that in the Havoc not breaking the 40 kill streak there. But a good series from Florida Mutineers. They clutched up where they needed to. LAG did not, and Havoc put on an absolute show.
Well, what a series. What a game. It's time for an incredible breakdown, as we saw a few times during that one. Over to our desk. Puckett, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can I get a greasy gang in the chat, please? Shout out to my man, Havoc. Not saying I called this one desk, but I called Havoc to pop off. I called Florida Mutineers. Did I expect it to be the way they did this? No, absolutely not. But they continue to impress. Now, if we look at the seeds, Allie, this is not an upset. Florida was number 9. You're going up against LAG, number 11. This was kind of a coin toss on paper coming in. Let's talk about what we saw from both sides, starting with LAG before we get to the Florida talk here, because we're going to go deep. What did you see from the Gorillas and their new starting lineup?
Well, honestly, I was fairly impressed. I think everybody was with that opening hard point. I think one of their biggest mistakes throughout the series has to be that control. You know, you go up 2-0, you have streaks, like you're in a position to close it out, possibly win the series in 4. And unfortunately, they get clutched up on by Florida. That's something you got to think about. You know, it's a newer team. Maybe some of the chemistry, some of the comms were a little mixy. So I'm not worried about LAG yet. If anything, I think they really showed up in this series.
And I was looking at Alec. The chat noticed it as well. After some of those S&D rounds, just clearly he's cold, he's turtling up. He looks defeated, though, while the game's still going on. Are you worried about the mental for the Gorillas?
I'm not worried about the mental. Honestly, I feel like that's just the way Alec looks when he's gaming. Like, he's so locked in. He's just, like, thinking about everything that's happening in game, trying to figure out how to, you know, adjust and map. And honestly, they did fold in some of these moments, though. Like Ali was talking about, in that control, the control specifically, like going up 2-0, you had Assault who was popping off there playing so well, and then he just let Havoc get pushed up behind them and terrorize them within their base. Yeah. It was frustrating, man. But this is a team, like, this could be a problem going forward, this 2-3-5. We saw it at the LAN, like, when they played FaZe, LG Academy, they won both hardpoints. In the end, they lose 2-3-5, so gonna have to fix some of those woes.
We got to take a look at our scuffed play of the game, and it didn't come from the Gorillas. It came from the leader of the Greasy Gang, Havoc, coming out and dropping bombs. A 40 bomb here in our game number 3. What a performance he had. We were watching him on the mini-map, and it was 2 players looking his direction. Somehow he's coming out with the W in those fights, Allie.
Yeah, the thing about Havoc is he's just a player that he can just turn it on whenever. And when he's on, it is literally unstoppable, and it is consistent throughout the rest of the series. And I think that's something that LAG just wasn't able to counter. They weren't able to change the game plan mid-series. Because again, Havoc just started going off, and I feel like it really started in that control. He was just finding 2 and 3 pieces again and again and again, and LAG just did not have an answer for his aggression.
Our scuff play of the game, 40 kills in game number 3. Now that brings all kinds of momentum, right? Your team is fired up after that victory. That come from behind, because you were down 2-0 in rounds before he finishes that game. But then they lose game 4 in.
That game 4 was absolutely epic. Like, listen, let me tell you, we all went from the green room. We come back on the desk. Right?
Yeah, we were on the desk.
This one's going to be over, right? But what happens? LAG mount a crazy comeback. And it was Arsenes, like we're talking about him. He's staying composed. Like, he's on the rotation of Barbershop. He's 14-14 at this point. So the guy was playing pretty slow, doing what he needed to do on these rotos, gets the kills, and they get control. And then it was just a back-and-forth fight on that next rotation as well, where LAG is able to clutch up. I did not expect the series to be such a banger, man.
It was a great series, and I know we're going to see a lot of clips coming out of this one being posted on Reddit and Twitter. Let's talk about the clip, though, from Assault. We got our WW2 MVP, the world champion, hitting the 4K with the cruise missile.
Where is the trophy? Where is the trophy? There is no shot. I'm all on the point.
Wait, he hit it right on top of the trophy.
Oh, no, I don't even know.
Maybe a teammate took that. Maybe I don't know. Wait, you asked for it. What did he put that?
One more time, production.
Right on top of the trophy.
And the reaction, we got Zuma, we got Ben with a watch party, the Flank Bros. Stay busy. And speaking of watch party, remember, you guys can get a watch party going down for our Boston Major. You can be joining us live throughout the weekend. But what a reaction from our boys. Remember, use that hashtag CDL Watch Party to make it official. Join us over on twitch.tv as we complete all of the action here in Major 2.
But don't forget, they actually lost that round, Puckett.
Yeah,
after that, they actually ended up, it just makes it just so much funnier.
So
but
painful.
Nevertheless, like a 4-kill cruise. I don't know if we'll see too many of those.
And you still lost.
This game had insane moments, some ridiculous comebacks, and the man who led the comeback is joining us live right now, the leader of the Greasy Gang, my dude, Havoc. These haters, they didn't think it was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. I knew you were going to drop somewhere close to 25, but 40? What was going on in the series, my man?
Wait, Mike. Sorry, I can hear my teammates. What was the question? I'm sorry.
I was just gassing you up for a minute there. Can we just talk about how we're feeling? How did that series play out for you? And talk to me about that game 3 in particular.
Yeah, so the series felt good. I got on today, shot about like 800 bots, which is more than I usually have. I'm probably going to keep doing that, but it's shipment, so it goes by really fast. But the shot felt really on today, including the long-range shots. And I had timings in my head that just kept working and working. I kept hearing them running around, and I was maneuvering around in the control map. And I was definitely being annoying for them to deal with. And I think that had a big factor on why we won that map. And I'm on top of the world. I was really excited about that ace too. That felt really good. I heat checked the last guy and just got hyped after that. That was awesome.
Should we look at this ace? Havoc, if you got a stream, pull it up right now, because we're revisiting this one, and it's absolutely dirty, Allie.
It is. I mean, and it's not even one of those, sometimes when aces happen, it's just, the timings work out, but you worked for this, and you read them like a book.
Yeah, that was absolutely
I should not have gotten that last kill, I don't think, but it worked out. I heat checked them and it worked out, and now we got a clip. So
24 HP, the heat check, it's pure. The man is on fire, and you complete all 4. So you got to hold up a few 4s. The 40 bomb, you got the 4K, you threw it back in the holster. But despite all of your reactions, Vikal had the best reaction. At the end of that matchup, he got in the camera, he's pointing, he's yelling. What's he talking about?
Yeah, he's real good friends with those guys, and he wanted to win this match versus them. It's like when you go up against some of your best friends, like in a competitive environment, you really want to win.
Yep.
So he let him know. He said, "Welcome to the league." Like, he said a lot of other things I probably shouldn't repeat, and it was fun. I couldn't really hear anything. He was so loud.
Cole, I want to ask you, fantastic win in 2-3-5. You guys look ridiculous. But also, I saw some improvements in hardpoint today, some better rotations. What have you guys been working on there? Because it was obviously the biggest struggle for your guys' squad throughout Major 1.
Yeah, we came back after Christmas break and we said, listen, we got to fix hardpoint. And in scrims, we've been on an upward trajectory right now. We threw away the Mercado, but it was right there. I think we played the map really well. There was a couple key mistakes that we immediately talked about that we knew happened. So we'll clean up even more. And once we get our hardpoint a lot better, or even a little bit better, series should be definitely easier for us.
Yeah, so, following up with that, what should we expect from the Florida Mutineers heading into the second major in Boston? Because, to be honest, you guys are convincing me. I'm becoming a Florida Mutineers believer. In the first stage, I was a little rocky, but seeing you and Brack, you two are players that once you're on, it feels like you're almost unstoppable, and the way you talk seems like it's intentional as well. So what do we expect from the Florida Mutineers moving forward?
I mean, our expectations are to win the event. I know a lot of people are going to doubt that. I know a lot of people are going to say whatever they say. There's a ton of good teams, but realistically, like, we want to come into the event knowing that we can win the event and prepare before the event, mainly on hardpoint, but just everything we can do to hold a trophy. Like, we want to win every event here, just like every other team.
Last question for you, Havoc. What are you doing to celebrate tonight, my friend?
Well, actually, it is our coach Willett's birthday, so I think we're gonna go out to dinner with him.
Nice.
And we're gonna go over some stuff for Toronto match. But happy birthday to him. We're gonna go out to dinner, hang out, and prepare for the Toronto.
Chat, you know what to do. Throw those HBDs up in the chat for the big coach from the Florida Mutineers. They're celebrating big tonight. Colt, we'll let you go. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Peace.
One of my favorite soldiers picking up another W as Florida continues to impress, or at least entertain, on stream. We've got 3 more games to go as this opening battle with the distance. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's match number 2. Who's getting the W? Is it Rocker or the Royal Ravens? Chat, let me know. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Welcome back in. It's the headquarters crew, Chris Bucket, Alley Cat, Nameless, and we're gearing up for match number 2 on a 4-match day. An epic Saturday as we see now the Rocker taking on the London Royal Ravens. We know the players. We know the teams. We saw them yesterday. But we didn't talk about this map count, right? So let's take a look at our series, and I need to talk through this one. Nameless, we've got an interesting situation for the Rocker fans today.
Yeah, so we're looking at Rocker, and they've been an abysmal search and destroy team. They have not been great there. And now we're looking at 2 searches. They have yet to play 0-0 record on Mercado and Fortress S&D. So the team's been vetoing one of those against them. They've been vetoing the other. So that'll get a little bit dicey. And then that Fortress Control. London have not played that as well. So we're in some new territory here. New player on the side of London. We'll see how it shakes up.
I think the most important thing for me is going to be this map 1 Fortress hardpoint, simply because ASIM has a 1.38 on this map. So we talked about him needing some help yesterday. Well, it looks like they're banking on him to start this series off. And again, London is a very momentum-based team. So this will be a very important map 1 hardpoint because London has not looked good in search and destroy either.
Now, we of course have Scraps, the new addition to this London team. If you missed yesterday, Paul X has taken a back seat for the Royal Ravens, working on his individual self. On the other side, the Rocker coming in with the roster that we expected, right? We saw this team. They were our favorite to win, and I think we both picked them to win their series. They got 0-3'd. So what are they looking to clean up from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, well, everything. Like, let's just keep it a buck. The main thing, though, like I said, looking at this team coming into the season, when I thought Minnesota Rocker, I was like, all right, they're not going to be like a dominant respawn team. They'll fare quite well when it comes to control, which they have so far. I thought they'd be a formidable hardpoint team, maybe 50-50 in the game mode, and I thought they would excel at search and destroy. They have not. Their control has been okay. In search, they cannot win offense. They're last in the league in offensive win percentage, sitting at like 30%. Is just unacceptable. And we come into the series yesterday, and Afro has a bad performance. He needs to be the star for them. So I'm looking at this roster. It's very much do or die throughout this stage. If they don't come out with like a top 6 at Major 2, I think it warrants a roster change for this team because they're not dominating in any particular game mode, Puckett.
This is number 6 with Minnesota. If you're looking at our current standings, going up against number 12. London needs this dub today.
No, they do. Absolutely. And the biggest issue is that it's not looking good for them. I mean, they're going against a Minnesota Rocker that is struggling, but both these teams are in all game modes. And from what we saw in London Royal Ravens yesterday, search and destroy should have been in their favor. It should have gone their way. With the amount we dubbed them the Blood Masters. Like, we dubbed them an S&D with a title, and yet they still can't close it out. And there's only so much you can do in a span of 24 hours, but I hope they went back to the books. They're like, listen, when we're up a guy, like, we just need to get aggressive. We have a player like Asim. We have a player like Scraps, who's known for being aggressive AR. Like, get in the mix. I'm hoping to see a turnaround from London here.
Asim has been a monster. The question is who is going to join him in the kill feed today. I'm looking at Scraps. He had some big plays yesterday. You got a little bit more time of competition to get comfortable. But if it's not Scraps, Zero or Nasty, who would you put more pressure on if you're the coach right now, Nameless?
I mean, Nasty, right? He's got to be another one of those playmakers. And, you think back to their match yesterday, and, I'm not going to give it all onto him, but he did make a mistake. He needed to wrap back and help Zero a little bit faster on that bomb. I wish we could have heard the comms in that situation, but Nasty has to be another guy like Asim, who's able to make plays and get out of these tough situations.
It'll be the first opportunity for a W for both of these teams after falling 0-3 yesterday. I think this map 1 is going to set the tone. So let's get our predictions in. I'm going with the Rocker. I'm feeling it. It's a Benjamin Bandstick.
I love that. I'm going London.
You're going London, really?
Well, can we go in order, Ann? I have graphics guys.
There was like a small delay, so I was like, I'm going London.
Sure. Show me some love. Where are we going?
I'm going Minnesota Rocker for sure. This honestly is a little bit at the bottom of the S&D barrel for me right now that goes back and forth. And I have to go Minnesota Rocker from what they showed in stage 1. I think they're going to pull it out here.
So, Ant, is it because Minnesota broke your heart yesterday when you got your prediction wrong, or why are you going with the Royal Ravens?
No, I mean, I was watching them play. They did nothing great. Particularly their map pool is very small. I mean, even when you look at control, like, they've only been good at a CeeLo. This is a team that's just been struggling. And I think London come in here and they take it. Like, the search and destroy London should have won yesterday, right? And we've seen some big performances out of Asim. I think he comes in again in a revenge game and plays well. I think they take it.
Chat, I don't want to know who you think is going to win. I want to know who you think is going to be the MVP of this series. Put it in the chat right now and get fired up because match 2 starts right now.
Friends, welcome back to the second series of the day. Leno Study here on the cast to break down what should be a very interesting series between London and Minnesota. Jay, not great performances from either of these two teams. Somebody starting off 0-2 here in Major 2.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Both of these squads had some tough draws yesterday. Obviously, for the London boys, you're coming in off of this stage with the roster change. You're bringing in Scrap, taking out Paul X. We really hope Paul X gets back to himself so he can try to get back into the league.
Definitely.
They fall short yesterday versus Toronto Ultra. Toronto just looked like a more complete team. And then on the opposite side for Minnesota, they played up against a really, really hot Boston Breach squad. Like, that was the Boston Breach we were expecting to be at the major with Awakening. Awakening was a man on a mission versus them yesterday, and obviously Afro and Cammy did not show up to play yesterday. This is a battle between both of these guys, like you said, trying to avoid that 0-2, and you really just don't want to start 0-2 in this stage if you are either one of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it, right? I mean, it almost feels like both teams can't afford to have this loss, and obviously it's going to have to be given to somebody. I mean, the Ravens, they make the roster change, as you called it, my friend. They bring in Scraps. A lot of people kind of confused on the decision. You know, is he the right player to come into this team? Yesterday, it doesn't look like it. I think they've lost like their last 5-6 series in a row. We're talking about it for either end, but for Ravens, I mean, starting off 0-2 would spell disaster to a team that I'm sure is not feeling the greatest right now.
Yeah, when you make a roster change, you're usually going to get that honeymoon stage, but right now, starting 0-2, where they're currently at, they have lost their last 5 search and destroys. They have lost their last 5 controls. They have also lost their last 5 series. I don't know if they're trying to get a deal with Subway, but this is not what you need to do if you are London. We need to get a little bit more consistency in their game, and I think in this series, the most important thing has to be that search and destroy in game number 2, because you're going up against a Minnesota Rocket team who has also been struggling in search and destroy, but the 2 search and destroys that we do have in this series, Minnesota have yet to play.
We're talking a lot about eating fresh. I think for the Ravens, they gotta forget the multi-grade and go for the regain. They need some bit of composure today, as you called it, my friend. They just looked a little bit lost, I think it's fair to say, in the series versus Toronto. A little mistakes that ended up causing them some issues, but on the other end, I don't know if it feels this way for you. If we're talking about importance, both teams need to come away with a W, but there's a lot of expectations on this Rocker team. I mean, Ants even talked about it on the desk for a minute. If they have a slow performance here just in Major 2 qualifiers, maybe even when it comes down to tournament time, we could already be talking about the potential for a roster change with this roster.
That's the scary thing, man, because in the beginning of the stage, in the beginning of the year, this team looked like one of the best teams in the game. Their search and destroy was one of the best, their control was undefeated, and their hardpoint was basically 50-50. But I don't know what has happened over the Christmas break, or even at Major 1, they have just been struggling in search and destroy. A majority of that comes down to their first bloods. Once they don't get first blood, in 3v4 situations, they only have a 14% win rate. That's not going to do it. And then if you're not playing El Asilo Control, where they're currently sitting at 5-0, both other control maps they haven't been really good at. So this map number 1 is basically a square up. It's going to be all about this fortress. I think the biggest hard point for both of these teams is going to be that P3. Both of these squads have 100% hold rate when they're fully set up, and that is going to be the turning point. Whoever's able to take that P3 is going to be able to walk away with map number 1.
Okay, you've heard it from the man himself. P3, you gotta look out for it here on Fortress. Rocker v Ravens as we jump into game 1 here on some good old Fortress. London starting things off with the more preferred side. When we talk about that next Hardpoint, but into the games we go. And something to reference too, Jay, is that Minnesota is off of a loss on this HP. What do you want to see them do differently here versus London in comparison to what happened yesterday versus Breach?
Well, it's definitely the slang. Afro and Cammy had like a 0.7 and a 0.6 throughout the entire series, and Afro really struggled on this map, number one. So starting off on the bad side, you don't want to allow London to get a good chunk of time off of this. P1 attached finds 2. The stick is going to come in for Scrap. That's not the way you want to do it. And now you pay attention to those spawns. Look at your mini map. Spawns are starting to flip now for Minnesota. Final 10 should be theirs, and they should have rotations towards next.
Yeah, we oftentimes check in with the comms for sure. Scraps in that moment was, my bad. Sorry about that. Okay, hopefully we can hold on to spawns. And well, they do handle business over at P1. The final few seconds trickle away. The only problem is that you've got an Afro in your base. We'll see how they look to try to handle business. As we know, SMGs on Fortress, especially in these two different buildings, can absolutely cause a world of problems. Scraps the man of the hour, the man to focus on. The spotlight is on to him, and thankfully his job gets made a little bit easier. However, Rocker trying to make their way, pounce their way through the back, and London handle business every single time. But take a look at the spawns. They're right there, Jay.
Yeah, that's a clean 4 dead. And if you are Minnesota, you have to get this break now because you don't have the favorable positions for the next hill. You already have a player from London, which is going to be Ace. Finds that kill off the rotation. They get a good chunk of time off of this P2.
Wow.
And Trey Zero, he finds the final 2 to get this remaining 20. Every single kill in the feed currently going in favor of the Ravens. That's going to allow them to get a hefty lead going in towards P3, where they should be fully set up to grow it even more.
Hefty. Yeah, you had what, like 2 different big team fight situations that were going down, and for the Ravens, they walk away with both. They get a majority of the time over at P2, and as you said, the most important hard point between both of these teams starts now, and London look to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, London are fully set up, 50 seconds still and counting, but it's looking like a lot of pressure from Minnesota, at least trying to come in through the front. They're able to take him off for the time for now. Vance finds his 3rd kill so far of the map. He was sitting at 0-7 to start us off, but they execute the break. Big plays coming in for Minnesota to not let this game get away from them. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be 0. You just want to try to focus to at least get as much time as you possibly can off of this P3, and they're doing a great job of doing so.
Well, how about that, man? Vance finally gets on the board, and Rocker, well, they break. Definitely helps when you've got everybody firing, as he will eventually join us here on the map. And with that, the Rocker break, and they look great to grab our final 15. Now it's time for the race over toward new. Cannons is going to be our next hard point, and right now it is Scraps trying to lock things down toward the back. A big 1v1 versus attach. However, he's got to know that Cammy's got to be around here somewhere. Oh, the play calls, player counting is going to work out there for London. Well, they did unfortunately allow for the break to come in over at the last hard point. They are setting things up quite nicely. By the way, Jay, Asim, another hot start, 11-4.
Yeah, this guy's been going off as of recent for the Ravens squad. He was the cutoff man. Eventually, with him getting taken down, now it's going to allow Minnesota to get out of that trap. Spawns are now going to flip. They're putting a lot of pressure on from every single angle. Nasty was the last player. He's going to drop, and that's another break coming in from Minnesota Rocker. They are 3rd overall in break percentage on this map, and it's showing back-to-back hard points so far.
And this feels, I mean, a little bit like shades of yesterday on Mercado for London. I mean, it felt like, you know, we talk so often about rotations. They're number 11 in rotations, but yesterday they could not hold down a hill. And while they do currently hold the advantage, that number is getting ever closer to a lead change potentially, as Rocker looked to lock things down. A nice little 2 spree for Vance. Meanwhile, Cammy, he falls off the 5, so it's going to be a reset now here for the HPs. Now to P5 we go, a neck-and-neck game as we start Blacksmith.
Yeah, Minnesota are going to be fully set up. If you have Vance just pushed out towards open arches, unfortunately, he is going to drop. He was the player that at least was trying to influence the spawns for London to continuously spawn over towards that P1 side, but they have every single angle cut off. It's going to be a very difficult task for London to try to break on in. Trophies are abound. And still, Minnesota are gaining as much time as possible. They're able to take this lead. And with 35 seconds left, London just has to take them off at this point.
They do indeed. Asim at least is able to walk away with 1, but he gets singled out, eventually does fall. I tell you what, man, this has been a very, very interesting swing of events. I mean, London was holding a solid advantage, loading into that P3. And then from there, it has been Rocker break after Rocker break. They're locking things down over at P5. Final 15, but they have come back and now taken the lead so far throughout this HP. I mean, I know that the desk was touching on it a little bit, man, as the Ravens appear to be, I guess, not maybe falling out of this game by any means. It's still a neck and neck race, but maybe losing a bit of steam. In your opinion, who has to be the guy today to join alongside of Asim in the slang?
I think it has to be Nasty. This is a guy who started off the entire year being one of the most difficult kills to get on the map. So far, he's sitting at 14 and 12. Didn't have the best performance yesterday. When I was watching the body language of Nasty, when everyone's in a player camps, he just looked like he was down and out every single second.
Yeah.
Exactly. But today, so far, he's firing. London are competing. We almost have a tie game, but Cammy finds that break. Trades going back and forth. But if you are London, you are still maintaining those spawns for next. But one player from Minnesota is going to be able to sneak on through. You have to locate where Attach is.
One player indeed, that's going to be Attach, and it's a big kill coming in from Asim. He shuts him down. A few more players toward the front. Asim is cutting everybody down. However, there is somebody who manages to sneak through once more toward the gallows. That's going to be Afro, and he gets found out as well. Some major slays coming in from the SMGs. We talked about Asim. We said Nasty has got to be the player. And right now, he's on 3 in a row. Now make it 4 as the Ravens are poised to maybe grab another big chunk of time over at P2.
Yeah, now the hold is going to be in their favor. They have the favorable spawns. You want to at least hold this side of the map for the first 15 to 20 seconds, and then eventually be aggressive, try to push through to flip it. That's going to be 2 kills in favor of the Ravens. Good reads coming in from Zero and Scrap. Combined for the kill onto Bance, and it looks like Minnesota are just going to cut their losses. They're just going to play this one back. They know how impactful that P3 Money Hill can be. They're just going to decide to give all this time up to London, and this can work out if you are able to hold it on to the next one.
You can tell, man, the Ravens are like, really? Like, they're not going to try to chow for this? Okay, yeah, we'll grab the free time. We'll snake our heads off. That's totally cool with us. The final 15 belongs to the Ravens as now they elevate themselves to the lead. Let's step aside and go to Liston now with London.
One's in maps, guys. One's in maps, 100%. I still need deep plot. Close up corner back. That's fine. He's not pushed out the door yet. He's in the right corner of the door. He's going to be right corner of the door.
Yeah, I'm wrapping right. It's Marcus. He's top maps. Top right. Nice. It's Marcus. It was Marcus out.
Right door. He's going to spawn open. If we're blocking, he's going to spawn open. Top right. He's top right. I can kill him. He's in the right corner. He's in that corner there. Open. He's running bot. Hit one door. Everyone spawns.
Let's spawn bottom right. He's
outside of time, I think. Cut in front. Push time. Backside of time.
Pushing you with door, Maddie. I spawn you. Go.
Watch your front. He's in time. I'm one shot. I can't tell. That's 4. Nice. Get time back. That's a good 20. That's a good 20. I have you over. Pushing out in front. Top dubs, guys. Attach your top dubs. He's in big, man. One's in bot. I don't know. Everyone keep talking. I'm breaking. We got one's out. P1. I'm breaking. I'm pushing out. I'm coming.
Some fiery comms coming in from the London Royal Ravens. We stressed how important this opening game was for them. And right now, they are delivering. We've checked in with London. Now let's throw it to the other side of the screen. A check-in now with Rocker.
Yeah, he's weak.
Yeah, I'm up top. Marcus.
Okay, they're going to try and hit right.
Oh, he's top window hop.
Okay, I'm watching trees, Marcus. Trees down. Need your P2 to rush check. P2, absolutely.
Let's go. Push out the left. They're spawning dubs.
Okay, yeah, they're going to spawn P1. We're blocking dubs. Still helping you with dub steps, right?
I can call it. One's here, though.
Tell me open. One cannon. I got back. Top balcony. Front door.
I'm trying to block left.
Front door arch, challenge you.
Back door, nice. I'm wrapping right.
Don't see him.
Play on new whoever's here.
Back door.
I'm playing P2 to help, too.
Okay. Tony's looking at my pinch, though?
Yeah, Matt's trying to pinch you
still.
Tony's looking at my left. Oh, you got it?
And the communication right there from Minnesota was firing as well. They had a great money hill right there on that P4 to get this game right back into their favor. They're able to take control of the lead, and now they're going into a P5 where it was very difficult for London to break the first time around. Minnesota have the potential to not close this one out here, but get to that 249-point mark. London have to find a break.
Yeah, you gotta find a break. You cannot allow for Minnesota to walk away with this time as Bance explodes for 3. Cammy will walk away with the 4th, and now panic begins to set in if you're Ravens.
It definitely does. You have to at least flip these spawns. You don't want to get trapped in towards the back. Even though Minnesota cannot win on this P5, you want to get them off of this time and at least force it to a P2 where you find a lot of success. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. A little bit of a contest does come on, so it's going to allow Minnesota to get to about 245, but they're doing a great job of just trying to pick up kill after kill. Right now, the trap is not going to be in. London are finally able to get them off of that time. They're winning a gunfight after gunfight. Now that's going to allow them to get fully set up for P1.
Okay, Jay. Now, if you're Ravens, you've got the setup for the moment. You got to be thinking about spawns. A lot of players here on Fortress can, at times, sneak through the setup. As Cammy's able to find one in the back, what do you want to see here from London as the streak rolls through?
Cammy finds 2. If you are London, you have to just stay alive. You cannot allow Cammy to make plays. He's the only play that snuck through all the way through back guard. He's staying alive. He allows them to get out, and Minnesota are able to flood out through doubles, but trades are going back and forth. This is going to be a photo finish. Clean 4 dead for London.
Oh, clean 4 down. As the Ravens are going to lock into seconds. One player has made it in through Gallows. That's going to be Cammy. Aware of those top side spawns, the Ravens have got a lot to think about, as now they've got to deal with a second streak. As here it comes. How do they avoid it? How do they manage to stand strong? And they will. Great work to lock things down for the moment as Rocker continue to fall, but that's going to be 2 in the feed. Nasty's got to stay alive. Minnesota flip a neck-and-neck game.
Here we go. Back and forth. These gunfights are going to be so big. Pants versus Nasty. Pants is able to take down the first. Asim finds the trade. More players in from London. They get the break.
Asim, he's able to break it, and now it's all onto the Rocker from the front. 4 left to go. Here comes Rocker. 2 end up dropping, but a few more seconds. Oh, it's back and forth. It's back and forth. Nasty's going to win the fight, but there's one more player here. It's Bance. Bance holding it down. Bance V0. Benjamin takes it. Asim is here. Trade after trade, and Asim hands him a triple and will hand them the loss. As my God, what an end to that hard point. As Asim puts him in the dust, puts him in the dirt. What a game.
What a game indeed, my friend. I thought London were in a pretty bad spot because Minnesota, they got good time off of that P5. They only needed about 15 to 10 seconds at that P1. But then when trades go back and forth, Raven were able to get a clean 4 dead. Cammy gets a spawn at stage. He eventually finds 2 to allow Minnesota to get out. Once again, it falls down to the SMGs. Asim and Nasty find a couple kills when they need to the most to secure the remaining time of that P1. Then it all comes down to these gunfights going over towards P2. They found success after success on that P2. We gotta see it again. We gotta see it again, because I'm telling you, Minnesota, they were spawning out. They were spawning in the back. Right here, it's a 3v2 situation. Trades are abound. Asim does a great job of just staying alive. He finds 2. Only 10 seconds away from London to win this game. You see all of Minnesota spawning out towards the front. You have one player in Afro trying to attack in towards Art. They find the opening 2 kills. Then they find 3. That's gonna be 3 down. The last player up is Nasty. He at least finds 2 to stall enough time for his teammates to get back into the play. Once he does that, it's all left up to Bance. The remaining players from Raven are just flooding. But then it all falls into the hands of Asim. He finds 3. You see the young man roaring. That's the way you want to come out if you are the Ravens.
Oh my God. What an end to that hard point, man. I mean, it felt like both teams had their moments where they started to go on runs. Advantages were going either which way, but that break at the end is unbelievable out of London, and another incredible hard point there from Asim. I think it was Ali who touched on. He's got a 1.38 coming into this Fortress hard point, and Jay, he goes 36 and 23. We talked about it break after break. He helped go for like 3 off the start. He finds 3 at the end. An incredible start to this HP, and or rather to this series. A hard point W for London, and that has got to feel good.
Oh, it's got to feel good, man. And you could just tell these guys are playing with a little bit of different fire. When we went into the comms listening, everyone was basically yelling. I heard Nasty. His vibe is completely turned around as the boys are able to take that map number 1, and now they set themselves up pretty damn well in this series, going up against a Minnesota Rocker squad who have struggled in Search and Destroy. Not only that, but they have 2 Search and Destroys in this series that they have yet to play. So if you are the Ravens, you set yourself up nice with that opening hard point. Now you need to respond with that S&D. If you go up map number 2, there's not an LSC control for Minnesota to bank on. This is where you can call series.
Yeah, this is the more interesting part for Rocker, right? It's like unfamiliar territory. I think it's like the first time that they've had a losing streak of this magnitude since like the opening year of the CDL back in like 2019. Yeah. So it's weird, right? Because typically we have said throughout history for Minnesota, you know what? They're a team that loses the opening hard point, but they always win their S&Ds. Right now, that has not been the case. We'll go and take a look here, Jay, at their S&D struggles throughout this 6-game losing spree. Just not good numbers anywhere here.
Not at all, man. I remember throughout stage 1, their opening duel percentage was about 88%. Whenever they found that opening duel, it was a guaranteed round win for them, basically. But I don't know what's been happening. Everybody's been watching their play, getting some strats on these guys, knowing exactly how they play, as their numbers just drastically drop. You see their attacking rounds only 23% win rate, 3v4s 40%. So if you are Minnesota, we cannot be in man down at disadvantages. You have to get that first blood. That's when you are able to find a lot of success.
Yeah, and I mean, you pointed out perfectly, man. It was like they were #1 online, and then when we go to land, they instantly drop to last place in first blood engagements. So that is something that they have absolutely struggled with, and something that they're going to have to try and adapt to as we fly in for Mercado Search and Destroy. And I don't know, man, this is like the second time I think all year that we have casted Mercado Las Almas, at least in terms of search. But I'm excited for this one, man. This just feels like rounds can end at a snap of a finger sometimes.
Oh yeah, without question. This is the most straightforward S&D map that we have. It's either 4-man pushing one way or 4-man pushing the other way with dead silence. So it's going to be all-out gunfights early on into this round, though. It's good for Minnesota to start on the attacking round because there's no trophies for London to work with. So London are not going to put any pressure on towards Hedge. All-out pressure through mid.
A lot of pressure toward the middle side. Rocker starting things off on the attack. Bance with the bomb on his back as Nasty will start things off with a great opening kill. Again, we've talked about it. First Bloods is where Minnesota struggled at 14% in moments like this. We'll see if they can try to turn it around. But on Mercado, Jay, it gets that much more difficult. You lose a man and you lose basically all visuals really of either site. Is right now at A. Rocker desperately hunting for a pick.
Yeah, they're just taking their time. Right now, there's currently spreading map. You have Cammy who's watching that middle alley, making sure no players are trying to set up on that late flank. The pressure's going to come in towards B. At least the trade does come in. Now in the 3v2 situation, attaching Cammy. Left to try to clutch up. Attach actually finds Scrap. Great shot from him. 2v2.
And they've already got visuals. They know roughly where Asim is at, but he's able to find one.
Wait a minute.
Another dolphin dive. And another gunfight loss. So close, but Attach able to wipe him away as now we've got ourselves a 1v1. 20 seconds to go, and Zero slowly but surely starts to make his way up through the map. Attach is going to have to go for the plant, and this has Zero's name all over it. Round done. Over to Ravens.
And right there, you could just tell, like, Asim is playing with a lot of confidence. He did the same belly flop yesterday, totally different map on Embassy. But he almost got that gunfight onto Attach. Right there, it's just not enough time for Attach to work with. Zero in the perfect position. Just simply take him off the bomb. First blood in favor of the Ravens. They take round number 1.
See him on another heat check, man. Like I said,
yeah, that was a heat check for sure.
What was it yesterday? Like 17?
17.
Yeah, drops I think that's a CDL season high in Search and Destroy.
For a loss. Yep.
For a loss as well. On top of it all, we talked so much yesterday about the Ravens. So somebody's got to help Asim, especially in the S&Ds. Starts this round off hot, and it's Nasty coming away with a big one off the rip. So here we go into round number 2, as the Ravens will now see their first look at the attack here on Mercado. And as it's become common, fast rounds. And so far, it's been a trade either which way. Attached to looking for the snipe, but that bomb is down, and now Ravens eager for info.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes this difficult. Unfortunately, Attached just gets some bad timing right there, as a player was going to be sitting on Godheady. But look at what's coming in from Nasty. He pops that dead silence, is able to take control of 10. Now the rotation of the bomb is going to be all the way at B. Minnesota, do not read this play. This should be a free bomb plant going down for London. You have one player, Zero, who's watching that mid-map cross. He should be able to give any information of the players trying to rotate over towards A, but now in the 3v3, you have to try to retake at B.
We'll see how Minnesota elect to do this. They know that Zero's going to be in a spot similar to this. They check right. Seem stunned, but in a great spot for the moment. Current 2v3, Rocker checking behind every nook and cranny. Make sure they don't give away a player for free. Time continues to tick away, and that's only favoring London for the moment. Asim from the top now brings it to a 2v2. He's also escaped with his life, and Nasty is there for another kill. Attach a 1v2, and with 10 seconds left, this round is done.
That's just a beautiful play call right there from the Ravens. No panic at all. They knew that there was a lot of pressure from Minnesota over towards that A side. They were able to get some trophy systems, so they were going to be at that heads position, especially with the bomb being down. But they pick up the bomb. They rotate it all the way back towards B. Great play from Nasty on taking the map over on that side to allow his teammates to get the bomb down. And then in the 2v3, they played it beautifully. No one panicked. Everybody was just holding up. It was all up to Nasty and Asim. Asim finds the first, Nasty with the trade, and then the 2v1, you're just pouncing them. Perfect round right there from the Ravens to go up 2-0.
And obviously, Jay, we saw them win the opening hard point. So, of course, the hard point's looking better, but this is very well coordinated search and destroy throughout these first 2 rounds from Ravens. It felt like yesterday, while they did get pretty overwhelmed by Toronto Ultra, it felt like oftentimes it was mistakes that ended up causing the issues. You can already see them after one series starting to adapt, starting to figure things out. It's a bomb drop. They're trying to play around Bance's dead silence here for Rocker as he goes hunting and does not spot a single thing. Only problem being is that there is in fact a player here, Jay.
Yeah, once you get that information that the door is open, you have to know that there's someone in this position. As Bance is slowly trying to creep up, Scrap is waiting for the gunfight, and unfortunately he cannot win it. Headshot multiplier comes in a little bit right there for Bance. That's going to be the second first blood of the map for Minnesota, but Nasty immediately there for the trade. Now in a 3v3, you still have to get this bomb down. It's going to go down at B.
Yeah, that's an annoying pick if you're Rocker. Able to get the bomb down at the very least. So the exact same situation, a mirror of the round previously, but sides do flip. We'll see how London now looks to try and retake this. A few players toward the back alley, and it could be on to Afro. He's going to have to make the pick. Big spot for him, facing off against the old roster, the old SMG duo, and Nasty. Can he come away with the gunfight? As time ticks away, they've got to make their way inside of 10. Nasty, here he comes. However, the challenge is good from Afro. It is good from Cammy and Rocker. Lock it down, their first round here in Search and Destroy.
That was a perfect timing play right there from Minnesota to attack when they did, because if you are London right there, you have to just slow it down. Everybody hold the pre-aim, because Nasty was going to be the playmaker. If you don't peek back alley and give that first blood to Afro, he's going to be able to get that kill. Probably a totally different round if you just play a little bit more patient if you are the Ravens. But Minnesota, with great plays from their SMGs, are able to pop that dead silence, take control of that B site, get it down, and then close out the round with 3 straight kills. Finally get one on the board.
Gotta feel good, especially after a hardpoint loss like that. You're just trying to get that out of sight, out of mind. Get at least one W on the board here in Search, and they're able to do that. It's been all about the B site, late plants over on the top side of the map. However, back to the Cantina we go. No pickings just yet, but take a look right now at Bance. He has already made his way toward the outside. Got a fresh cut. The barbershop he goes, but Scraps gotta pay the piper. Nice pick there for Matty Marshall.
That was a beautiful pick right there for Mr. Matty Marshall. I'm so happy Scraps is back. One of my good friends. Happy to see him back in the league as Asim finds a second. Now in a 4v2, Bomb's gonna be able to get planted down towards A. Minnesota are both sitting at tunnel. They have to try to at least find an opening kill, not allow this bomb to go down. But now it's a little bit more difficult. Oh, that's why they weren't playing for the trade, because Attach has a sniper pistol. 35 seconds to work with.
And it's kind of like Afro. Do something for me, man, please.
Yeah, you gotta go in front of him.
Oh, and there it is. Okay, well, it's at least a pick. He does have to sacrifice his teammate in the end, but pistol out. And yeah, that round was never going to be easy. A 4v2, you got the pistol out, and everybody is hiding. A great rounded response there from London. And I don't know about you, Jay. Like, this doesn't really have to do with the ending gunfight, but it just feels like Asim is guaranteed a kill and a half. Like, it just feels like he's guaranteed a kill every single Search and Destroy round. I know he gets picked here, which isn't, you know, the best example, but he does find one. Like, he finds 2 in the round. This guy is playing some amazing COD. By the way, Atlanta Face, Seattle Search. Can't wait for that series.
Oh, that's going to be a good one, man. That's going to be a good one. But right there, the Ravens, they just played it beautifully. So far, their constant is throwing attacks over towards that A site. Right there, Minnesota simply did not have anything to work with. No trophy systems, and that's what you allow to take full control of Cantinas. Afro, this time around, though, is able to find that first blood. Aggression from Asim. He's actually going to get caught out. As Zero does find 1. Scraps finds 2. So now it's going to be a 2v2. What was just a 4v2 turns into a 2v2, making it 2v1. What is Minnesota doing?
When it's all on to Benjamin. Very familiar with the 2 guys that are on the other side of the stage, by the way. All 3 of these guys coming up around the same time. A lot of history here. in a much needed round. We talked about the weight on Minnesota's shoulders. They need a W today, and in rounds like this, it can mean everything. A big 1v2, but Zero able to cut him down. He's getting hype, and London continue to elevate their lead.
That was a 2v4 by the ARs on the side of the Ravens. Scrap and Zero just work their way through middle of the map. Zero finds the first, Scrap finds the second, and Zero finds the third. That's just a very tough round right there if you are Minnesota, because you get the first blood, but you simply just don't put that bomb down. You don't have a position to work that bomb, and you give up a bunch of 1v1 gunfights to allow the Ravens to clutch up on the round. This map is starting to get away from Minnesota. Ravens are looking a step ahead so far in the search and destroy. Now 2 rounds away from going up 2-0 in the series.
And it was a risky pick, right, for Rocker to even play this Mercado in the first place, given that they don't have any official match experience on it. We thought, well, we hope to God that they've been scrimmaging this, at least working on it. But right now, London has had their number so far throughout this search, even though Minnesota has found themselves early in these rounds with the man advantage. London's been able to drop him. Minute off the clock. And it is another attack over toward this B site. And hunting for info, sniffing for information right now. Really, as both rosters, as Ravens very carefully start to find their way inside of 10.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of information that there's not a single player from Minnesota, at least close towards this B site. 2 players ready for a gunfight towards back alley. Ace him with the shoulders. Ace able to pick up that information. Cammy does at least spot 1 player through the middle of the map as well. But time is starting to tick. Benjamin Bance is the player currently sitting at A. I would love to see him hit a late flank, but Nasty, he finds the first blood.
Over to see him. He's able to stay alive. He's got the information on Attach, and without really having a ton of teammate support, Attach has to back up. Bance gets traded on out. It's on to Afro and Attach now to come away with this. Afro does have sight here onto this bomb, but Scraps with 1, Scraps with 2. Welcome back to the CDL. Maddie Marshall putting another nail in the coffin here in this search and destroy. Another crucial moment and another big time play. And he's laughing, Jay. He's feeling good.
He's feeling great, man. I'll be feeling great too if I'm up 1-0 in the series and up 5-1 in the game 2 search and destroy. They're just completely outclassing Minnesota right now. Right now, Minnesota don't have anyone playing over towards that B site. They're consistently playing for that retake, but the Ravens are not rushing the bomb plant. They're playing for their kills. Great work from them to put themselves at game point. Minnesota now had to play flawless search and destroy to try to take this one back. And the way that London are playing super confident, once again aggressive through the middle of the map.
Over to that, surely he's got a guaranteed kill. Yes, he does. Shuts down his scene, but this is a tall mountain to climb, my friend. You're down 5-1. You're on a map that, again, as we said, they have no experience on in official CDL matches. But they do start things off with the first blood. Again, who knows how valuable that really is considering all the statistics, but a nice little trade ends up going either which way. Another pick in the back there for Attach. He also puts a few bullets there into Scraps as well. So information found, and there is surely no way Rocker lose this.
There's no way. There's no way Rocker should lose this round. 3v1. Scrap doesn't have that silence. All right, the trade is there. 2 people were ready for the gunfight. Minnesota get the first blood. 3 kills on the round for Attach. Great player to watch that flank. And then it rotates back towards that RV side, towards back parking lot. Jumps up on a little car. Finds that angle to cut down 2 players from the middle of the map. That was a great round right there from Minnesota. Now they just have to find an answer on the defensive side. London are just keeping them on their toes. Super aggressive towards A1 round when they're using their attacks. And then dead silence popped over towards B. If I'm Minnesota, I'm at least sending 1 player in towards 10. You got to get a trophy down towards Hedge. Have 1 player watching towards mid and just try to be aggressive in towards Cantina. Just pick up some information right here.
See if we can find the intel. Dance the first player forward. Eager to cross that 50-yard line. And as he does so, dead silence pop. You get some information. Nice tags there on to Nasty. The great team shots is Bance.
Play.
Able to find 2. The great coordination there for Rocker. They work off the info. They play off the dead silence, and it's about to be 3 for Bance. He at least gets the assist. All on to Scraps. Another clutching situation as Rocker carefully start to stream their way back into the S&D.
Scrap, he's so delusional. A teammate does come in. Oh, that could have got scary. could have got scary. He had the first guy at hedge, one shot. He picks up the second kill. A team kill comes in. It could have turned into a 1v1. But Minnesota able to clutch up on the round. Great trophy system placement over there towards hedge. Allows Bance to get pushed up towards Cantinas. Jump up on the window ledge. Finds 2 kills. Almost 3. To eventually secure the round for Minnesota. Slowly starting to fight back. Starting to understand this map a little bit more, it seems.
It seems, right? It seems that they're like, okay, this is how Mercado works. We want to play off Denny. We want to try to play for picks over toward the top side of the Cantina. But now back toward the attack they go. And well, Bance, at least for our side, or rather for our side, just decides to headbutt a wall. Jay, he is a man on a mission. He's not messing around. And there you go. Afro, another early pick. You got to see him off the board. And that is a great sign if you're a Minnesota fan.
Great sign. Another first blood going in their favor. So now you have the man advantage. You can potentially work towards this A plant, but you still have attachers watching that late flank because you have one player in Scraps committed with that dead silence. Does he check the spot? He does, but Attach wins the gunfight. Damn, he finds a third. Bomb is getting planted. All of the nasty into 1v3. 1v2. Starts off after the 1v4, but now he has 40 seconds to work with.
Time continues to tick. Nasty. Plan for picks. He's got dead silence. 25 seconds to go. Can he put Minnesota away? If he's able to string a few rounds together to detach spot defeat, he very well could have. Here comes the gun engagement. Nasty having to find the pick. Not able to do so. Rocker, hold on. As Nasty gave it his best effort, he's at least able to take away 2. But you can see it on his face. Jay Nasty is not happy. But how many rounds that they've allowed to go the opposite way from 5 to 1 now to 5 to 4. Jay, if you're the comms, if you're in the comms for London, what are you saying right now to keep the guys composed?
Let's all 4 hit A. That's literally the game plan right here. Everyone throw your attacks right on over. Let's try to at least blow up their trophy systems because they're only going to have a maximum of 1. So blow it up. Hit 4 towards A. Let's get this bomb down. Let's win the trade gunfights. Let's close it out right here.
Ravens, listening to you. They do it indeed. Let's all hit A. Let's get this bomb down and make Rocker come to us. Asim started off great. I believe he's lost his last 4 or 5 fights in a row. Now it's 7-7. Can he be the difference maker? Maybe to jump over from the top side of the roof. His bomb gets planted onto the retake. Go Rocker. All 8 players still alive.
And Rocker, it's looking like they're gonna have 2 players trying to attack through Barbershop. It's gonna be all on 0. He gets the information on 1. He's able to at least spot the second. He finds first. All you want to do is play your life, get the trophy down. Unfortunately, this nade is too strong from Benjamin Bance. At least makes it a 3v3. Now the trades have to come in. Asim does find 1. 2v2.
And then 2v2 with 10 seconds to go. Asim loses the fight, and now it's all on to Nasty. He's got time at his side, and he will be able to walk away with the clutch. Not enough time there for Bance, and the Ravens narrowly are able to hold off what very well could have been a breakdown. From 5 to 1, Rocker came fighting back, but London closed the door once again, and now find themselves up comfortably 2-0.
Almost got a little scary towards the end of this search and destroy, but London to do exactly what was needed for attack towards A. You know, Minnesota probably do not have a trophy system to work with. They gave up hedges. Once you give up hedges, you basically give up a free bomb plant. They didn't even try to show presence in towards middle at tunnel to try to shut down that aggressive play. They were just setting a 2-2 split. They allowed that bomb to go down, and it's very difficult to break over towards that A point. And especially if you think about hardpoint as well, we have 2 hardpoints in that side of the map, and those are very difficult to break as well. Minnesota just didn't have the proper game plan. It definitely showed because this is the first time that they played this search and destroy. But unfortunately, they do get a couple rounds, just not enough. Now find themselves down 2-0 in the series. Ravens are riding the high. They're feeling great.
They are indeed, man. You've got to feel fantastic if you're Ravens. I mean, granted, you definitely let a few rounds go, so maybe not as hype as I'm sure they would have been if they would have closed it out like in round 7 or round 8, but they do it in 10. I know we talked a lot about the first blood. That seems to be the primary culprit behind Minnesota's lack of S&D. Yesterday, Jay, they won the first blood battle, but still lost to Boston. They win the first blood battle here on Mercado, and now they lose it again to Ravens. That is now 7 search and destroys lost in a row. I mean, is there a certain thing that you're looking at right now for Minnesota in terms of what could be the issue in terms of these S&Ds?
It's just their game plan, man. Like, you gotta know that you cannot try to retake over towards that B site without a single player towards 10. They were sending 2 players towards back alley, at least trying to get that player out of top window. Once he throws a shoulder and picks up that information, they're no longer gonna peek it. They only had Cammy, who was sitting dark elbow, and he was watching that cross towards bomb, but he's not gonna be able to pick up that kill. They were able to work towards either site whenever they wanted to, and Minnesota just simply could not be on their toes. They just were not ready for the pushes, and London took advantage.
They take advantage, and now they're flying high coming into this game number 3, up 2-0 in the series. Will Rocker wake up in danger of going not just winless through week number 1, but maybe mapless when it comes down to their opening week here in Major number 2? Make sure to stay with us, folks, as we're headed to Fortress Control for Game 3.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. You can see a nice little shot of our production team doing an incredible job. We love our team over at EE. Hi, Bob, indeed. Jay, I'll tell you what, man, we're getting ready to jump into this game number 3. Rocker right now find themselves down 0-2, one map away from not winning a single map, going 0-6 in maps to kick off their Major 2 performance. I mean, give me a level of urgency. Like, give me a level of urgency right now for Rocker fans. What does this map number 3 mean right now for them?
This map is everything, because you got to keep in mind there's a couple free agents right there that are currently not on a starting lineup that are trying to get back into the league, that are definitely looking for a spot. Minnesota have not been able to perform in the respawns. They're S&D, they're currently on a 7-game losing streak, and now they have to respond in this series by trying to complete a reverse sweep. They do play a couple fortress controls compared to London, who have yet to play this map. But already London off to a good start. They're able to get out of that trap. Almost first ticket A is about to be complete.
I mean, if Ravens as well are able to get off to a great start, walk away with this opening attack, that could be dire. Not just a must-win series, a must-win map, but a must-win round potentially already for Rocker as London continue to chip away over at that A zone already. Right now, it's Nasty and Zero, the longtime duo here on Ravens, that are now able to put the second tick away as well. And here come the reinforcements from the Ravens too. Scraps now here to join alongside. It's the great trade that ends up working again for London. Zero still here, and this is about to be a cap.
Oh, it's about to be a cap unless Benjamin Bands has something to say about it. He's able to at least find to relieve some of that pressure over towards that A point and not allow that time to extend by a minute. Minnesota, they get the break. They only allow 2 segments done. So now if you are Minnesota, it's all about playing for this trap. All of London trying to break out towards the left side of Stables. They're fully prepared for it. If you're London, you just have to at least find a couple kills to get out.
So just trying to get inside of maps, like get a little bit of a checkpoint, but Afro, a position where he absolutely can see a ton of success trying to get going versus his old roster as well. You got to talk about it. Spent the opening or the end of a season on Cold War, the entire year Vanguard with this franchise, trying to show that he is up to bigger and better things. However, he gets cut away. Regardless of that, Bance finds himself on the 5 spree. Lives are up and life is good right now for Rocker. 15 seconds still to go. London, one last good push potentially.
Yeah, one last push. They have to just try to get out of their base, try to touch over towards that A point and try to close that one out. But Minnesota, they have it on lockdown. One player is going to be able to belly flop on out, make his way in towards bottom arc. But it's only 3 seconds left. You have to at least stop that clock by getting on the point. Asim might have just made the play. Asim and Scrap are able to get out towards doubles. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. A is going to be done and dusted. London, they get out.
How in the world did they just pull that off? And Nasty, okay, I was going to say, he is already over at the gallows. Asim just made the play, and now he's got the knife out as well. Oh my goodness, he is going hunting right now for the Rocker as they do eventually cap that point. Zero's going for drop shots. Ravens not going to hand this one away. That is a frustrating moment if you are Minnesota. They look great to still walk away with the round, but that third tick, that third segment that they give away could cause some problems as the rest of this control will begin to flow on through. But 4 more lives to go for London, and they're about to be found out. Waving the white flag, but still waving it proudly, Jay. They did what a lot of teams can't do out here on Fortress. They at least capped the point.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to at least complete any of these points on Fortress control. But when you allow Asim to just belly flop out of top maps, he makes his way in towards bottom arc. He hits a perfect route to find that initial kill, and then Scrap finds that kill in towards top double windows. Once you allow that to happen, there was only 1 player left on that A point. You take him down, you get 3 dead. At least you're able to close out and earn 3 segments. So now if you are London, you've put yourself in the driver's seat. You just need a dominant defensive round. You're basically going to set yourself up all the way in that round number 5 if you get there with defense.
It's so funny too, Jay, because we're like, you know what, Minnesota, like, pretty decent attacking team here on Fortress control at
11%.
We're talking about coming into the series. We're like, you know, they're like top 5 in like offenses, and they have 11%. That's how Fortress
4th overall. That's unbelievable.
They're in the double-digit range. Not many teams can say that. We'll see if they can show off that 1 out of 10 percentage here on attack, but see what they've got up their sleeves. Into round number 2 we go. A solid round from London off the rip, despite what the scoreboard may tell you. The Scraps trying to get going over toward that A zone. Now finds himself on the 2 spree, and it is great shot so far from the Tax on the opposite end. The boys sporting white today, looking fantastic. Cammy's at least able to take away 2, and this could be the opening now for Minnesota.
This could be an opening, but you still have one player in Scraps who's watching that crossover towards that B point. 2 players are able to push over towards close arch, so it's going to be on Asum. He's going to be super aggressive, and he actually gets picked off. So now Minnesota able to slow down that time, stop that time, and get over towards that B segment. You have all of London spawning on the opposite side. They're just going to be super aggressive towards this side. They know how important these segments are, and London, they're not going to give them up easy.
God.
That's going to be 2 dead in the feed. Attached last player up. Farthest pushed up on the map. All you have to do is just play your life. Just try to play a couple kills so you can allow your teammates to get out the track.
Yeah, I feel like Minnesota did everything right. They're able to siphon their way in toward that B zone. They end up losing a few valuable fights, and so Itachi's going to put the AR away and can put the Vaznep to good use. At least opens things up, but Cammy drops. And with 15 seconds left for Rocker, this is now a bit of desperation time.
It is.
They've got to get going here over at A. Vance able to take away another. Off to a great start here on Fortress Control, as they will just manage to get that first capture in. Scraps puts away another 2. Attaches here. He will drop. Rocker players, I don't think they're going to have the ability to get to either of these zones, especially if the scene has something to say about it. And no, they will not. Rocker get cut away, and they only have 1 segment to speak of.
Just a perfect defensive round from Ravens to not go a clean 3 to 4 dead. That's when you allow Minnesota to start roaming your base, being nuisance in your art, and playing for kills, but they always kept the kills stagnant. Great job from Asum, great job from Scraps to always find a kill when it was needed the most. They only allow 1 segment, so that still puts them up by 2. If you are the Ravens, what you want to do right here in this round is to simply try to close out that A point once again. You do that, you're going to guarantee yourself that round 5 defense. And just the way that they're playing right now, pure momentum all on their side. Up 2-0 in this series. Everybody's calming. Everybody's fired up. Minnesota need a dominant defensive round to respond right here.
They absolutely do. Ali touched on it coming into this series. Ravens very much are a momentum-based team, and right now they are flying high. But what a round 3 would mean for them, at least to have a solid moment, grab a few more ticks, put this lead that much more out of the visuals of Minnesota. As here we go into round number 3. Cammy trying to get things going. A bit of a slow respawn so far for him at 9 and 13. Able to put 2 away. Able to assist on the 3rd. Rocker quickly put them into full Nelson. Nobody yet to drop, and now Ravens in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, you have to try to break out, at least open up with the kill if you are the Ravens. It's all about fighting for this map control right off the rip, though. It's going to be Nasty Nason trying to attack it, but Afro, the cutoff man, is able to at least find 2. The stun is going to connect. He goes for the chow, and Afro is able to find the 3rd on a 5 streak and potentially pick up a cruise missile if he picks up 1 more kill. But Minnesota, a very, very dominant defensive round so far. Only 30 seconds left. Attached snaking all around the statue. That's another 3 dead in the feed.
Nobody's died,
looking
Jay.
like London. I'm not going to get out. Nobody has dropped. This
Nobody
is perfect.
has died from Rocker. Are we
This
about
is literally
to see
a perfect defensive round.
Are we about to see if there's no way? There's no way that they somehow
Don't let him get it.
Don't die, Vance. Oh, for God's sake, they gave away 1 kill. It's spoiled. It's ruined. Not at all. That is picture perfect control here on the defensive end for Rocker. 2 players die. That is it. And Nasty's about to shed a tear.
Yeah, he's just like Fortress attacking side. Like, we couldn't get a kill. Like, it's very, very difficult. Yeah, my KD at the end of this map is probably not going to be the best for the very first time that we're playing. But it's totally fine. If you are the Ravens, all you needed to respond right here is to not allow 2 segments to go in favor of Minnesota, because I'm pretty sure in slaying right now, it's going to go in favor of Minnesota. If they get 2 segments, Minnesota will guarantee themselves that defensive round. You just have to respond with a great defensive round the way that Minnesota just did. And it's looking like with the trophy system placement, they're super aggressive out towards this B point. It's all going to fall into the hands of one guy, Mr. Trey Zero. What can you do?
Trey Boy Cardi, we'll see what he can do toward the back. Has a bit of assistance, and he'll handle the work just fine. Attach.
3 dead, 4.
In a very difficult position. The high risk, high reward play does not pan out there for Minnesota, and now the roles are reversed once more. Even team kills happen to be coming in. Afro's taking everybody down. Jay, if you get in front of his line of sight, he's taking you down regardless. of what team that you're on. But Ravens, a bit of payback now as they sit on the defensive end, Jay.
Yeah, they have them in the trap right now. You have two players at least causing problems in towards Maps. Aesum finds himself on a 6-3. And with only 40 seconds left, now you have a cruise missile to work with if you are the Ravens. Just have to continue to hold strong for the remaining time in this round. And defense is going to be yours going into this round number 5. Vance at least finds that opening kill onto Scraps, and Afro finds a second. So this might be the potential opening for Minnesota.
Oh, it very well could be. Only one player, I believe, escapes the carnage. If you are Rocker, that's going to be attached. And really with his lane opened up, it is all about headed toward B. Scraps aware of the movement, able to cut him away. Rocker with a bit of map positioning, though, are able to at least pause the time for the moment. As long as you got a foot in that objective, you can stop the time, halt it for the moment. And Afro able to come away with a great kill onto 0, helping siphon his teammates now into that B zone. One tick
give up the second
Rocker's
stick.
still here. They're still fighting for it. In London, they've got to go if they want to try to break this.
You got to go now. If you are London, you cannot allow this B point to get away from you, or you will have the attacking round going into that round number 5. Scrap does at least find 2. They still gonna have a couple bodies here. Last player up is attached, and at least Minnesota do a great job of just finding a couple kills and those 2 segments. So now it's all gonna come down to the kills. Whoever was able to outslay more in this map number 3 is gonna be able to get that defensive round number 5. I'm just thinking the way that Minnesota dominated on the defensive round, it was 21-13 at the end of this round. I think Minnesota did just enough to secure that defense.
Should I flip a coin, Jay?
Nope, I don't think so. If my math is correct, Minnesota got it.
All right, I trust you. I trust you. No coin flip needed. I mean, who carries change anyway, to be honest with you?
I
Nowadays.
do, I think.
Do you really?
No, I'm capping. No.
I was going to say, like, prove it. Prove it. Prove that you got some pennies in those pockets.
Nope, ain't got nothing, brother.
There's no shot. There's no shot. Round 5, who's it going to be? Oh, boy. It is going to be London on the attack. Jay was right, and who could doubt him? He's a liar when it comes to change, though. That's all that I need to know. Round 5, into it we go. We have seen some unbelievably dominant defensive rounds. Can the Ravens, when they have to, clutch up and close out the series? All eyes on them and all eyes on the SMG superstar, the Phenom in Afro, as he's erupting right now versus the old lineup, versus the old roster. Trying to put a bit of concern in the back of their minds as London very carefully start to make their way through top maps.
Gotta just find a couple kills, and Aesum is the guy to do so. He's able to find 2. They still know that Afro is in towards bottom maps. The trade does come in onto Vance. They just have to take this player down. Afro is just causing them so many problems, just staying alive in this position. They're able to get on this 8 point, but still, Minnesota is slaying around the map, not allowing anyone else to get out of this trap. As the first segment is going to be done, London, they're doing a great job of at least putting a lot of pressure over towards Stables. That one player on A is at least stopping that time, and is doing a great job of just pushing out, trying to at least find a couple kills to get out.
Yeah, it's almost like even if they're not even getting segments, just the pausing of time is incredibly helpful, but they are getting the segments nonetheless. The trophy's in, but good night to 0.
Oh my.
His trophy at least managed to stay alive for the moment, but Nasty, the quick turn on, now able to pause the time again as London have got a decent bit of map control, specifically here for Asim, as now he's going to be on 5 in a row. That A point has been captured, another minute added on to the clock, and can once more Asim be the player to make the plays. Not going to occur. Ravens 3 down in the feed and back to basics as they head right back to their spawn.
They find every single kill. Now, if you are London, you have to just try to break on out. Nasty finds 1, but the trade does come in. All of Minnesota are ready for the push through double doors. Cammy at least is able to find 1, but as long as you are Minnesota and keeping the trades going, you are setting yourself up to close out this map. 15-11 in lives remaining. That 2-piece might be the opening for London, but now you have to figure out where Vance is. As long as you stay alive, it's a great job, but he eventually gets traded, so now London, they're able to break on out.
They are indeed 12-8 currently in lives. Minute still on the clock. Ravens, you got to be careful. Cannot give away any of these picks for free. And unfortunately, it's going to take multiple waves. Multiple waves. And attach. That could be the first. Ravens still continue to hunt for information. As they find 1 kill, they start to make their way forward. That second pick is going to mean everything. However, they've lost their information. They've lost their leading man. The scout right now for Ravens is out of the picture, and so is Scraps. 0 all by his lonesome as Rocker return. And now it is all about holding on if you're Minnesota, and boy, do you look good to do so. 3 more players left.
3 more players left. There's no way Minnesota are able to choke this one. Oh, as the flank is coming in from the best SMG in the game. He just puts on an absolute clinic from start to finish of this control. London had a great first attacking round by completing that A segment. They hold Minnesota to only 1 on their very first attacking round. But then when you allow Minnesota in that final 30 seconds on their second attacking round to get over towards B, complete those 2 segments with the defensive round that they had with only 2 players dropping, they were able to secure that defense going into round number 5. Minnesota stay alive in this series. And look at that, 30 non-traded kills. Like, that is the most annoying thing possible if you're playing against that, because every single time that guy is either finding 1 or a 2-piece and no one can find a trade in him. That's unreal.
Defensive kills. You know where all of those were coming from, which is over inside of maps. London not able to take down their former squad mate. As tell you what, man, I'm sure there's a watch party somewhere for Rocker fans, and they just let out a giant sigh of relief at the fact that they're at least able to stay alive for the moment. The tears and the beers will at least hold off for the time. But it does feel like, man, I mean, Minnesota started to grab their footing. We talked yesterday about how, at least in the opening hard point, Afro was a little bit slow. Granted, I know it's on defense, it's here on Fortress. You expect for an SMG to go off, but he has a excellent performance. It felt like at times you saw Tatch go on sprees. Vance had his moments without a doubt. Could it be the moment? Could it be the moment where Rocker finally wakes up and starts to get a bit of momentum flowing as they're able to lock things up here in the control? And now, Jay, I mean, tell you what, Hotel Hardpoint, things have changed up with the spawns. Talk to me about it, man. How do you feel about both these lineups coming into game 4?
Well, both of these squads, they do have some experience. Finally, a map where both of these teams have been able to play 1-1 in favor of the London Royal Ravens, and then 1-2 for Minnesota. The biggest thing that stands out when I was looking at the numbers, that Minnesota are #1 in rotation win percentage. They are 11th in hold percentage, though, and 10th in breaking. So that basically tells you they get the spawns, but they're not winning any gunfights to close out some of these hills. And then on the opposite side for London, it's kind of terrible. They are last in rotation win percentage and also last in break percentage. They are 3rd in hold percentage, but you have to make sure you're getting for those favorable spawns. On a map like Hotel, where spawns have changed a little bit, what used to be a money hill at P2, you have to consistently make sure you have one player in towards the back, because if you let a player slip through broken, or at least push through back spa, then the spawns are going to flip. You just have to be aware that split spawns do come in, parallel spawns do come in. Yeah. And this is going to be an absolute battle in this map number 4. I think Minnesota, I think they got some life, man. I think Minnesota probably going to walk away with this game number 4, and we're probably going to have another game 5.
I'm eager to see it, man. I really am. Like, I think for Rocker, I would hope, I would imagine, right, coming into that control, you did have a little bit of a commercial break on our end. The players had the chance to kind of sit around and talk about things. The coaching staff comes in, and I don't know, man. I'm hoping that there was a decent halftime speech, if you will, to the team. Like, hey, we have to win this game for obvious reasons. They're able to deliver. I mean, if you're talking about a certain matchup coming into this hard point, players to look out for London, players to look out here for Minnesota, who should the fans be watching out for specifically?
Oh, without question, it's going to be the battle of ASIM versus Afro. Like, Afro's feeling great after that map number 3. We saw what ASIM was able to do on map number 1. Those SMGs are going to have a battle for spawns, for cheeky corners, just putting yourself in positions to at least block a spawn or at least set up a pinch. Both of those guys are very, very intense playmakers, and whoever walks away with more plays at the end of the day is going to be able to take the map.
Yeah, again, a huge situation for both of these lineups. We came in talking about how somebody's going to finish 0-2 to kick off their Major 2 campaign here in the qualifiers. Ravens off the roster change. They brought in a player named Scraps that a lot of COD fans are familiar with. At one point, one of the best players in the game. He's made his return, and now he's trying to put a W up on the board here for a franchise that he once played for back in the opening year of the CDL. And the other side for Minnesota, man, like, this would be terrifying. Like, if they come in, they win that control, but they just drop this hard point, we totally forget, right? We're going to totally forget about that last control that they just managed to take, and we're going to say, my God, Minnesota through the first week has only won one map They've not won a single series. Panic is still there for Rocker, and who knows, maybe it could be for Ravens if they allow for the opener of this HP to go a bit the other direction. But hotel we go, buddy. I absolutely love this map, by the way.
Same.
This is what is it best map in the game? Gotta be, right?
I think it's pretty up there. I think it's
so?
we got 3 different game modes on the map. It plays pretty fluent on every single rope mode. It's very, very fun. But here we go. Minnesota are going to be starting off on the better side, so they're going to be able to get some good time off of this P1. London going to put a lot of pressure over towards Dash, trying to push over towards that Couch's side. If you are London, you want to make sure you maintain this side of the map, but not give up a lot of time to Minnesota.
So they look to do that. Afro already strutting to kick off this hotel HP. He's been given the green light, and he is going to kick off game number 4. Cammy trying to do what he can toward the bottom side as he eventually does get taken down inside of P1. 20 unanswered points, but 3 do come away off the board here for London. They do have the more advantageous side when we talk about spawn. Scraps in a very, very big spot, able to come away with that victory as well. All signs strong here in the reply from Ravens as they back up for P2.
That's a great response right there from the Ravens to maintain the spawn, especially the positioning right there from Scraps. He knows that they were going to be aggressive over towards Bedroom, but one player is actually going to spawn out at Bedroom. Minnesota were able to make their way all the way to the back, so now the spawns are going to flip. 2 players just trying to stay alive as long as they can. 3 players now towards the back. The pinch comes in from Cammy. Now, if you are London, what started off as a great start off, basically shot yourself in the foot by not holding those spawns. Minnesota in control of P2.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? The new spawn update. Definitely things are a little different from time to time, especially on some of these hills. Already seeing shades of it. London held the advantage off the rip. Minnesota, they win a few gunfights. Now they've got the spawns. And the biggest thing is that they've now got that lane toward the top side of the map. Yeah, well, they do lose player number 2 in Afro. It is all about Cammy. London has got to break in quick. They do so, but in doing that, Jay, they've now allowed for the next rotation to be in Rocker's favor. As now toward the kitchen we go. Minnesota still very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Minnesota so far in this game showing why they're number 1 rotating team on Hotel Hardpoint. So they're gonna be fully set up for kitchen, but their hold percentage is not the best. Cammy at least finds the first. Cammy finds the second. Big 2 pieces. Shut down that pressure coming in towards the back. Vance finds the third. Now you're fully set up for that second wave of pushes. Because now you know exactly where all of London are trying to attack from. Everyone trying to push through the front. Trying to push right through Diner. Minnesota, they're fully ready for it. This has been a perfect setup so far to grow this lead even more.
Yeah, shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge. Just the perfect POV to look at in that moment is Cammy. But however, Raven's still knocking at the door, and now it's Afro's turn. He's ready for the third. He thought about the knife. Asim still knocking, and now it's a 1v1. Cammy takes him down. It is Cam to start off, and it's Cam to close it out. Walks away with 4 over at the kitchen. The Rocker will reach that century mark as now we head in toward the bar, and Minnesota are walking away with these gunfights early, Jay. They established the SMGs. Another really feather in the cap of Rocker once more, as it's all about rotations, and again, it is them with the spawns.
Currently on a 9 kill streak as well between the couple players on Minnesota. Flawless hold at kitchen, full 60. They win the rotation battle once again over towards double desk. So you have 1 player in the back, which is going to be Afro just being a nuisance. He finds a kill. He's staying alive as long as he can. He's cutting off all the rest of the players, and London simply do not have an answer. This has been a flawless hard point so far from Minnesota. Almost an 100-point lead. Looking like momentum is starting to shift.
It is indeed, my friend. It is indeed attached now on 4. Everybody and their mother is going to have a streak to work with.
Oh, man.
Oh, he just wants to see the hard point. He just wants to know what it's like to get some points on the board. And Attach is making him pay. Afro eventually does fall, so does Attach, but the lead has been established. Rocker, it is fair to say, have woken up, now up by 120 seconds as we head in toward Restaurant. I feel like we're beating a dead horse, Jay, but Ravens, you gotta get a hold here.
Yeah, at least Ravens, this is the first time around for any hard point in this map so far where they actually have the favorable spawns. They win the rotation. They are 3rd overall on this map in hold percentage, and it so far showed on that first push. All of Minnesota trying to push out through Broken, trying to attack through the middle of the map, but Asim, he's the cutoff man. He at least finds off one. to relieve some of that pressure, but this has been a great hope from London to sort of get themselves back into this game, slowly starting to take away this deficit of almost 80 points with a great hold on Diner. Now it's all going to come down to this rotation. Minnesota, they chalk it up. They're all going to try to push out through middle Jacuzzi. You have also one player who's going to push out towards top plat. Afro's going to have a huge one-on-one.
Big 1v1, bottom side of the screen. Player 6 versus player 2. Nasty v Afro. What a duel this would be. Prior teammates. Maybe about to be an engagement in Afro. He's got a lot to do. He's got his hands pretty much full. His Nasty's there to walk away with the early seconds. Problem being is that one of the main pillars of this Raven setup did eventually drop. So Asim is going to be in the midst of a pinch. 2 players out of the picture again for London over at the kitchen. So looks like for Rocker, well, they haven't had the man advantage. They've at least done a good job of getting the map positioning. Knocking on the door as Nasty now enters in towards 6 kills in a row. A cruise missile to earn. While things do get dicey, it looks to be another prime HP here for London.
It could have been a prime HP, but right there, Nasty was sitting at back steps, just gave up the first 20 seconds on that point. You were only able to get about 5 to 6 seconds, and now they're able to contest it at least from the front. Asim is trying to stay alive as long as he can. They breached that 100-point mark, so London have been able to get themselves right back into this game by winning the rotations. They maintain the backside of this P6 hill, control the spawns, and now are only going to be down by 40 points. Now going into a P1, do the same exact thing you did the first go around, but maintain those spawns going into the next.
You can see Nasty and Scraps right now. Nasty and Scraps have been trying to work together. A few unfortunate team kills have come through to make this one that much more dicey. I mean, do your best. Do your best to try to figure out how the spawns are going to look. We got players all over the map. Okay, it's been decided. It has been decided. Rocker put their foot down, cut down 4, and now have got themselves inside a P1. But a few of those pesky London players again try to force the issue toward the spawns. The battles continue, but it's Rocker still with the lead. London cut down a few, and it's trade after trade after trade now, Jay. Both teams exchanging lights as Cammy erupts for a few himself.
It's big kills coming in from the Cam, man. Able to find all 4 kills in the feed for Minnesota. Now you see those spawns flip. Minnesota fully set up for this P2. Vance finds one. Afro finds a kill over towards Spy. Now this requires a break from the Ravens where they are dead last on this map. Gonna have a 2-2 split. This is where you have to invest this cruise missile. Hopefully no one has any trophy systems abound. Can he pick up a kill? Yes, he does. Might be the start for London to try to get the break.
It could be the opener. However, it seems down. Scraps has also been lost. It's on to 0, and well, it's all about him. I was gonna say for a moment, he had a little bit of teammate support. However, received quickly off the spawn. 30 seconds to go. Ravens with a sense of urgency, desperately trying to push their way on forward, but it is another squad wipe. It's another 3-4 down as Rocker continue to dominate across the map. And Bance has got some intel there on the Scraps as well, trying to cause some havoc in the back of the base. And as long as he stays here, it is a headache and a half to deal with if you're London. Now toward the kitchen we go. But you can just take a look at that scoreboard, man. It's not going to be easy. And Afro, he starts things off with 2. Starts it off with 3. Goodness sake.
Oh, that's a breakdown right there from the Ravens. The fact that Bance was able to stay alive as long as he can. Ravens committed multiple players to try to take him down. When you do that, you leave the opening for Afro to get the pinch. Afro was able to find 3. Only 5 seconds away from Minnesota calling map.
Yeah, this is about to be done, a 1v1.
It's over. It's over.
Of course, it's Afro to seal the deal. Closes things out on an 8 spree. As Rocker, once again, have elevated themselves and climbed out of this hole. Out of what very well could have been an early exit in this series, they've now won back-to-back. And we've got ourselves a game 5 again, actually, to kick off this day, Jay.
They were just in control from start to finish. Rotation win after rotation win. On the very first rotation of hard points, they run the rotation to P2, P3, and P4. That's what, when you grow a lead the way that they did by almost 120 points, you got a little bit of a cushion to give up a couple points at some of these hills, especially that P6. But they always had a response on that P1. They just dominated the P2. They were making sure that they had everything cut off. One player in Afro was cutting off Spa. Then you have Bands cutting off towards Broken. broken. They knew that no players are going to spawn in towards the back. It was just a flawless hard point from Minnesota, winning their rotations, holding down their hard points, and getting a nice, comfortable win on this map number 4 to force that game 5.
Yeah, as we take a look at all the stat lines for every single player there for a moment, all 8, the one that I highlighted most was Cammy, right? He's been having a ton of question marks around him. Yesterday did not look good versus Boston Breach, put up a .59 in that series. Played well in the Fortress control and plays fantastic here on the Hotel Hardpoint. Had a number of different sprees, but specifically, I think it was that P3 on the first side, cuts away like 4 or 5 players in a row, nets his team another Hardpoint rotation win, and helps elevate themselves to another respawn victory. Jay, you called it, man. You said, hey, coming into this map, I'm feeling Minnesota. And once again, my friend, you are right. Do you have a quick call before we throw it to a commercial break for this game 5? Anybody?
I think I'm taking Minnesota. They end the 7-game loser streak at Search and Destroy.
It's got to happen, right? It's got to happen at some point. London fans, it's getting scary. It's getting a little bit dicey. Both teams, both fan bases, absolutely terrified coming into this game 5. But for spectators like us, it's an absolute treat. We're going to go throw it to a quick little break. Fortress S&D when we come back after this.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major 2 in Boston.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to Major number 2. We're in the midst of a fantastic series going down between Minnesota and London. We've got ourselves a good old Game 5, Jay. It's our first Game 5 of the year, and we're headed to a good old Fortress where it does not get much more intense than this. Everybody knows we are going. You're going toward the gallows, and somebody, Jay, is starting off 0-2 here in Major 2. Somebody's not going to have a great day. Somebody's not having a great day today.
Yeah. If you're in London right now, the pressure is definitely on you. You were up 2-0 in this series. You have to try to close it out all the way into Game 5 in a map that Minnesota have yet to play on the season. Biggest thing that stands out for me, though, when I'm looking at the London stats is that on their attacking rounds, they are 20% at getting first blood. When they get that first blood, it's only a 50% win rate. So you have to make sure you're just putting a lot of pressure if you are London. First blood this time around, though, is going to go in favor of Minnesota. They haven't played this map, but getting a first blood is exactly how you want to start if you are Rocker.
Nice plays from Attach. Wisely puts that nade back in his pocket. Don't know how that's possible, but he somehow manages to do it. Tosses it away, and somehow Scraps manages to find that pick there onto Cammy. So a great little reply there out of the Ravens as we've got a minute to go. Still a lot of time on the clock, but quite a bit of information still to be found as everybody very eagerly stops their pace. He puts the controllers down for a moment. He starts to focus on what is inevitably going to be a quick team fight.
Yeah, Minnesota do not want to cross. That bomb is going to be down. Vance is able to pick it on up. Afro does get a couple of sound cues, but Vance is going to go for the challenge. He at least finds the first. Afro with the assistance. But went from a 3v3 is out. All left up to Nasty in the 2v1. You have to at least take this player off site.
Just if he comes from that window, that could be the best position possible for him, but the timing is going to go his way. Oh my God, Vance stays alive on the bomb. Nasty wisely decides to back on up. He's got every single angle to choose from. Vance gets the plant down. And can he escape with his life? Is Nasty going to choose correctly? Yes, he does. A big clutch there for Byron. Walks away with the 1v2 and puts London up 1-0.
What a route right there from Nasty. He pops that dead silence, flanks out to the back windows, finds that first kill. I thought he was going to be able to find that second onto Bance, but he does not panic. He wraps his way all the way around to find themselves at open arch. Bance does not know anywhere. Doesn't have any information of where he could potentially be. So he just gets caught with his pants down. Nasty with a great clutch for the Ravens to now go up 1-0.
There's also a great little pick from Scraps to start it off. I mean,
yeah.
If that plant goes down for Cammy over at the gallows, that just makes your life that much more difficult for the Ravens. That pick, along with some good coordinated work just to make the numbers a little bit easier for Nasty, ends up putting them over the finish line to kick off round 1. Hot and heavy, 6 HP is... Oh my gosh. I'm just saying, what the hell? What just happened? What in God's name just happened? I saw somebody die, and then quickly it said round 1 for Ravens.
I think right there, when Scraps put down those cover fires into his top windows, he allows Asim and his SMG players to be super aggressive on the map. He just jumps right out of bottom art, finds that kill. You get P1 control. You have the crossfire set up. You know that at least one player is watching that crossover towards A. Just non-stop aggression right there to catch Minnesota off guard. What a round right there from the Ravens to now go up 2-0.
Well, all right. That
was quick, man.
That definitely sets the tone. I mean, round 1, Ravens had a very aggressive play over at A, so they've wanted to get the pace intensified here in this search and destroy. The same thing can be said for Rasim. Goes for a quick little pull-up. Oh, and he's back to basics. He is just dancing all around Fortress. How is he doing this? How in the world is he doing this? Okay, doesn't work out. It was a solid attempt at the least. I gave it a 10 out of 10, but Vance able to find the first blood. He was great in the opening duels on Mercado despite the loss there for Minnesota. But now it is time to get that objective down. That is the straight up focus right now for Minnesota. Get this bomb planted, put more pressure on London.
45 seconds. It looks like London are going to go for the same exact attack. Unfortunately, Nasty lines up the kill onto 0. And Minnesota in the 4v2 are just able to win the gunfights. Great first blood coming in from Bance. The second first blood on the attacking rounds for Minnesota. This time around, they didn't let anything fishy happen. They had a trophy system also to work with, so no tacticals were going to work for the Ravens. Minnesota get one on the board.
Tell you what, man, Asim, had he found the timing, found the timing, maybe on like the second or third, maybe the fourth jump up, he could have found it, but the fifth one, not going to be the case. Vance, happy to take him off the board. We've been talking about it a lot. Asim has been the search destroy mastermind, really, for the Ravens, and wins or losses, he's been their guy. He gets cut away. You can see what it does toward the other side. Oh, he gets tagged up again. Rolls reversed, and Vance is able to drop him in back-to-back opening engagements. Asim will fall, and now Rocker, I've got man advantage to play with.
Rocker got man advantage. You just cannot allow this bomb to go down. As Zero's just going to commit towards it. Now it's going to be a 4v3 retake. No players are slowly trying to work up towards the flank. It's looking like they're going to put pressure on from the front. So now if you are the Ravens, Nasty does invest in that dead silence. No. Doors is going to get popped, and just got to stay alive. If you are Nasty, at least finds one, makes it a 3v2.
That trade is huge. That trade is big. Scraps pops dead silence. However, Afro is there for the read. All the smarter. This good old Marcus is now, it's all up to 0. 1v3 hanging out in the back. And he eventually does get found. The hide and seek champ does get solved. And now Rocker gonna go for a few pull-ups. They at least got one in, Jay. They at least got one.
It's just good work right there from Minnesota, though. On a defensive round, they find another first blood. The final bullet coming in from Vance with that TAC 56 is able to line up onto Asim. Then even in the 3v4, I thought Ravens put themselves in a great position, especially when Nasty finds that first kill. But if Scraps would have played it a little bit patient from top corner window, and just waited a little longer, because they know where Trey Zero is going to be playing towards those back logs. Vance was not, he was literally prepared for it. He threw a nade back there. Yeah. He's like, yeah, this is definitely where he's going to be playing, trying to play the clutch. But Minnesota, they respond with 2 in a row, tied up at 2.
Another aggressive defense here for London. They are already in toward the archway. And that is a very interesting scoreboard right now from Rocker. You got 2 players without a kill. The other ones, hey, they're having a fantastic time. Afro Bance putting the rest of the squad on their back as they try to lead the charge into this A site. As we said, here on Fortress, everybody knows we are going. You're headed toward the gallows. And understandably so. What could be a demise, what could be a bit of success as Vance opens things up. His 3rd straight first blood for the team. Rocker once again leading early in these rounds. Is now it's up to Ravens to find the pick.
This is going to be difficult for the Ravens, because for them to get the positionings that they had over towards that A site, they invested a lot of TAC usage. You
gotta be kidding me.
How does it again, and Vance cancels him. That's
this
hilarious.
Has happened 3 times. 3 times. Vance knows everything that London is doing. As if he's got the abacus already in the back. He's got the strat book in his back pocket. London cannot find an answer, and it is Vance. 3 rounds straight. Finding first bloods, making sure that Asim is not a problem. And for that very reason, Jay, that's why Minnesota now has the lead.
Yeah, Minnesota, that was a beautiful play call by them. They knew how aggressive the Ravens were going to be over towards that A site. A lot of attacks were invested. They just played it super patient. Then eventually they forced the rotation of a couple players from London out. They only left 1 player there. Bance finds that first blood, and he eventually finds a second on Asim, trying to do the same exact jump he did in the previous round. And now that's 3 rounds in a row for Minnesota. 2 players on a 5 spree. 1 more kill for Bance and Afro. Cruise missile was theirs.
It is indeed. Nasty at least able to find one on the Cammy. Again, he's yet to find a kill despite the success for Rocker. And how about this push-up from Minnesota? Is it going to happen again? Yes, it does. Bance, an opening pick.
Oh, ran out of bullets.
Able to find it, runs out of ammo. He eventually drops. Afro, in the meanwhile, is about to earn a streak. That one's earned 2v2. And it's about to be a plant on to B. Snap a picture, because it doesn't happen often. On to the retake we go. And for Rocker J, they've got a streak at the very least.
I don't know if they have trophies. Oh, they both have a trophy system, so that cruise missile is not going to get anything done. And now time is starting to tick. 2v2. Afro and Attach versus Zero and Scraps. Scraps going to be ready for a gunfight, but Attach with the sniper is able to find the first. 1v2 left up to Zero.
All up to Trey. 18 seconds to go, and they've got to go hunting. Someone's going to have to hop onto this bomb. And Zero, he's willing to play the time. Around the hedges, rounds the corner. Oh, he puts it enough puts them away when London needed a round. He will deliver a 1v2. And granted, he's got the time on his side, but these shots have got to be pure. And what a round it was. 3-3. Back and forth we go.
Just a beautiful play call right there from the Ravens to put a lot of pressure over towards P1. If Bance doesn't run out of bullets, he probably gets a 3-piece right there. But once that happened, the trade does come in. You get the bomb down. You both had a trophy system, so neither one dropped from that cruise missile. And Trey Dollars is able to clutch up, make it 3-3. Now Minnesota back on the attack. They've gotten multiple first blood so far on their attacking side. Can they find another?
See if it's possible.
Not again.
Okay. Please. Do not tell me this is about to happen again. I'll tell you what. Asim's doing a fantastic job at, like, figuring out all kinds of these jump spots. It just feels like if this happens again, I'm going to throw something. I really am, Jay. I'm going to throw something if this happens again. Afro, popping dead silence. Oh my gosh, Cammy just gets a quick little spotlight of what is going on the other end. Realizes, yeah, plant very well could be valuable. Asim, okay, finds the first pick on Debance. At least you have a bit of a trade. 3v3, bomb about to get planted. And Afro toying with death. Manages to stay alive. The plant is in, and now it's on to the Ravens retake.
Ravens retake in a 3v3. It's looking like they're going to send 2 players on the flank. Afro's just trying to find the timing of where he decides to flank it in his favor. He's just going to be holding down towards top art. They find the timing. They get the first kill onto Cammy. 25 seconds left. Someone eventually has to commit towards this bomb.
One attach. He hasn't peaked yet. Afro, meanwhile, takes one on to 0. Oh, a quick little challenge. Scraps.
1v1.
Able to put one away. Oh, it's the 1v1. It's the 1v1. Scraps hops onto the fuse. Oh, he jumps off of it. Thinking he might have heard a sound cue from Afro. Oh, my word. If he keeps on the defuse, he probably wins the round. I don't think Afro gets there in time.
I think Afro might have played it perfectly. Scraps knew that at least in that final kill cam, when he just picked up that kill, a couple players from Minnesota are going to call out. He probably hopped it, probably faked it. You just want to play that clock as much as you can and eventually play for that delayed challenge. Afro wraps his way towards back steps, is able to win the 1v1 versus Scrap. Even if Minnesota got first blooded, they're still able to clutch up on the round. Afro sitting at 11-3. Ever since map number 3, he has just been taking over for this Rocker squad. 2 rounds away from them calling series.
Another big moment, another big clutch. This time it goes Rocker's way. Again, hindsight 2020, but that one's going to sting regardless if you're Scraps. Trying to deliver London. Her first win here in Major 2. Nasty squatting inside of a bucket, but he at least manages to escape as the sniper bullet whistles past his ear. Here comes another streak. Last time it was unsuccessful for Afro. Can it be here for Bance? Puts it forward. Nothing found. Scraps gets wiped off the board, and Rocker quickly parade their way into the gallows. Another sniper shot gets expired. Asim going for the challenge, but it's Dylan Price on the other side of that scope. Players away left and right. 0. It's all on to him. Bomb planted for the other side, and it is all about attach. The captain coming away with some crucial kills, elevating Rocker now to a 5-3 lead.
And that all comes down to the perfect play call for Minnesota. You invest that streak, you get them to back down from sight, and then this is what allows attach to get pushed up, find that first blood onto 0, find the second in towards a player in bottom art, finds the third in towards a player on bottom art. Attach, one of the most clutch players in Search and Destroy Call of Duty history, does it and gets it done with the sniper to now put Minnesota Rocker at game point. London, this series is starting to get away from them, man. Asim needs to answer right now. He's the guy that I'm looking for to step up to bring him back.
See if he can do it. See if it's possible. Attach puts the sniper away. Understandably so. Asim walks with the first pick, and it's great nades coming in from Trey over the top. Scraps, that's the third pick. Vance at least able to wipe away 1. Nearly makes it 2. We'll see if a clutch is possible here for Benjamin. Plenty of time to work with. Problem being is he does sit on attack, and that bomb was never picked up off the spawn. And he'll get dropped. Ravens answer back accordingly.
That's just a great defensive round right there from the Ravens to put a lot of pressure on towards street side. They know that attach is the only player that's committing towards this late flank. When you send multiple bodies towards that side, You draw his arrow to focus on at least one player. Then eventually Asim finds that opening, makes his way in towards bottom mark, gets that first blood. They take down Attach. Eventually Scraps finds the third. Just a very, very flawless S&D round right there from the Ravens on the defensive end to keep themselves in this game. Now down 5-4.
It gets more intense.
This is crazy,
more
man.
intense. It's only the second match of the day, and into the next round we go. Asim, oftentimes the player to look out for, manages to escape with 1 HP. That is 1. Uno. London. Do not allow for the first blood to go the opposite direction and on their attack. That could mean everything. A head spotted there for Nasty as Utility gets tossed, and Cammy eventually cuts down Asim. Nasty falls as well. All on to 0 and Scraps now.
2v4. Scraps know the positioning of Cammy, but Cammy's ready for it. Cammy finds 3 on the round. He's looking for another ace. Give it to him. Cammy finds all 4. What a finish to the series from Minnesota, completing the reverse sweep. Close it out in a 6-4 fashion. And do not go 0-2 to start off stage 2. They bring it all the way back. What a performance.
The Rocker were down horrendous after the opening 2 games, and they answer back in 3 through 5, a reverse sweep and an S&D losing streak that is erased off the back of heroics really across the board, Jay. But it was Afro and Bance all throughout this search. Attach had that crazy sniping performance and that one round that got them to 5. And then Cammy puts them to bed here in round number 10. It has got to be a massive sigh of relief here for Rocker. And utter despair on the other side, knowing how close that you were if you're London.
Yeah, London, this one's gonna hurt, man. This one's definitely gonna hurt. You find yourself up 2-0 in the series. You do exactly what you need to do on the Fortress control, except for Slay. You got the segments on your attacking side, but you did not get the kills in your favor. So Minnesota able to secure that defense going into the round number 5. And in a hotel hard point, Minnesota just won a majority of their rotations. Their holds were on point. Their setups were on point. That was basically almost a blowout. And then in this final search and destroy, always comes down to a round number 10. In that final round, you saw that Asim, they were trying to set up a team nade onto Bance. Nasty hits the one out of top double windows, but then when Asim's nade does not connect, he knows that Bance is one shot. He's trying to go out for that kill, but the cover man, the cover fire coming in from Cammy to find all 4 kills in that final round to close it out for Minnesota. Whew, they got to be taking a deep breath, man. That was much needed for those guys.
You do indeed. A major sigh of relief if you are a Rocker fan. I don't know about you guys at the desk, but every single CDL team is making me sweat for every single pick'em that I've got. Okay, take it away, buddy. I need a sigh of relief after that one. Goodness sake.
I'm on my 3rd shirt, Lando. I'm feeling you right now. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup, everybody, as we take a look back at what happened throughout this series. We had the 12th seed in the London Royal Ravens taking on the 6th seed in the Minnesota Rocker. Now, the Rocker, they got bopped 0-3 yesterday. London also bopped 0-3 yesterday. So coming in, somebody had to get the W, and it was looking like it was going to be London after our first 2 maps. Allie, let's talk about some of the early issues, though, that may have given London the edge. Some mistakes from Rocker.
To be honest, this series in my book, it's like a 4-1 to Rocker for me mentally, simply because of that first hard point. I want to give Asim his flowers. What he did in the end, that 3-piece was disgusting. I said it before we went into the series that they were leaning on him in that map 1. But the streak usage out of Minnesota Rocker in these final 2 hills was so frustrating for me, because if you watch the mini-map, first of all, first streak takes out a teammate, doesn't even get anybody. Once they get on time, they're instantly broken. The second one, look at the mini-map. All the Minnesota Rocker is just hanging out of maps. Nobody's trying to get a pick. Nobody's trying to cross over to P2. They're just sitting like ducks. And what does London do? They know they're in maps. They push in. They get all the kills. And that is something that was game-changing. They were in a prime position to break P1. but they played for the streak. They made the streak
It's
to
tough,
play,
yeah, 'cause
and they ate it.
He was the guy. Cammy's the guy that's supposed to get the kill there, but he was in a streak, and it just got a little bit tough because it's really hard to get out of maps in that situation. But nevertheless, definitely can coordinate those situations better. For Minnesota Rocker, though, still a bit of a wonky series. I think the Game 5 Search and Destroy is finally what we've been waiting for out of Minnesota, the way they fixed their offenses and stuff like that. So we'll get into it a little bit more here in a second. But yeah, Minnesota looking better.
Yeah, before we get into that Search and Destroy, I got to show us our scuff play of the game here. This is going to be the multi-kills in Control because you're down 0-2 in this series. You need to clutch up if you're Minnesota. We go 1-1 in the early rounds of Control, and then, well, you had some big plays from a lot of purple players. Walk me through these, Allie.
It's just really good defenses, I feel like, from both sides of things. Minnesota Rocker really just had the edge, and it was that last offensive round where they couldn't get to A or B, and finally, with like 10 seconds left, somebody breaks through, and they get those 2 ticks onto the B site, and then they don't push out after that. So like Jay said during the cast, they got the kills, and they got that final defensive round. And Fortress, I mean, 79% defensive win rate, so they were battling for it and came out on top in the end.
And what was most impressive, we saw 27 bodies left for Minnesota in that third round of Control, showing you just the potential they have later in this season for that game mode. But let's get to that Game 5, because after the second hard point, we knew we were in for a treat with another Search and Destroy. Asim, the Blood Master, so good historically in Search, getting that first pick. But today, it looked like Bant started to read the man. He watched the VOD, and there was no VOD on Minnesota to prep for if you were London coming into this.
Yeah, they hadn't played it yet, right? So Minnesota taking a little bit of a risk here. And Bant's like clearly done his research. He knows how Asim likes to play. He was picking them apart. I think it was 3 back-to-back rounds where Bant is able to find the kill onto Asim. And they did a good job here. I mean, when you look back at this map and what Minnesota was doing, especially on their offense, is just waiting to plant that bomb, not putting anybody on the line to potentially give that first blood away, and waiting for London to make the move to get that kill. Worked out great. Later on, when we seen them in some of the more tense moments, a beautiful play when they call on that cruise missile, they push over towards the stage site. We see Attach get a pick on Scraps as he's trying to run away, then locking down the art doorway with the second kill with that sniper. It's just great communication and things that we were expecting from Minnesota Rocker. I hope they can continue this because it has been a struggle so far, but that was some high-level gameplay that we saw in Game 5. Finally.
Yeah, looking at that Game 5, we were talking in the green room. Is this the best Search and Destroy we've seen? Well, it was one of the most exciting ones. Chat, I want to get your thoughts because I saw some people questioning the bomb locations. I don't think it was really an issue in that last round. The players were set up on both sides. Allie, final thoughts on this series because we still have 2 more to go today.
I think everybody wanted to close their eyes until about that map 5 during that series. I know it was a painful one to get through, but both these teams, a lot to work on as we go through the rest of this qualifier.
All right, we'll see if they're able to improve before we get back to LAN in Boston. Reminder, that's just 3 weeks away. Get your tickets, and while you're on CallOfDutyLeague.com, check out our shop so you can look like the pros, play like the pros with the new 2023 CDL packs. Home and away styles. We got male and female variants as well as all of the best stuff in the shop, including jerseys. We've got extensive gear, apparel, and more. It's all on CallOfDutyLeague.com. Thank you all for tuning in so far. We're halfway through the show. When we come back, we'll find out, is another FaZe member going to get knocked out today? Seattle Surge ready to go toe-to-toe. Last one was 3-2, and I have a prediction. We're going to a Game 5 once again.
No way.
Atlanta FaZe, Seattle Surge on the main stage when we come back.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown ass getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The Call of Duty League continues here. Day 2 of our online qualifiers leading up to our Boston Major 2. Chris Bucket, Alley Cat, Nameless here in this studio. And we have a hell of a matchup on our hands once again. The showdown that we all watched back in Raleigh in the Winners Bracket Finals is here online today as Atlanta FaZe is looking for revenge against the Seattle Surge. Allie, this was one of the best series in Raleigh. For anyone who missed it, go watch the VOD. But walk us through, how did it go down the first time these two played?
Well, so it was a really close map 1. Seattle ended up clutching out in the end, but then it was the same story in map 2. Atlanta FaZe was just dominating Seattle in this search and destroy, first blood after first blood. They looked fantastic on this map. Now, Atlanta has been struggling in control, so that wasn't really shocking, but it was really the game 4 that got everybody excited. Atlanta came back from an over 100-point deficit, one of the biggest comebacks we have seen in the CDL franchise, on a fortress hardpoint to force the game 5. Unfortunately, though, they were not able to close out in search and destroy. Now, this is a tale of both these teams. They have been struggling in search and destroy. So heading into this series, though, Atlanta FaZe will have the edge because they're 7-1 in S&D right now.
Now, we know both teams have excellent coaches, and what you may have noticed on that last graphic, both of them banned Hotel. Today, we've got triple Hotel here to close out our stay. So, Nameless, how do you see the series playing out?
Yeah, so as you talk about their coaches, you know, they had some back and forth, some chess games here. They get rid of both those search and destroys, respectively. Embassy is FaZe's best search. That's gone. And you look across, the one that FaZe lost to Seattle, Asilo, that's gone now as well. And both these searches, Seattle is winless on both these S&Ds. So that's going to be an unknown territory. But mainly, it's that Hotel control. Atlanta FaZe on a 3-loss streak on Hotel control, with a loss to Seattle, and they're 1-5 on offense. So much work needs to be made there. We'll see if they've done it.
After watching Seattle Surge lose last night to the Vegas Legion, I know a lot of people are worried about this squad, especially when they're matching up against the Atlanta FaZe. Now, all jokes aside, much love to my boy Tommy Temper, because he's got to be proud of this crew that is representing FaZe Clan. Atlanta FaZe has been a perennial team, always going to the championship match, always battling for the top dog spot in the league. So where are they at right now, Allie, and have they reached their peak yet?
Where they're at right now, I mean, it's nothing really to write home about. I mean, the Atlanta FaZe, we talk about, you know, a top 3 placing for them is quote-unquote playing bad, as Atlanta FaZe is. So this is going to be a tough matchup for them simply because Seattle Surge has butted heads with them for the past 2 years with the newer roster, and their hardpoint has not looked good. The story for the Atlanta FaZe has been the fundamentals have not been there. They have not been rotating. They have been heavily relying on their slaying power, and I'm hoping with the time off that they have worked on getting those fundamentals. Slasher is coming in and being that voice that they were hoping to be, and they come into this series hot in map 1.
And I just saw Celium give a little bit of a... Are we worried about MacArthur right now? Does he need to wake up?
I don't know. You mentioned Temper. He got knocked out today, so we got to at least see some FaZe members come in and start to fry.
Dude, KSI is a monster. Just leave that fight alone. I would have lost that too, Temper. Let's talk about their opponents on the other side, though. Seattle Surge struggling in the battle against Vegas Legion. We mentioned it. Should have been done in 4. They looked solid in their early part of that series. They fell apart towards the end. How do you avoid that 2 days in a row?
I mean, you can't. That's the problem, is that you had 24 hours to fix something that might be a team issue. This is a team that almost lost their star player in Pred during our little roster media heading into this. So maybe that's a chemistry issue now. Maybe the vibes are a little bit off. And after that Vegas Legion series, that's what it looks to be.
Well, for one, I mean, you get rid of Fortress S&D. That's gone in this series. I mean, I was looking across their stats, and like one thing that really stuck out was that they're horrible at retaking bomb sites. And I attribute that a lot to them playing their defense on that map. But in Search and Destroy in general, like, you got to capitalize on the plays that you're getting out of Red.
Right.
He's going out, he's getting first bloods. You need to be able to capitalize there, whether that's accuracy or Sib speeding up, or maybe Mac pushing with them. They need to make an adjustment. We'll see if they do it.
Chat, we got our predictions already online. You can check it out on Twitter. I need to get yours in the chat right now because the game is kicking off and we got our casters ready to go. Fellas, let's get into it.
Thank you very much. Yes, a big game between two titans of the CDL. Seattle and Atlanta about to throw down here onto this one. Obviously, have played recently in Raleigh, but how do you think they fare in the qualifiers, Tom?
It's hard to say. We've really not necessarily seen the best from both two teams throughout the season quite yet, I believe, at least anyway. And it's difficult because I mean the Search and Destroys are kind of the cut and dry thing. I absolutely believe that FaZe should be able to close it out on those maps specifically, but everything else is a little bit of a strange one. This map in particular, we did see them go up against each other, of course, in the major. It was Seattle who beat FaZe 250 to 204. A big thing to look for here, specifically on this one, and you kind of tell from the stats on the left-hand side, rotations are so important, specifically for Surge. 7 out of 11 rotations the previous time that these two teams played it were won by the side of Surge, and they had 200 points in total from every single one of those hoods. So let's see if they can get things going here. Let's see if FaZe can start rotating maybe just a little bit better as well.
Fast from Abizi, straight in for that kill. First few points go to Seattle, but we all know it's not really always about P1 on this map. It is about P2, but every single player going down then, and Seattle have their opportunity to pick their placement.
Sib locking things down here towards the mid-map, and yeah, I absolutely agree with what Ali was saying there. You know, FaZe seem to rely on their raw ability. If they start rotating, they will make things a lot more difficult for their teams, but rotation is going to be one here by the side of CL Surge, so overall, things starting just where they want them. Every single rotation that they did win in that previous matchup as well, they managed to pick up more points than FaZe in every single one of them. So these rotations obviously important. But kills coming in over towards the back from FaZe. Can they find a break?
Actually just trying to hold off that red wave that's coming his way at the moment. Selim will get that kill. Pred trying to be the issue again. Close here for him, has support of his teammates. Just want to see if anybody gets aggressive. Goes for the challenge, Sid, he managed to get back over the wall. Unbelievable speed from that kill. And Selim will find two, and Pred will have to pop out again.
As another look, could maybe just disrupt something here from the side of FaZe, who are going to get a hold of that. Well, I say scrap time, there's still 30 seconds left to go. Feels like that. I always feel like we're on this hill a while because teams set up so early to get towards it, and P1 doesn't really feel like a hill. It's a strange one. Nonetheless, 18 seconds to go here. Pred will win the gunfight on rotation once again. Our Seattle Surge. Just keep that in mind, the stat that I said from last time. Majority of the time when they are winning these rotations, they're getting the more points. FaZe are going to be in the lead by the time we do get over here. It's a setup over towards top kitchen. Selim on a 4 sprint. That's going to be ended by Sib. Good cutoff coming in from bottom kitchen. Finds one, will slow things down. Seattle Surge are dug in.
Just to be Pred watching orange stairs. Eventually goes down to Abizi, though. There's a slight gap here for him. Accuracy's going to come and get him as well. Huge kill from Accuracy. It might just hold off FaZe for a few more seconds, but he goes for the challenge. Selim has him locked in. Matt going to be sitting on stairs. He jumps out as well, wins that gunfight. Both teams trading back and forth, but it will be Atlanta FaZe who eventually get control.
Good break coming in from FaZe. Rotation starting to come in here as well. Selim over towards the plant pots. Nobody does it better. As we said. Selim, there's one onto Sib. Well played. And now the rest of the FaZe squad can start filtering over through tennis courts. Back and court already. Yeah, pushing from the other side. Selim all round the out. Can he find the kill on the Pred? The shots are in as well, and yes, he can. Good work from Sel. He set up FaZe very, very nicely, heading over towards P5.
Selim there, but he's weak and he pushes through. There's nobody there for a trade either, Tan. Seattle currently in control, but there is going to be Atlanta FaZe players all around. They'll be looking for this break, but it's not easy. Sim finds the first one, makes it look easy. Not going to get the second. Pred managed to dip out of the way, hit shots back. And now Abizi looking to try and make his own intro, but Pred is still going a little bit berserk with the beat down. And Abizi has to back off.
It's just kind of ebbing and flowing back and forth this one. Sib's going to find 3 out of absolutely nothing. There is 4 for Sib. Fantastic work from him. It's in the end a very, very clean break from Atlanta FaZe. It realistically has to have been that each and every time, though. Yes, okay, they kind of won this rotation over towards the 4th hill, but it was a bit of a 50-50. Rotations very much belonging to the Seattle Surge again. So, Atlanta FaZe are playing kind of the same game here. It's working out for them so far, though. Bracey, it's about a 40-point lead by the time we get over towards kitchen. Accuracy setting up, and we'll have to lock this down. Teammates not necessarily that close. Oh, they're all dead.
Yeah, simple to 5 triggers. Where's going to go in? Look for Accuracy, but Accuracy managed to hold him, but the trade will come through. Slash of looking for the second. Not going to find that one either. And it really is a back and forth between these two titans in the CDL. Nobody really giving an inch at the moment. It's going to be Atlanta FaZe with the hold as the BZ finds to himself, but not the third. Slasher will get a trade, and Celium the last. And they have one out there in the slaying department. Maybe one last go here for Seattle Surge. We know P1 is coming up, and then it's P2.
Felt like the pace was maybe just stepped up a little bit there from FaZe as we rotate around the kitchen. He got in Seattle's faces a lot sooner. Find the kills, find the break. Still 18 seconds to play for here. Celium at the point will get pinched. There should be some time here for the side of Seattle Surge. It's only a marginal amount though. As we head back round once again. And by the time we get round towards this, it's going to be about a 60-point lead for FaZe. It's been a strange one. Surge have won the rotation, but they haven't been able to lock it down.
They certainly haven't. A little bit of a hot streak from Atlanta FaZe, but let's find out how they are feeling in the comms with Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
I'm back. On TV, top AC. On time.
Chun's got mid-box.
Time, one shot dead.
Nice. High top office.
Orange, Fred weak. He's going trees.
Heard you?
Yeah,
Nice. I have the left right now.
I have on time.
I have the left, guys. I have the left. Focus the right.
One AC. One shot, P2. I don't see a P2. P2 hitting it.
I'm looking at every top office. Be close, mid.
Come on, bathroom. Pause. Bathroom. One shot bathroom. Right in the bathroom.
And top office.
One shot. Mag.
Let's play a break here. There's two more.
Time that.
Nice. I'm trying to go around. There's 20 on you, I think.
I just want to
go top MC.
Laundry and close talk.
He's in P4 MC. He's in P4
There's two new guys. I have ult time. I just one left.
Max P4 somewhere.
I don't know. One shot back to Mag. Wow. One shot back to Mag.
He's in P4 somewhere, Mac.
Oh, yeah, not standing. He's shot on the frame.
Side before Mac. He's side P4 still. In bottom P4. He went to the back.
Yeah, okay. Play gas.
Yeah, we should.
In the back side.
Nice. I need any time.
Are you?
I don't see him front set down.
Go, HD. HD.
Back shot time. Back check.
He's trying to figure this one out, but they haven't quite got it. Seattle Surge, though, with this rotation, are clawing points back left, right, and center.
And that's the first time we've really seen them lock down some decent amount of time. The rotation was there for them again. They haven't been able to make it count until now. That is a full 60, and Seattle well and truly back into the game. And it feels like for the first time, Atlanta FaZe will have this rotation locked down. I say that though, fights going on over there. BC will win one onto Mac as accuracy and core. Well, just get the scrap time. Not much going on over here as FaZe now have themselves set up. What can Surge do to break this one? We haven't seen a good hold from FaZe because they haven't ever been the first ones there.
Well, this could be incredible for them. However, the break might be coming. Sim and actually going for it as well, but Sim's going to be their accuracy will eventually go down. It would have been disastrous for FaZe if they had lost it. But they are looking to regain all of that lead that they have lost. They've been in a commanding position for so long. Seattle Surge have to find a depth. They have to find a new level to which to ascend. Because at the moment, Atlanta FaZe do not want to give them an inch.
They managed to hold this so well. And BZ just wriggling around. It's still a 40-point lead. Seattle Surge have clawed some of it back, but I feel like that deficit is going to increase once more. That final bit of scrap time going over towards the side of Atlanta FaZe. Seattle Surge have found a route through. Inside of office they are, but they do not know that Slasher is here as well. Sib will get taken down, and Slasher now in a position to help his team try and break this one.
Well, this is everything for Seattle now. Have to hold. Have to stop FaZe, but they are losing bodies every single second. A BZ finds another one. Mac knows players are hunting him down. He tries to put the shot down. It's not going to work. Let alone the point is accuracy. He's fighting for his life and for his team, and down he goes to Slasher. It's a clean break from Atlanta FaZe. Seattle Surge needed this, and now they need to break back in.
Surge need to find a way through. You're very, very right. Last time around, Atlanta FaZe only managed to get 204 points up against Seattle. They're now 30 points away from the win. The child came through. Atlanta FaZe said, yeah, bet. It's been quite brilliant in terms of actually breaking the hills. They seem to, when set up with pace and finding that little bit of extra tempo, Seattle Surge can't manage to deal with them. They can just about win it here over towards P4, and it's looking like they're going to do it.
Well, you see the moment Seattle Surge have to roll the dice here. The problem being is that even with the contest that comes in and takes away the tick, Abizi is ready. There are 2 Seattle Surge players going to go for him. He finds the first. He doesn't find the second. They hold on. The tiniest of margins. Can Seattle Surge somehow find this game? The hard point rests on 1 point. And Seattle Surge have a long way to go.
FaZe just need to set up clinically as they like it. It's one decent little break. Slasher over the top on a 6 spring. Seattle holding well. Seattle holding relatively well. Accuracy will be the first to go down. Slasher, though, he has company. Celium is here to try and find a break. Seattle's just about holding here, though.
I got it. He's got it. That's it. That's it. 1 break. They probably needed to stack it with a few more. But there was no margin for error. There was no old trade. You have to be in the hill. And it's only 1 gunfight that was needed. Atlanta FaZe walk away with it, and you've got to say that was some clean Call of Duty out of them.
It was clean. The breaks are just far too strong. Seattle didn't manage to hold as well as they did last time around when they did play them on Embassy. Rotations were definitely there. They were there in abundance for the side of Seattle, but you've got to make them count. Atlanta FaZe on occasion, it felt like they were being very methodical, very slow in terms of how they wanted to try and find those breaks. But as soon as they upped that pace a little bit more, they started stretching well and truly ahead. Quite comfortable performance in the end, Brycey, and nothing really to write home about. It was just the breaks were solid every single time for FaZe.
Sometimes when you talk about it, positioning does matter. The decisions you make do matter, but if you don't win the gunfights, if you cannot stop the players putting pressure on your team and outmaneuvering you, it's just not going to work. And over again, you thought, hey, Seattle should be able to hold this, and in come FaZe.
And I think it always felt like there was one guy. Like in this case, Celium, pretty much on his own, finds a couple of kills. Doesn't really amount to very much for FaZe in that in particular moment. As the Simp focus. Oh my god. Sandra didn't catch that one. Wow, Simp. Incredible from him. But it's that kind of moment that FaZe can rely on in a certain kind of way. You know, we kind of talk about it in a negative light, that they rely on this slaying ability to get them the job done in hardpoint. They don't necessarily rotate too early. They don't necessarily think about that as too much of an issue. They're thinking about plays from like somebody like Slasher when he was up top P4. Finds a couple of kills, helps the break come on through. Simp finding 4 kills over towards P4 on the previous rotation as well to help them break it in that sense. Hey, look, I mean, it's maybe not the most clinical way for them to go on and play a hard point, but goddamn, it worked that time.
It certainly did. So I'm going to bring up something now which I don't particularly want to, but I would be remiss if I didn't. There was a lot of drama in the off-season. Obviously, with Seattle Surge's Pred, we were talking about potential moves, right? Obviously, a lot of people would have liked to have seen him go to Optic. Well, the Optic fans would have liked to see him go to Optic. Seattle, you probably wouldn't want to leave him. But bearing in mind that Seattle lost yesterday, they could lose again today. It's not that I think the team is going to crumble. I just think that the pressure mounts on them. I think a lot of people will be looking at this team now and be like, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? And I just feel like ever so slightly, like a drip of water, it's just gonna be irritating to the team the longer they go without shutting those critics up.
I agree.
It is a wild thing to be in that bubble.
I agree. And I think nobody will truly know where Pred's head is at. I think, you know, he's going to be fully committed to the team. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would...
Great.
I mean, look, he's playing well. That's what he said. He's really, really playing strong. But nobody really knows where his head really is at. Is it distracted? It doesn't seem that way from his gameplay. But it's something
I don't think it's a distraction.
I don't think he's distracted. But you're definitely right. There's definitely going to have to be a thought there, somewhat from himself and maybe from his teammates as well, to sort of say, look, I mean, we kind of need to keep a hold of this guy.
I'm less worried about that. I'm more worried about the fact that they're being thrown under a microscope. Like, this team would not have had the pressure from the fans like 3 weeks ago, because they played very, very well. They're very good. Second at Raleigh, right? Like, very, very good team. And now I feel the stuff I've been seeing, let's be honest here, the stuff I've been seeing is so negative towards Seattle right now. Obviously, they lost yesterday. They could potentially lose this one. Still a lot to go here, and they definitely have it in them to beat Atlanta FaZe. 100%. but I just feel like the community narrative towards this team is so skewed one way because of a change that never happened, right? That it's kind of insane. And I look forward, to be honest with you, to getting past that and truly looking at Seattle on their own merits once again. And maybe this is the start of that. Maybe a big win over Atlanta FaZe here. That will get us thinking about Seattle Surge as the top 3 team that they rightly are.
Well, I don't think it's going to start in Search and Destroy, though, Bryce. You hate to burst your bubble.
I believe.
Well, I can tell you the fact. So the fact is they've lost the last 4 times they played Search and Destroy. Not too much to write home about in terms of Atlanta's record when it does come down to Mikado. 1-0, of course, is solid. They've only played it the once, but still looking good. 4-0 on their attacking rounds, though. Keep an eye on that.
Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Abizi, and Nades goes out for it. He's going to dive for it at the same time, and absolutely guns. Finds 2.
Oh, give him the
Looking
third.
for the 3rd, and he takes that as well. He's got 9 health. He's got 9 health. Abizi, will you slow down? It's a 1 versus 3 for actually a 1 versus 4 if he makes it.
One thing I would never want Abizi to do is slow down. I respect the child for the ace. There would have been some ace as well. Accuracy, yeah, he's had plenty of these situations in the past that he has managed to come out on top of. I don't think that was ever going to be one. Threatened for just a second. Yeah, Sim wasn't worried. Look at that. He's chilling. It's just a nade from Abizi for me. It's so well set up. Sends the nade towards the plant pot, then can jump around, knows exactly where they're going to be. If somebody's stacked there, they're either going to be dead or very, very weak. There was 2 of them. He can then chow the 3rd, as he's already pretty much dead. Lovely, lovely stuff from Atlanta FaZe. That's 5-0 on attacking round. They haven't lost an attacking round on Mikado yet. Which, because of where the bomb site is and because it's so kind of hitty over towards A, everybody is a 50-50 shot. It's impressive.
I'm just going to enjoy the fact that it's so hitty. Anyway, Sim gets the first one of this round. Pred get one's back, but Abizi will trade that back. It goes into Atlanta FaZe's favor. A 2 versus 3 here for Seattle Surge. That's dead silence popped. Abizi, a little bit of movement. Just jumping back and forth, trying to figure out where they are. Has the numbers, goes flying out again. And it's round out. Abizi hitting some serious speed here on Mikado.
You know what I mean by hitty, though, don't you? It's just,
I know what you mean. I
just
found it funny.
headbutt each other. It's not really a word. Is hitty a word? Who knows? Well, Abizi hitty accuracy with a lot of bullets there to kill him. Fantastic stuff. The child coming through. Atlanta FaZe. It's a really good start to the series. I ain't quite doing the coffin dance yet, Bryce. You know, I'm not quite there, but this is looking like a very, very comfortable performance so far. Seattle Surge's S&D wars do indeed continue.
Let's see what they can do here. Abizi, that is not a good stun for him. Could have cost him his life, but Slasher is there, and Slasher finds a second one as well. Oh my goodness, Abizi just drilled Pred through the forehead. And this round is basically over. Actually, last alone again. Second attempt at a 1 versus 4. Bomb goes down. He finds 1, but it's traded. It's 3-0 to Atlanta FaZe.
Well, I think we're getting a good example as to why we didn't really have too many stats on Mikado for Atlanta FaZe's Search and Destroy. They are running through Seattle like they are not there. That is another attacking round. I mean, that's 6-0 on attacking rounds in general. The hipfire OP from Abizi. And on none other than Pred as well. That one's going to feel nice. This man is feeling it right now. And I will say, you know, for Atlanta FaZe, when you look at their roster, when any of them are frying, it's a scary prospect. Abizi frying is terrifying.
They managed to break through. This is all on Seattle now. They have to regain for it. Go fly out the door. Matt gets one slash. He gets a trade. Tim gets another. And the trades are just not falling for Seattle at any point. Actually trying to find it, but Simp is jumping out the window. And now Pred left alone in a 1 versus 3. These rounds are fast and furious. But they are all pretty much one-sided.
It's almost surgeon-like precision from Atlanta FaZe at times, isn't it? It's very clean. And when it doesn't need to be clean, they have the players that could revel in the chaos as well. Right now in a 1 versus 3. Has he been spotted? Bullets just been sent in. Difficult position for him to be in now. This is looking like a 4-0 now for the side of Atlanta FaZe. Or can Pred pull a rabbit out of the hat. Know where he is. The bullet's coming in. He's very, very, very dead. Atlanta FaZe have not skipped a beat yet.
And I don't know. Words escape me, which is a weird kind of turn of events. But Seattle, they haven't had the benefit of some of these trades. I feel like maybe if they can just sort of roll their shoulders, relax for a second, take a breath, they could get right back into this. I still have a lot of faith in this team. It's not going well. Atlanta FaZe, let's be positive. Atlanta FaZe are playing great. Abizi is chatting whatever he wants to. Simp is getting that slasher with the trades. This could turn, but it is not looking likely with how Atlanta FaZe are currently playing. Simp, Abizi. It's Abizi. I don't understand what on earth is going on. Accuracy lasts alone, and down he goes to Abizi. Clinical, massacre, surgical, devastation, madness, insanity.
Have you run out of words?
I will never run out of words, but I am running out of ways to spin this.
Without capping, Seattle are looking like my mosh pit team is right now. Can we get like something going on here? I
would like
capable of doing something.
That maybe Atlanta FaZe are just that much better, but it has to be a factor of both.
It doesn't take a lot of bullets to win a gunfight.
That's the first blood. Oh, Pred gets one back. It's down to a 3 versus 3. Maybe a chance. It's down to a 2 versus 2, and this could change. It finds it. It's down to a 1 versus 2, and then they get it. They get around. Seattle Surge stabilize, and everybody lets out a breath.
I actually celebrated. I put my arms in the air and then he knocked my lights over. Eventually winning a round, things got chaotic again, and yeah, I think it's the manner that Seattle are losing the rounds. It's kind of that 50. I said Hitty. It's those 50-50 challenges towards the site. And you would like to think that they should be able to get some of these trades, and eventually that has come through. It's been far too clean for FaZe. It's not like it's like coming down to a final trade where they're winning the round. They are running through them. Seattle Surge do get one back. Bad stun again.
Well, I mean, Abizi trying to self-sabotage here for a cleaner game. Matt goes to the door. That's first blood of Seattle Surge. They are not going down without a fight. That's the second. And what has been a very clinical S&D from Atlanta FaZe. He's just taking a little bit of the foot off the gas. Mac not giving a shoulder. Oh my goodness, Celium got it. If this ends with a Celium clutch.
No way, right? Oh, he gets away. This becomes a little bit more doable.
He's going to reach out this.
Of course he is. Mac's already back down. Probably wise. 30 seconds to go here for Sal. Seb all the way towards the back, so he's watching the cross. He's got a good idea whether or not the play will head that way. Mustn't be much information on where the bomb actually is, or does Mark know? If he does now, Salim is here. 1v2 on the cards, 15 seconds to go.
Just no time, but he finds the first, and the chow does come in. Seattle get it away from the 1v1. Second round for Seattle.
Looking better. These big gunfights that have been going on towards Cantina. 5 rounds in a row. They went the way of Atlanta FaZe. I do believe that is the first time Atlanta FaZe have lost an attacking round on Mikado Search and Destroy. That was the very first one.
Well, let's see. Can Seattle pull out the fairy tale here? Is it the glass slipper? Or is it the pumpkin? We're going to have to find out, because still a long way to go for them. And that bomb is winding its way over to B site. Celium will be the player here. No stun check for him yet, though.
Yeah, no information here, which is a bit of a shame for him, because Seattle Surge seem to be making their way. Atlanta FaZe, after losing those last 2 rounds, have slowed things down now. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous, a little bit overconfident. Seattle Surge have humbled them somewhat. Mac now making his way in towards 10, but here is Abizi. His reign of terror does indeed continue. 11-4 out of him. Seattle Lose a body. Atlanta FaZe get out.
Fairly say we're just in a fire and retreat there from Atlanta FaZe. The players were firing, turning around, and letting somebody else retreat. Kind of insane, but here comes Pred. He is within enemy lines. He could be the difference. If he can find something here, Ton, he will be able to give his team the chance to rotate, but down he goes. 2 versus 4 for Seattle.
I kind of feel like the problem is that Pred thought he was alone. Pred thought he had the sight. He's made the call. They've came over. They're all dead. Atlanta FaZe 2 to the good. This is looking so clean from the Atlanta side. A little bit more like it, but is it? I mean, that's pretty much their S&D game in a nutshell. When you want to chill, when you want to get chaotic, yeah, we'll go there. When things slow down, we'll do it too. Far too easy for Atlanta FaZe. Seattle Surge need to wake up and wake up quickly.
Yeah, that wasn't pretty. Seattle didn't really even get going into the 5th round. They finally found a little bit of form, but it was so clinical. Abizi was just insane. Even the fact he started throwing stuns in the wrong spot. Slasher with some really good trades as well, by the way. 7 and 3, but there isn't a ton for us to break down about it. Just slow and flat-footed from Seattle, and incredible and clinical from FaZe.
Very, very, very flat. Look, we know that Seattle Search and Destroy has been an issue for them, but that's one of those games you look back at and you think, right, okay, like I said, it was the manner of the rounds you were losing. Yes, okay, I am not somebody there trying to go Nabizi. I know it's difficult, but surely in those moments, in the way that they were losing those rounds, they were just getting wiped off the site. Like there wasn't even a kill coming through from them. And those are the kind of moments where you've got to surely find some trades left, right, and center, and maybe make it a little bit more difficult for FaZe. But they ran through them. It was far too easy.
It really was, and we'll have to put that behind us now, and I think Seattle will be trying to do the same thing. Let's find out as we go towards map number 3 whether or not things change. All that coming up after the break, but we could see the conclusion of Atlanta versus Seattle.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge. If you have been watching, it's 2-0 to Atlanta FaZe, and it has been pretty easy going for them. Hardpoint was good, the S&D was better. But going on to the control, though, Ton, might be a little bit different.
Yeah, that 4-3 record, do not let it fool you for the side of Atlanta FaZe. The last 3, they have lost. So Hotel has not necessarily looked great after it did look fantastic. 4-0 to kick things off, lost the last 3. Their offenses really have been the struggle, though. 1-5 in their last 6. Can they fix it here? Up against Seattle Surge. Yesterday from Surge, they had a good series up against Paris. It was Vegas. It was very, very close. But Atlanta FaZe at this moment in time kind of just look like a different beast. Can they deal with them?
Well, let's see. At the moment, he's just laying in wait, and it just strikes from the shadows. Pred trying to slow them down here a little bit towards A. But it looks like they're not making a big push here. They're trying to clean out the lines instead. They find Simp before he can do anything. I think Seattle may just look for exit kills here. It's too late, realistically, for them to get into position. They're going to split the map and just wait.
Best thing to do, got some control over towards bedroom, lock them in. Just make things a little bit more difficult. You got to win your gunfights. Max managed to do 2 of those the right way. Habizi continuing to just be a pain up against Seattle Surge right now. Kills starting to fall the way of Atlanta FaZe as well as the rotation now starting to come over towards B. They've got a clear bedroom though. I feel like I should have like a button that just says that for me. Just clear bedroom. Bedroom control, bedroom control, bedroom control. It's just so paramount. Sitting there playing mosh pit at home. Get control of that area in the map, either you're defending B or attacking it. And you should be in a good spot.
Oh my goodness, Mac turns at the worst possible time. And Sim has found it, and they have bodies here now. They're going to jump straight over it. Slasher gets it at the same time. Slasher will go down. 2 of them stacking this point. That first tick is now going in. This will be an attempted retake from Seattle Surge. Can they get the bodies in the right area? Piling through! And that's 2 down already. There goes the first for Pred. They have to try and oh my goodness, Simp on a 6 streak. B is gone. That's 7. That's clinical.
And honestly, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. It is clinical from Atlanta FaZe. As soon as they find the kills, they snap into action. And it's like Simp just knows exactly where they're going to be. We just check it at the right time. We land them right amount of bullets. We kill them as efficiently as possible. It is just literally perfect from FaZe. They set up for the push towards A. They get it pretty easily. They fight their way out. Seattle Surge have had no answer throughout these last 2 maps. This series could be done very, very fast.
Well, never count your chickens before they've hatched. Simp going to try and be a problem here. He's going to find a player as well. That's easy for him in the end. Now going on a run all the way through Catwalk. It has slowed down. Seattle Surge are stacking towards bedroom, though.
Busy, ready, and waiting. The fact that Simp sees nothing, sees nothing, will give the information over towards Atlanta FaZe that the inevitable B push will be coming on through. The timing is just not great for Abizi, but still wins the gunfight. Simp's found 9 Seattle players without barely taking a bullet. I want to see every single gunfight I've seen. He is literally just eviscerated them. That's number 10. Streak. Incredible from Simp so far. Max the only one who can answer back for the side of Surge. This is a body.
No, he's on the flank again. He's on the flank again. Finds 1, finds 2, looking for the third. Simp! It's a 13 streak! Cannot be stopped! Cannot be tamed! Oh my goodness, it's 14! I don't even know what the record is. But we might see it.
If I wasn't playing the coffin round. If I wasn't playing the coffin dance song before, I'm playing it now. Seattle have actually managed to find themselves onto B, but you know what? Simp's here. They're all dead. 16. They're all dead already. Simp 16 in a row. It's a perfect round of control so far. 17-1 from the young phenom. This is substantially brilliant. No! Oh, you couldn't have run it.
for the Chow, and with the way he's been feeling, he knows it, but that is actually going to be captured. Seattle Surge have got one. They are down a significant amount of lives, so they're in a really good position here. Abizi has to stop this, but he's been gunned. How on earth? There's no way Seattle win this, surely. Atlanta FaZe have fallen. This is a nightmare for them. They're all pushing through. Seattle Surge need to get bodies on the point. That first one is now in. Atlanta FaZe are coming through with the kills eventually, though. It may be too little too late.
Oh, still got work
Seattle
to do here.
Surge trying to write history.
Still got a lot of work to do here. Atlanta FaZe now have pushed Seattle Surge back, and it felt like you get rid of the final boss and Simp, and yeah, okay, the little mini bosses around him aren't too hard to deal with. 2 big kills coming in from Pred, though. Still an opportunity here, but Simp is there. Slasher alongside of him. Seattle Surge, you can see the comms are flying already. They want to try and get around here. It's still doable.
This will be outrageous from Seattle Surge. 1 tick away. Slash has been found, and there is a Chow coming through eventually. Sim's going to get it. Matt gets that trade coming in as well. Seattle going to do this. They basically have to just win everything. It's a 2 versus 10. 29 seconds left to go. Pred goes around the corner. Down he goes. Accuracy gets gunned as well. And it feels like there was 5 ticks that didn't need to go there.
Can we just take a minute? What was it, 17?
Something along those lines. I don't know what the record is, but the fact he was even remotely close to dropping a nuke is outrageous.
What was Karma's way back? I want to say that's been broken since, but that was quite simply
Karma's
incredible.
has been broken in a professional environment.
What was Karma's again? It was like 19? Was it?
No, it was higher than that. It was 20 something. It was 26 or 27, and I should know.
Wow.
I was the one who commentated along with Puckett.
Oh, well, there you go.
But
you should know.
Yeah, it's a decade ago. Give me some credit. Anyway, back onto this. I was talking about CDL era. And now it's 2-0 to Atlanta FaZe.
It's just one of those moments where you just kind of got to sit back and admire it. And push in for Atlanta FaZe. I feel like we almost got too caught up in the streak, but it was hard not to. The round Nelly went over to Seattle. Simp hasn't slowed down, or has he? He has just a little bit, because to be honest, if he continued to do that, I don't think I would have had a voice come tomorrow or the rest of the stage.
Oh, let's see if they can now put this over the line. A has gone down. Seattle Surge have to find something. Have to figure this out if they're going to try for a reverse sweep from this point. Now, they do have the opportunity of, obviously, being on defense. Win this, regain, go again.
Good hold here coming in from Seattle. Set themselves up nicely, but look again, it is the methodical approach that FaZe sometimes do need to take. Makes things a lot easier to go 2-0 under control when one of your teammates hasn't died for about 5 minutes. Here we go with Pred. Now trying to put to shame this push from Atlanta FaZe. Good work from Pred. Reads it very well. At this moment in time, Seattle don't have any control over towards bedroom, so it's a dangerous prospect.
This is a good play from Pred. Finger around the back. That's exactly what he's going to do. 4 streak for himself, and he is going to eventually be taken down by Simp. Now, Simp will be on this position. They'll be looking for the players to come through. Good play from Simp. Slasher trying just to hold them off here. Selim going to go up top and guns him before he has any opportunity. That first tick slowly but surely progressing here.
Oh, nicely done.
I think they got it, but they don't have any more.
Nicely done. Accuracy just staying alive, allowing Mac then to push through, find the gunfight onto the site. Still doable here for the side of Surge. And Pred just stunned up at the wrong time. Accuracy holding tight, but once again, just feels like any time that Simp is near them, a couple of them do fall. Flank starting to come in from Slasher as well. Accuracy, good defensive work. Still doable here for Surge.
They're holding, and they're holding well. This is the difficulty. Getting any further forward. Bedroom is not in their control. They're also... You can see Slashers at the back trying to get this as well. That's a huge kill for them. It's going to force Seattle Surge to split their aims. They know Slasher is coming. For Atlanta FaZe to win this, they have to win this next wave of kills. And they're slowly but surely tightening the knot. Simp finds 1. Simp finds 2. Accuracy eventually takes him down, though. But they are onto the point. That clock has stopped.
Surge in a good position to defend this, though. Oh, well, they were. And then Abisi's just done things like that to Pred. The gunfight comes through. Sib's able to find one. There's the third. Mac is surely the last one to fall. Atlanta FaZe in the ascendancies now. They're inside the point. And this point's going up quickly, Bryce.
Got it. Selim's going to go in. And Nabisi tries to get over. He tries to get onto that point as well, but now Selim has to fight for his life, and he's gunned down by Sib. Slasher will eventually get it, but he might have to make a move here. The rest of Atlanta FaZe are flying forward, but yet South Surge do have the crosses. Sib finds one. Selim finds a second. They're diving in as well, and Atlanta FaZe win on kills. And that was a very, very fast 3-map win. And at Seattle Surge, just very little reaction. I don't know what to make of it. This was supposed to be a battle of the Titans, but one of them didn't turn up.
I think they look like they're ready for the series to start, because theirs didn't. Their series did not start. Atlanta FaZe did not allow them. Simp just dropped 30 and 14, and I believe a CDL era record of a 16 spree alongside of it. 26 non-traded kills, and that was quite simply one of the most sublime slaying performances I've seen from a single individual in my life. That was just absurd. That is one of the most one-sided games we have seen so far in Modern Warfare 2. Full stop.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect it between these two, but 270, 187 started well for Atlanta FaZe, got better on the S&D, and Hotel was out of control. Unbelievable. We are getting confirmed reports, I believe, that Simp may have just set the new record for kill streaks.
We think it's right. We'll get it double confirmed. Thanks to actually Newfie tweeting me that one. I believe he is right, though. That again, you know, we kind of were just speaking throughout it. It was a hard one to break down. Honestly, I think we'll probably have to talk for a few minutes whilst Puck and Co get back from the green room already. They would be just having a cup of coffee, you know, ready and waiting. But that was... It's hard to put into words. Look, I want to give full credit to Atlanta FaZe here, and I don't want to beat on Seattle too badly, but they're better than that. They're a lot better than that, and they will be very, very disappointed with that performance from themselves, but FaZe looked kind of final there. That was disgusting.
Yeah, FaZe going to be very happy with that performance, but let's see what our Des thinks of the performance of both teams. Puckett, over to you.
Is it too early to bet on FaZe to win Boston?
I don't think it's too early.
What just happened? You know what? I'm skipping ahead to the Scuff play in the game. Just show me more Simp footage. The man is back. The Tiny Terrors in full force. And this man opening things up 17-1. Ali, let's take a look back at how he got it done. He started with the perfect rotation, stabs in the back, and if you challenged him on the front, he's winning that gunfight too.
It's just like it never ended. Like it was just continuing. I remember I looked up and when he was like 7-0 and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then this disrespectful chow when he was top cat and that player was trying to take him down. I believe it was Sid, and he ego chowed it. Yeah. I thought he had the kill for a second here and I was about to be mind blown. Thankfully he gets shut down, but Tiny Terrors,
it's so
man.
crazy too. Yeah, the Tiny Terrors were on point in this series. You can see like in that first round phase, they capture A, they get all the way through their spawn, and Simp pops that first 3-piece, and right there, it was like the switch was flipped. He kept going, and you could see Seattle how flustered they were. They were jumping one by one to chow Simp. None of them beating him in a gunfight. The communication wasn't there. They're not able to kill him, man, and it creates one of the most spectacular moments we've seen.
And I called to the real team. I was like, guys, can you just start recording Simp? Like, can I get that first round? Because that was probably the best round of control we've seen. He kept it going into round 2. But as we talk about search and destroy, this is where I was most impressed with FaZe, because we mentioned their search and destroy woes. We knew they had to make some changes. Abizi showing us some tricks with his stun grenades, and it looked like the whole team was just in the perfect position, always there to trade, had each other's back. They had the site permanently covered. Surge had no ground on this map, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been great at Search in this game. Like, since the major, like they were dominant in Search in that game mode, and then now coming into this matchup, you're going up against Seattle, who are taking a gamble playing Mercado again, and they just ran at them. And, you know, when you think about when FaZe was the best search team, what was it? It was them playing together, pushing out Abizi in the front line, getting that first kill, and just finessing based off of that information, even if he got the kill or not. Well, right here, I mean, there's those games where everything just goes your way. He gets those kills, and the follow-up kill comes in with no traded death. That was wonderful to watch, Puckett.
We got Simp joining us live here in just a moment. In fact, he's here right now. Chat, send me your questions. We'll ask them at the end of the interview. But Simp, I just got to ask, is this the fastest series you've ever played?
Maybe one of them. I mean, I've definitely had a couple fast series in my day where we just slammed some people. But I don't know. I feel like today was a really good day where we were feeling loose. We were feeling nice. And I mean, I don't know. We just got to keep this performance up for the rest of
Oh, I don't know if we lost.
You still there, Chris? You hear us?
Somebody tripped over the wire. It's happened in the past. It happened again. So, Simp, we're going to send you our questions via Twitter. But can we just talk about this, man? What were you going to ask him, Allie?
Oh, well, I was going to ask, at first, I was going to be like, we're really coming into, like, the second half like this. Like, Atlanta, this is how we're opening things up. And then I was going to ask him at what point did he realize he was on, like, a 16 spree? Like, was it the 4th kill? Was it, like, the 7th? The 12th?
It was probably
like,
the chow, right?
Like, at what point did he realize, like, I'm 4 off a nuke? You know what I'm saying?
4 off a nuke, ridiculous plays. But, Ant, people are saying it's just online. When it gets to land, this could be a totally different team. Do you agree with that take? Is that hot?
If anybody says that it's just online, it's the most faded take I've ever seen. This team has so many championships across the board, world championships. I wanted to ask Simp, like, how he feels about that series, because that's the first time we've seen FaZe dominate a top-tier squad like that.
Yeah.
And Simp looked like when he came into the scene, like taking over games, right? It's been over a year since we've seen some performances like that out of Atlanta FaZe.
And, of course, we had the camera on him for most of the game. That's why we're hyping him up. This was a team effort, but definitely an MVP performance from Simp, especially in that game number 3. As we take a look forward to Boston Major 1, Atlanta FaZe, will they return to another championship match? Will they take home a title here to kick off February in 2023? You can also vote on your favorite team for the Major. It's fan-based, and you guys get to choose who are the 4 players to be featured in our Major. It's going to be a good one. I have to put Simp as my first vote on the day. Yesterday, who would it go to? Probably Asim. I got Asim still in there. I got Simp now. Who else are you filling that roster with?
Pro Loot and Clay were looking good yesterday. We'll see how that team develops.
Okay, I like that. Allie, you got a favorite so far in week 1 of Major number 2 online qualifiers?
I have to say Simp. Like, there's no other answer other than that one.
We Simp for Simp here on the desk. That's what's happening. We got to go to a break. When we come back, we have another series for you. Shout out to Atlanta FaZe. We're back on schedule, and we're kicking this next one off. LA Thieves versus New York. The Subliners, they took home the trophy in Raleigh. Can they hand the Thieves a loss tonight? We'll find out after the break.
This is the Scuffed Team of the Major, a super team built with 4 of the top performers during the previous major, as voted by you, the fans. First off, it's Scump of Optic Texas. While Optic Texas campaigned to win the legendary player another title in his final season didn't get off to the greatest of starts, Scump still had some great moments throughout the tournament. In particular, during Optic's match against the London Royal Ravens, Scump was unstoppable, especially on Search and Destroy, where he dominated with a 3-0 KD across 2 maps, contributing to a stellar 1.27 KD overall in the series. Next up, it's Celium of the Atlanta FaZe. FaZe started off the new season a bit shaky, but was able to turn it on when it mattered and was able to make a deep run, ending the tournament in 3rd place. Meanwhile, the reigning MVP picked up where he left off last season, making an early claim to this season's MVP with a 1.26 KD, the highest at the major. One game you should watch from Celium and FaZe's run to 3rd place is their match against the LA Thieves in the qualifiers, where Celium popped off for 93 kills for a 1.52 total KD. The 3rd player to make the team of the major is LA Thieves' Draza. While stats may paint a different picture, the Thieves youngster has shown that he can put a team on his back when called upon, with the team making it to 5th, 6th place this major. Throughout the tournament, Draza had some amazing engagements that proved to be the difference maker for the Thieves in some key matches. One standout was the team's match against the Vegas Legion. After falling to 0-2 in the series, Draza turned it on and led the Thieves in a hard-fought comeback to reverse sweep the Legion. When the dust settled, Draza went off for 101 kills and 12,084 damage. Finishing up the first team of the major this season is Sib of the Seattle Surge. Sib was absolutely frying the competition en route to a 2nd place finish, earning himself 860 kills, the most of any player at the major. Overall, Sib may have put on a highlight performance of the tournament in Surge's match against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Despite falling short and losing the series 3-2, Sib did everything he could to get Surge the W, ultimately ending with a 1.89 KD after dropping 108 kills, which was paired by an unbelievable 12,479 damage. Despite the end result, Sib's performance in that match may be one of the greatest performances by any individual player in the history of the CDL, and won't be one we'll forget anytime soon. That's your Scuffed Team of the Major for Major 1.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Adam has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it! Long, here we go, round number 2.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's Puckett, Alley Cat, and Nameless back here at the headquarters desk. And before we kick this one off, pop quiz, Alley.
Oh, God.
Whose voice was that over the Scuff Team of the Major for Major 1 in Raleigh?
Oh, it was the OG Mr. X, of course.
You seriously know Mr. X?
No.
He cast Overwatch, but he used to coach Complexity, and he led them to countless championships with Clayster and more on the team, like Crimsix and Pat Price. Let's talk about this matchup, though, because we got LA Thieves going up against the New York Subliner. Shout out to the old heads in the chat. But this was a battle that I was super pumped for when we saw it on this schedule, because the Subliners are coming in here as the Raleigh champions, but LA Thieves were the champions of the previous 2 majors, right? So we got champions versus champions on both sides of this matchup. But Allie, LA Thieves finished 5th, 6th.
Yeah.
What went wrong in Raleigh, and what are we expecting from them today?
It was just really their search and destroys. Like, that's something they struggled with last year as well, and it looks like that's continuing to haunt them here in the beginning of the season. But they figured it out by the end of the year, and I feel like that's what LA Thieves' story is. They're a slow burn team that they might not be that hot at the start of the season, but they will stick together and they will work it out, and they will be a serious threat near the end. So I'm interested to see what they have brought to us now that they've had some time off and had some time to work on things, but I don't think it's going to be an overnight turnaround for this team.
I'm going to go ahead and answer this one for you, Nameless. Player to watch today, it's got to be Kenny. He tweeted about it. He says, I need to step up on the way to Major 2. But if you were watching Eats last night on Standy's stream like I was at 1 a.m., Envoy was cooking. Keep your eyes on the young gun as Envoy continues to lead as the frontline man. LA Thieves looking like a dangerous squad, but they are going up against the unpredictable New York Subliners, who were singing their own praises on their way to lifting the trophy. How dangerous are the Subliners coming into this matchup after the major now?
I mean, this team is absolutely disgusting. Like, everybody on the team individually on another level. The comms were great, something people were worried about. Leadership, it's not a problem. Everybody can step up when they need to on this squad. And it's like, pick your poison when it comes to map set. Like, looking at the control, they're 5-1 on Hotel Control, 4-0 on Fortress. They get rid of Asilo, so it's like, you're probably going to lose the control in the series. Then when it goes into the hard point, everybody here can pop off. Priesta is back to being that dominant slayer that he once was. New York is a formidable team in this game.
And you're mentioning some of those maps and modes. Let's bring them up full screen and walk through this one, Allie, because I did not see a 3-0 coming in the Atlanta FaZe versus Surge matchup. I also didn't predict 2 Game 5s to kick off our day. Do we have a third Game 5 on the night?
I think we could, actually, and honestly, if it gets to that Game 5, I don't hate this map set for the LA Thieves. That is their best search and destroy. They're sitting at Game 5, so if they get the distance, the odds are heavily in their favor.
Well, it's time to kick off this series. Put your predictions in the chat, and shout out to my man who has 250,000 channel points riding on this matchup. We got our casters. It's the Dad Squad, Lando and Study. Take it away.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Puckett from one father to 2 other ones. Buddy, I tell you what, it's a little bit past our bedtime as some good old dads, but we got I guess what is actually the heavy hitter fight. I felt like it was going to be Atlanta versus Seattle, but New York, LAT, this is about to be a banger, man. The Subliners off of the chip, the Thieves, well, with a chip on their shoulder, considering the top 6 finish that they had at Major number 1. But this is about to be a slobber knocker. Are you ready, my man? This is about to be a great way to close out the day.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one, man. Obviously, we got the best team in the game currently in New York versus the best team last year in the LA Thieves. New York just played with tremendous pacing, and it's usually around their SMGs. You see the stats right there from Hydra. 1.22 overall KD on Fortress Hardpoint. That guy is a menace. You have to make sure you're shutting that guy down, and the Death touched on it perfectly. The guy that I'm looking at to even up the matchup has to be Kenny. This is a guy who has the ability to take over games when he's playing at his best. He has to do it here.
Yeah, without question, right? As we fly in here for P1 on Fortress, it is a great opening team fight victory there for the Thieves, but strictly based off of the vetoes, right? When we talk about how we're going to have Fortress for our opening 2 respawns, it does put a major focus here onto Kenny. I think the Deaths touched on it quite a bit, right? He did not have the major one that he would have liked. A big focus is going to be onto his gameplay, onto his performance. Now, I want to say off the rip, Jay, he actually does have the tack out, so an interesting strat to kick off our P1 here.
Oh, yeah, when you're starting to go off on the better side, it's all about basically trapping them in. If you can get a clean 4 dead, like the way that they have so far, you usually want to use that tack to hold down the long-distance gunfights, and Kenny starting off 4-0 is exactly what you want to do. NYSL do get the break. A couple of players from LA Thieves are going to spawn all the way across the map. They find the positioning of Octane, and this is where it starts getting scary if you are LA Thieves, because the aggression of New York is never going to slow down. If they're winning gunfight after gunfight, that's when their confidence level is going to reach a whole new level.
Yeah, it was a quick little 2v2, Hydra and Kismet. Fantastic SMG duo from last season, continuing here into this title, do a great job, at least at holding down the Thieves for the moment, but it is tack after tack after tack. Draza and Kenny come away with 4 of their own duos, either which way. This time it's the father and son combo They managed to break into hell themselves. Kenny, but we had some question marks. Jay starting off 7-0.
Exactly what you want to do if you're Quavo. Ken, already 7-0, picks up that cruise missile. Great time over towards this P2 hard point, but now it gets a little bit more difficult because now you're going into a P3. So far on this map, specifically New York, our third in hold percentage. You know how impactful this P3 and how difficult this P3 is to break. Let's see if LA Thieves can try to find an answer. It all starts with the first kill onto Kismet. Now they do have the numbers advantage. This is where you're going to invest that cruise.
Yeah, perfect time to use it. P3, one of the best hard points in this game. And here comes the streak. Priesta goes swanton diving over toward the pool. And that's actually going to be the only kill that they find. So Kenny pulls out the streak, lets the rest of his teammates try to do the work, and they all end up dropping as Priesta continues to fly around the map as he's picking up the pace. Now on 4 in a row himself, NYSL with a great answer back so far here at the Fountain.
This has been a flawless hold so far. They shut down the pressure from double doors. The SMGs are firing on all cylinders. Even Kismet, he's feeling so good. He's at Hydra. I'm going to take you down, buddy. As New York are going to be able to take the lead right on back with a flawless P3 hold. Now off the rotation, Priesta is able to sneak his way out, but he's going to get taken down by Kenny. So now New York have to work double time to try to get out of this trap. LA Thieves are fully set up. You have one player who's pushed out towards P1, but Kismet, unfortunately, he invests his dead silence, not able to pick up the kill. Now all the rest of the players from New York had to slow it down a little bit.
And I know, Jay, that we are super early into this series, even to this hard point. I mean, what, we're jumping into P4 right now. But it feels like LAT are keeping pace. Like, there was a lot of questions, right, talked about their Fortress hardpoint, the first time that they have played it so far throughout this season. And with the fast SMGs on the other side, the question marks around Kenny. I mean, Kenny is only 13-2, having a phenomenal game. Now on another spree, can have a cruise missile with just one more gunfight victory. These guys are keeping pace and honestly making New York work for every single bit of map positioning. Thankfully, they will find a few in the feed and rush on into cannons, but this has been an impressive start from the Thieves nonetheless.
Oh, yeah. Look at the stat line from Kenny, 14-4 compared to the stat line of Skies, who's currently sitting at 1-10.
Oh, wow.
When you're playing like that, if you are Kenny, this is a very, very difficult team to take on down, but New York, they get the break on towards P4. Final couple of seconds, Octane is able to find that last kill, but New York are thinking big picture. We're going to win that rotation over towards P5. You have one player in Draza working his way all the way around back statue. Try to set up this pinch as New York thinking that no one's going to be in towards the back. This is going to be a freebie for Draza. The break is in.
Yeah, free gunfight victory. A lot of crosses to watch. And right now, Thieves, they are holding down every single angle. And really, they're from Draza's POV. You see Kenny getting up and aggressive in the face of the opposition. He has absolutely so far been the story of this Fortress hardpoint. Now at 15-5, all out aggression. And he is piecing, as you said, Jay, everybody right now for New York, as they've got all 4 players here. So they've got a great little thing going. The question is, can they actually break hold and get something inside of the hardpoint? Kenny and Draza answer back with a few of their own. Priesta will settle the score as the hill will lay vacant. A solid lead after a few HPs are in the book. Thieves on top, and right now New York, they hold spawns for next. Or for
P2, New York are trying to play for the trap as they take down Octane. That was the biggest kill because Octane was the only player that spawns out towards back art. So now you know where everyone is on the side of LA Thieves. You just have to hold them in towards tables, hold them in towards maps, hold them in towards double doors. And so far, they're doing a great job of doing so. Almost down by 10 points. New York are going to try to take this lead right on back. Great shots from Envoy, not able to pick up that kill, but so far New York are slaying to the best of their abilities. It's everybody besides Skies. If Skies starts to turn up, New York will be at a different level.
He will indeed, but another 4 down again in favor of the Thieves. Thankfully for New York, they don't lose that spawn in the back. However, Kismet's going to be a little bit late. They're going to join the rest of the party. Could actually end up benefiting the subliners in the end, but uncharacteristic here for Mr. Caesar Skies Bueno, as he at least is able to put another one on the board. Now at 3-12, he'll be setting up for that next hard point over at P2 toward the gallows. As they'll go ahead and send Hydra forward, try to get him in a bit of a better pace. I think the Thieves have to really work for it. However, he drops in the back, first layer down. And here come the Thieves again, Jay.
Yeah, they're pushing right up the street. Kismet at least finds one, but the Thieves are able to flip those spawns. Now the only player left on this side of the map is going to be Priesty. At least takes down one, but LA Thieves, they successfully get another break. Now going to continuously try to grow this lead. You take care of Priestess. Now you know the pressure from New York is going to be all out towards the front. The pinch is trying to come in from Octane. He gets taken care of. Trey's going back and forth. Kenny's just going to fly in. Draza finds two. And that's going to be another break from LA Thieves. They're just growing this lead more and more. You're basically going to almost force New York to hit that early rotation to P3 and have to have the same response that they did on the first rotation of hard points.
And you can tell how annoying it must be if you are New York to see that amount of time available and having to back on up, as they will have to be ready and prepared now toward the fountain. They've been bruised and battered so far here on Fortress, and they need a reply. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with New York.
Yeah. I'm saying top boat looking at me.
I have a streak. Do we have trophies?
I don't have a trophy. No, he's on left. I'm one shot. Help me. I have a trophy on time. I have a trophy on time. Alright. I'm running up on you. Yeah, I was one shot, bro. Circle then. There's two there. One more circle and close on you. I spawned out here. Close on me. Close on me. I spawned on Grant. He's on me. Let me. Look at me. Nice. One shot. Nice. P5. I have a trophy on you. Watch left, Caesar. Watch left. I have left. On me. Left. P1 right now. P1 is shouting me. He's on the box. Nice. One more P1. Last guy P1. Sam. Watch. I'm watching P1. Yeah, I got it. Get all this time. Get all this time. Green. Yo, Sam is P1 on me. Shout me. Lay down. Dead. I'm stunned. I'm front. Two of them. One shot. They can spawn green. Top green. Yep, top green. Nice. Good job. More. P1. Sorry, just stay out. Bench. I'm gonna go right. I spawn barn. They're gonna keep spawning green. Open. I'm getting off the scratch. They're gonna be green, right? One more P1, Kenny. P1's crossing. He's bench. Yeah, listen. I'm going. Someone get time. Someone go to the back. I'm going stage. I got top rock. Someone get time. What could be in the back right now? I'm gonna help the back. I'm getting time from the back door. They can be top down. I feel. Then they could be on me. I'm seeing stage open or no? Stage open or no? I have my bottom. I've cat on me. I'm one shot. Right. One's P1. Watch my bottom mark. I have P1. You can be your single with step. I'm holding off angle. He can't shoot me. Yo, don't single in P1. He's out. Bottom up. I'm watching. Get off. What's your P2 door? Back door and P2. This side. You're good. Yeah, back stairs right now. Back stairs. I have your help left. Back stairs. You got me. Top rocks.
And right there, they're listening with New York. Beautiful communication for them to get a great hold on towards that P3. They're making sure they were emphasizing the important kills, knowing that they have to hold down double doors. They get a flawless hold at P3. They win the rotation over towards P4. The LA Thieves with a lot of aggression up towards street. They execute the break. Even though New York got right back into this game, LA Thieves are just a step ahead right now in this hard point.
They are indeed. Draws it down on 5 in a row again. I continue to point you to Kenny's POV, to his score line.
Oh my.
31-14. Question marks no longer are going to be on the Quavo's performance. He is having himself a game. Envoy, he's happy to sit right now in the Jansport, right now in the backpack. Kenny has arrived. Sure, the bandana's got to be somewhere in the back pocket, maybe somewhere off screen, as Thieves are within 15 of calling game. Octane able to put away a double. 10 more seconds to go. New York starting to scramble as this one looks to be over. It looks to be done. Maybe one last hurrah if you are the subliners. And there you go. A commanding start for Thieves, and Kenny specifically.
Oh, LA Thieves, they just made easy work in that map number 1. The only hard point that they ended up losing on was that P3. Every other hard point, they got a good chunk of time off P1. They dominated at P2. And then even with New York getting the spawns for P4, LA Thieves found break after break. Just got to give a big shout out to Kenny, man. I've been watching Ace for these last couple of days. The guy's been in there every single night putting in work. 33-16 with that SMG in hand. Also whipped out the TAC 56 when needed. He was just Mr. Do It All for the LA roster on this map number 1. And now this kind of puts New York in a very scary situation, because New York, they were thinking Fortress hardpoint, okay, we're definitely gonna go up 1-0. These guys do not play this map. They've never played this map. This should be a pretty easy one, but now they find themselves down 0-1 going into an El Asilo search and destroy where they have yet to play that map. On the side of New York, LA Thieves do have a 1-3 record, but at least they got some reps on it.
Yeah,
they have something to work on. But now if you are New York, basically you shot yourself right in the foot, man. It's just, this is your map. You had to come out and win it. And unfortunately, LA Thieves and Kenny, all on the back of Kenny, make it happen in map number 1.
Oh my gosh, he did indeed. I mean, we were talking about that coming into this series, right? Was the mixture of the vetoes. I mean, not to go super in depth with it, but you and I were like, okay, Fortress Hardpoint. Thieves, you don't have any reps. New York even actually decides to ban Hotel, a very good control map for them, to go ahead and play Fortress. Why? Because they would rather play Kenny, they'd rather play Thieves on a very SMG-centered map. Well, we're seeing how things are turning out. They lose the opening Hardpoint. Now I'm sure they're definitely thinking twice already about that Game 3 control. And then, as you said, partner, the search destroy. I mean, it felt like New York felt very comfortable in the vetoes, hoping that they could just get a search destroy victory here in game number 2. But already the Thieves are showing us that nothing is guaranteed at all. A phenomenal performance here off the rip as they find themselves up 1-0 versus the defending champs.
Up 1-0, now going into a search and destroy. If you are LA Thieves, this has been the mode that you have been struggling with. This is the mode that basically got you knocked out at Major 1. And you're going up against a New York roster who have been kind of terrorizing a lot of teams in search and destroy. They have won their last 4 out of 5 S&Ds. None of them have been on El Asilo. So that's the only thing that scares me, because this is a pretty big map. When you're on the NYSL roster, a lot of their playmakers are Hydra and Kismet, where they're just taking control of just being super aggressive on the map. But on a map like El Asilo, especially on your attacking rounds, you don't want to be super aggressive towards anywhere besides that A site. So I'm expecting LA Thieves, with the reps that they currently have, even though it's not a winning record, to be prepared for anything. Right now, Kenny's playing at a totally different level. You see the young man, he's vibing. The bandana, like you said, it's got to be in the back pocket. He might have just got inspired by Sip's performance in that last series. Like he said, oh, Sip just went on a 16 kill streak. I'll start the map 14-2, no problem. So if you're LA Thieves, you're feeling great. Smiles all across the board for those young men. And now if you are New York, you kind of find yourself in a difficult situation, down 0-1 by losing one of your best hard points going into a search and destroy that you have yet to play on the season.
Yeah, you gotta feel a little checked, right? If you're the subliners, just like, okay, we're gonna come out, play super aggressive, and I don't
know if they're singing Backstreet Boys in this one, but
I would doubt it. I would definitely doubt for right now. I don't think we're gonna do any singing. Maybe just a bit of comms, try to calm the team down a little bit. But, ooh, sheesh, man. What you love to see. You love to see a competitive league. As the subliners now handed a big test in front of them, but I don't know, man. Like when it comes down to El Asilo Search Destroy, I know you talked about it already, like the difference in terms of strategy, how El Asilo works. It's not a matter of just like, hey, I can go out, make a play. The reason why you can't do it on El Asilo is because everybody can hear everywhere that you are inside of the warehouse. How do you feel like the subliners are going to elect to play this? Is it going to be more around the sniper play, around the outside? Do you think that there is potential here for New York to be a solid S&D team on El Asilo, given the players that they've got?
Oh yeah, without question, man. Like, you know, the Bulldog and Kismet, he's going to be able to set up these play calls. It's not like, even though they haven't played it on the season, these guys are still getting reps, probably playing it in practice, probably a couple tournaments early on in the season. So they do have an understanding of how you want to play this. But this is a guy who I really wanted to talk about, is Envoy. He's the highest overall KD in Search and Destroy for this LA Thieves roster. But one thing that he really does struggle with is in that opening duel win percentage. In those first blood fights, he's only at a 35% win rate. So if you are Envoy, the way that he performed in that map, number 1, wasn't really the best, but this is where he usually is able to take over the game in S&D. He's the playmaker for this roster. He has to have a big performance here if he wants to go up 2-0.
Yeah, he absolutely does. The positive, I guess, if you are the LA Thieves, is I know we've talked about it a lot. Search Destroy historically has been the woes, really, when it comes down to this franchise, this particular team, right? But one positive is that they do sit at 500, if not higher, in every single game mode. So have at least been decent in S&D as well. Kenny starting things off hot as he ended in the hard point, starts things off with 2. Goes to the bottom side of the pool table, knowing the lineup that New York was looking to grab. An instant 4v2 and a bomb that's about to be planted. A difficult task indeed for Priest and Hydra.
Oh yeah, Priest and Hydra have their hands full with this one. 45 seconds on the clock into 2v4. All of LA Thieves not giving up anything easy. You get some information on where these players are attacking from. Octane's in a great position to at least find one. As time is starting to tick, Hydra, he is the SMG trying to be aggressive.
O velho Vamp, ele tava pensando que nunca tinha perdido.
Tá? FIFA bugou.
Cadê Belinha?
Um salve pro Queiroz, o Fight, o FG Fern, o Richards, o Pieter, o Among, cara, faz um tempão que a gente não joga, né? Mas não quer dizer que a gente não vai jogar de novo, né? O Warzinho fazia um tempasso que a gente não jogava e a gente jogou, né? Tá voltando a jogar, né? Porra, Gaules, você é muito bom, tô aprendendo a jogar, te assistindo, tamo junto, viu um tech. Pô, diga-se de passagem, cara, no FIFA eu tô melhorando, velho. No Pro Clubs aqui, eu não queria falar nada, velho, mas eu acho que a gente veio como adição ao Pragmáticos, não é isso?
Mais uns 3 jogos
A
hoje,
gente veio, um salve pro Limbit.
Pelé de empréstimo no ataque.
Eu acho que a gente veio como adição, velho.
Já começa bem logo.
Eu acho que a gente veio pra somar, velho.
Pronto, aí eu boto isso
Contratação de peso. É, então.
Vambora, hein?
Eu acho que a gente tá mais somando do que... Mas eu peguei o esquema desse coisa é só tocar bola, tá ligado?
Sempre tem essa, né? Eu nunca vi. Mas sem zoeira, eu nunca vi do barulho tão forte. Saiu fogo, velho. Nem sei como voltamos.
É só entrar debaixo do chuveiro, né, também.
No Pro Clubs, o boneco, ele vai até que nível?
100.
Até o
100?
100.
Nossa,
a gente já jogou com os malucos aí no 100, Gal.
Mas
saem correndão.
O boneco no nível 100, ele chega a quanto de overall?
93. 93. O zagueiro.
Varia de posição.
Meu zagueiro é 93.
O goleiro 95.
Meia direita 92, atacante 92.
Caramba.
Máximo é 93, o goleiro 95.
Dá uma variada com a posição que tu tá.
O zagueiro, o volante pega 93, dependendo.
Tá bugadíssimo.
Um salve pro Rafael, o André Poyer, o Masquiguard, o Martim, o Ceduardo. The Quarry, então, vamos ver o The Quarry. The Quarry onde tava bem legal a história, né?
Eu acho que May pega 93.
Então aí, cara, vamos ver aí o que nos reserva, né? Um salve pro Rafael aí também, 26 meses, tamo
92
junto.
Também, mas eu mexi lá e nunca mais consegui. Tá
Você
90,
é o luva anti-Covid, né?
Tu tá nessa aí já?
Não, tá tão legal que você quer matar todos, mas é legal matar. Pô, vocês não estão com raiva daqueles bonecos lá, velho?
Bonequinho dele é um
Opa,
encontrou.
Esquece.
Ó, Real Portino, hein? Campeão boliviano, mano. Que good. Vai ser bom. Pô, podia botar uns 8 bonequinhos aí, né? Pra dar
uma emoção.
É, a gente andou pegando muito bagre aí.
Vamos entregar essa partida pra ficar decisão na última, então? Já que você quer emoção, vamos?
Não, calma.
Ué.
O Panto que não já vai cair, calma.
Primeiro título.
Mas já?
Tá faltando.
Não vai ficar, não.
Pô, a gente
Mas
tem que
já?
jogar a Copa também, viu? Porque tem uma sala de troféus lá que a gente não tem nenhuma Copa, né?
Tem que começar a jogar, né? A copinha, os negócios lá.
É. Tem partida
legal.
de liga, tem amistoso,
Esse estádio é
tem treino e tem
pequenininho.
Copa.
Estádio é traiçoeira.
E
tá alto, hein?
4 bagrinhos. 3.
Alto aqui também.
60 de ping.
Mas esses caras é da primeira divisão ou não se sabe?
Porque dá pra pegar até a terceira.
Ah.
A gente pega a primeira, segunda e terceira.
Segundo pau.
Vi pragmáticos.
Salve.
Fenômeno. Vocês estão?
Ai, nossa, eu achei que você ia abrir na ponta. Eu não vi que você
Eu dou título, velho.
Quando eu apertei o botão, você já tinha voltado a comer.
Não, vai, mano, nada a ver.
Estamos pegando os bagrinhos da terceira e tal. Tá precisando daquele da Libertadores.
Larga ali. Eu tô deito.
Salve a Guinness.
Salve Alexandre o Grande, hein, velho. Como é que tá esse desempenho aí?
Cara, tamo indo, tamo tentando. Primeira partida conseguimos guardar 2.
Já?
Já.
É o ping, né, Belinho?
Eu caí e não vi esses gols aí. Foi os 2 do Gal.
Foi.
O pessoal do Gerard.
Caralho, 2 do Gal, velho. Professor Wendel Lira. Fala, monstro. O time melhorou demais, não tem noção como é que tá esse aqui, não, cara.
Tá bonito, né?
Eu vou pro ataque na Sera agora.
Pode ir, já falei
com
os caras, já sabia, já.
Opa, ó o da vovó.
Olha lá.
Ô, Guinelo, o Vamp tá jogando de volante ofensivo do lado do centroavante. Tá bem, viu? Tá bem. Ele tá bem.
É aquele box to box, né? Famoso box to box.
Eita.
Meu amigo, o cara chegou me.
Cotovelo nas costas ali, não?
Você viu, velho? Eu já tinha dado power shot.
Olha lá, viu?
Não gosta, né?
Bagre! Eu gosto. E aquela na área que você sabe, Belinha? Ó. Cara lá. No pênalti, hein? Foi mal.
Não, foi bolão. Que eu queria. O Gerard é mais alto.
Fora, velho. Eita.
Aí deixamos gerar, Belinha.
Tive lag aqui, não tá com.
Boa.
Tá bem ruim mesmo, mas
Aí, ó, o velho Vamp voltou, hein? O velho Vamp voltou.
Sabe aquela hora que ele girou? Eu apertei quadrado pra dar o bote, meu boneco nem se mexeu.
Cuidado.
Então, tô lagadinho também.
Explorão.
acho que tá todo mundo de jeito, mano.
Voltou.
Ah, ping alto.
Ping alto.
É altitude, né? Mais um.
Beleza.
Ai, nossa.
Tô assistindo. Não é essa porra aí.
Boa, Código.
Agora eu tô percebendo o bonecão 90 dele. Dá pra ver que o bicho chega
A
muito.
aceitação do bicho é muito
Um pouquinho a mais nele, olha.
Cara, tá bem travadão o jogo, né?
Sozinho.
Tá
lagado.
Que isso?
Tamo lagado, velho.
Aqui complicou, hein?
No meu tá mostrando a barrinha de 3 amarela em cima. De vocês também?
O meu não tá, não. O meu tá...
70 de ping, velho. Tá com 70 de ping.
Onde vocês vê o ping?
Parece que jogar na configuração.
Tem um jeito de botar na configuração pra aparecer na tela.
Passa embaixo.
Olha aí, não precisamos daqueles 2 gols seus, cara.
Vamos ver aqui que... Olha...
Esse logo esse aqui pra garantir.
Por que o bot roda rápido o boneco do homoplata ele não?
Ó, Gerard. Mal, hein, Gerard? Mal em campo, hein, Gerard?
Foi em tu a bola, pô.
Não, mas podia ser qualquer
Roubei.
Eu só falo pra dar opção. Ó, ele sabe.
Tá mal, eu tô falando só pra te
ontem, o Agnello conhece, o Plata baladeira aí. Ele chega
Ele é
jogando
baladeira.
desse jeitinho aí, ó.
Ai!
Durinho.
Vai tocar. Que isso, os caras jogam bem, viu?
Vambora.
A construção de jogada dos caras tá... Beleza. Vambora, Belinha.
Era em você, Felipe. Eu vi você passando.
Tá magro, vamos lá.
Os caras é da correria, velho. Tá louco.
Que isso, gente.
Fecha o grandão aqui.
Faz a linha.
Tem que subir um pouco mais.
Ai, olha a nossa jogada pra cima de nós, hein?
Mas tem que sair lá de trás, hein?
Tá longe, faz a linha.
Já foi.
Ah, que bonito esse gol.
Domina e faz, Belinha.
Aí não. Valeu.
Oba!
Aí também não.
Eu tava fora.
Vamos jogar o último jogo com a faca nos dentes, cara.
Hey. 45 seconds to work with. LA Thieves are just taking their time. Octane is going to invest in that dead silence, but Skies lines it up with the sniper.
What?
So now both players are going to get stiffed now. Priestess slowly playing patient for Envoy, able to take him down 1v3, all left up to Octane. No dead silence to work with. Only 30 seconds. He does have the bomb in hand. Come here. But the snipe is not going to connect for Skies. New York finally get a first blood, and it leads to some success. It wasn't easy, but they got it done. New York stay alive in this game a little longer. Now down 4-3.
Dude, and for a moment, I really thought that for a second, like it was gonna be. I thought that for a moment it was gonna be Skies to hit the snipe. You can just tell, like the bit of frustration. He's looking to try to grab that pick on the Octane. Been a major thorn to the side so far throughout this search and destroy. But as you said, man, New York They rely on Kismet to find that first blood, and from there, the rest of the round falls their way. And it's only a 3-4 game as well. That was obviously the swing round, so scoreline looks much, much better. And another opportunity for the cross. Octane, a rare missed snipe. Still gives the info to the team. And now it's on to Draza. SMG in hand. Nearly cuts away too. But holding on to that bar was Priesta. Locks things down. It makes things a little bit more manageable if you are the subliners. But Kenny again from long range hits double digits. And once more gives Thieves man count.
So now it's all left up to Skies and Hydra. Bomb is going to be down towards top mid. Octane picks up that information of a player already up there. So now they at least know where one player is. But Hydra just going to take his time. Skies does invest in that dead silence. He's kind of trying to cover a lot of ground, but Envoy, he's ready for it. Now it's all left up to Hydra. What has it been? Like 2 1v4s, now a 1v3? This guy's always left in the clutch.
You gotta feel bad for him too. Like it's nearly impossible. Thankfully, he does have dead silence, but once he plants this bomb, okay, he does at least find a pick. Can he manage to stay alive? Yes, he will. Great work so far from Hydra. Dead silence popped. 35 seconds left to defend this bomb. Octane and Kenny still to fight off against a longtime duo. He's put in tags toward either side. Are they gonna send Kenny flying forward? Oh, he's got one in the back. Hydra, has he just clutched this out? Puts Kenny in a very precarious position, spots him in middle, and there you go. Hydra, sweat off the brow, says, I will do it myself. So many clutching situations and comes away with a nice little 1v3 to tie up game number 2.
Unbelievable out of Hydra. He said 1v4 is all right, not going to be easy, but 1v3, I'm going to stand a pretty good chance, especially when you're able to get that bomb down and find that kill immediately. Once he turns it into a 1v2, you saw Kenny and Octane, they had no idea where he was. It's because Hydra invests that dead silence, so he's running around dead silent, finds that kill, and then repositions towards top mid and finds that kill finally onto Kenny. What a massive clutch coming in from Hydra to now tie it up at 4-4. LA Thieves, that's one you want to get back, but New York gained a lot of confidence off of that one. Priest is now going to be that player on the late flank. He does pop that dead silence, but it's about to run out.
It is about to run out, but he at least, gets to a spot. Draza had him red. Priest escapes with 6 HP. And that's the biggest point about it. Not only does he find the kill, but he stays alive. And the Thieves starting to feel the pressure where everybody happens to be. Missed snipe from Octane. Pistol is all that he has now. Thankfully, that bomb has been planted, but New York are here. Kismet once again on the stairs, causing havoc. As now here comes the rush of players. Can Envoy find a few? Not able to do so. All on to Kenny. A bomb site to defend, and New York rifle their way in toward that A site. Wonderful work here for the subliners as Priesta, from start to finish, was part of the round. And New York now find themselves up 5-4.
That's 3 in a row for New York. They're just taking it round by round. It's currently like 7-2 in first bloods. Doesn't matter when you have a couple playmakers on the side of New York. Now they put themselves at game point. So far, I don't even think New York were able to get this bomb down besides Hydra's 1v3. So if you are New York, let's just try to hit a rush plan over towards A, take the play to them instead of getting picked apart, because I like these so far on the defensive end. They've been doing great at finding that first blood. But now New York, 1 round away, tying it up at 1.
Utility tossed. And that will slow the early engagement here from New York. Will the first blood be found toward the outside of the warehouse, potentially for Skies, as he's put away that sniper and elected for the tack. Keep in mind for the Thieves, they've actually only got 1 player inside of the warehouse on both sides of the map. They've got players working. It could come down to Priesta. Oh, he gets cut down in the first blood. Kenny, a great opening gunfight victory, stays alive as well. And now that puts that much more pressure, that much more emphasis on Skies to have to walk away with this fight. He knows Draws is here. Oh, tosses out the stun. Oh, gets the worst timing.
It's the worst timing possible. Now it turns into a 3v2, all left up to the SMG duo on the side of New York. Kismet and Hydra. What can he try to get done? Hydra's position is going to be known. Kenny's able to back him down for now. As the dead silence is going to get invested for Draza. Here comes the pinch. Should be able to pick up this kill. Now it's all left up to Kismet in the 1v3.
What does the Bulldog have cooked up for us. This could actually work out perfect timing-wise. Draza checks the angle, and I tell you what, it's a common angle to look out for, obviously through the mid-hallway, but Draza arrives maybe a second or two late. There is potential for Kismet to run into that bomb site, find one, maybe two, and who knows, the clutch. Regardless, Draza with some major fights toward the end of this round to get us to a round 11. A major one for Thieves. It feels like this S&D should have been cleaned up a few rounds ago. But it's been about clutches, 3v4s, 1v3s, you name it. New York, they have survived. And right now they're looking for this OT victory to put them back in the series, Jay. Here we go.
Here we go. If you are New York, you just simply cannot get blooded. It's 8-2 in favor of the LA Thieves so far in this search and destroy. They're just going to slowly play on their attack. Draza took a lot of ground pushing up towards Fields last time, basically shutting down that B push. You see the positioning right now of Envoy. He's sitting at middle kegs. He's making sure no players are going to be super aggressive in towards A. The stunner, unfortunately, banks off the wall for Hydra. But they're just trying to spot out where any of these players can potentially be as Priest is slowly starting to attack up towards the alley. Finds the first blood. Hydra with the second. 4v2.
Oh, but Envoy, he comes away with two. Eventually does get silenced, but lightens the load a bit. Now for Octane. A 1v2 for the game. As Sam LaRue got something up his sleeve. He's got Dead Silence popped. He's got information on Skies. He's got information on the other one, but Kismet will close out the 1v1. And New York will stay alive. It got dicey. It got difficult. But Subliners dig deep. And the Thieves have got to know that they just allowed for New York to bring it back. So many missed opportunities, but Subliners answer back on El Asilo here in round 11.
That's unbelievable, man. What an unbelievable performance from New York on a map that they have yet to play, with a teammate dropping 1 kill and 10 deaths. That's insane stuff from New York. They lose the first blood fight 8-3, but in the final round where it mattered the most, Priest finds that first blood. Kismet finds a second, and then eventually it turns into a 2v2. Envoy makes such a great play to push out through side alley door, at least evens up the numbers for the time being. But then when it turns into a 1v2 for Octane, I really thought he had the opportunity to close that one out, man. Once you spot Kismet crossing towards site, you know where the first guy is. The second site was pushed out. The second guy was all the way pushed out towards orange truck. That guy wasn't even looking at you. I think if you're Octane, you want that play back, because if you go in there and you take down Kismet right off the rip, it makes the round a lot more easy, because that's the guy carrying the bomb. You have to force New York to get that bomb planted. You take him down, you probably headless to sight, and you're able to win that second gunfight. But the Bulldog clutches up in the 1v1 to keep New York in this series, tie it up at 1. That's a momentum swing, man, because now if you are New York, you're going into a fortress control where, to me, in my opinion, they are the best team at this map.
Yeah, it is a huge moment of momentum there for the Subliners. It's one of the weirder scoreboards I think we've seen actually in Search Destroy in a very long time. Yeah. New York gets like outslayed by 9 kills. I know we don't normally talk about that in Search Destroy, but it just goes to show when Thieves were winning rounds, they were being dominant. When New York was winning rounds, it was in these very, very crucial 1v1 type of moments, and that is what this game 2 comes down to. It is a game 5, or rather a round 11 1v1. A major W there for the Subliners as they answer back and bring themselves into a nice little 1-0 column on El Asilo. Great way to start off versus a very decent, obviously, team on the other side in the LA Thieves. We'll do it for our very first 2 games. When we come back after the break, we are headed to some good old Fortress control. Stay with us.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Asgard, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final match of the day, going down between the New York Subliners and the LA Thieves. We are through 2 maps so far in this best of 5 series, and right now we are at 1-1 coming into this Fortress Control. And I'll tell you what, Jay, it just feels like right now there's one player hasn't been playing the best despite the comeback and the search destroy. That's Skies. Yeah, the KD, not great right now for him.
Yeah, you don't say. The guy is literally not having the best performance here, but somehow, someway, we still find ourselves at a tied 1-1 series. Now going into the New York Subliners best control map, where 3 players are over basically a 1.2 KD, including Skies. Yeah, so you gotta be feeling good. Then they're also, New York are one of the, pretty sure, the only team on this map that have won 3 attacking rounds. So that basically sets them up for a lot of success. If you are LA Thieves, you have to get some segments done on your attacking side, and that's not a way you want to do it. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. New York have them in the trap.
I think teams should get awards for how many offensive victories that they actually have on Fortress
Without
Control.
question.
Like, give them a medal. I don't know, maybe some type of title. You know, something to make them feel good about themselves. Because the last Fortress Control that you and I casted over was very, very dominant throughout most of it on the defensive side. We'll see if that remains the story here for New York, as the Thieves maybe have found a little bit of an opportunity for a breakthrough. And really, it's going to reside on Octane trying to win that fight. He eventually falls. Kenny now the sole man alive over at that A objective. 45 seconds still to go, and by definition, nothing yet on the board for LAT.
You have one player in Envoy, though. Makes his way in towards bottom R. He's able to at least find 1 kill. So now you have to focus him. If you are New York, he's able to find 2. So now this should allow his teammates to get out of the spawn. But you have to eliminate these players from maps. Draza and Envoy, they combine for a couple kills. Envoy still slaying around this art area, just jumping around with the SMG. Doesn't even need it. Pulls out the tack as well, and that's going to be the first segment done. The second segment is about to be in. LA Thieves would look like to be a shutout round from New York. Have just literally came to life. What an unbelievable performance to capture A.
Envoy, you are gross. What in the world was that? How did he manage to stay alive for so long? And really, Jay, it is all because of him, right? He is the reason why they get those 3 ticks over at that A zone. A big moment there for the Thieves and out of Envoy. And a slower opening hard point there on Fortress, but he's picked it up here in the control, and maybe Kenny could start to erupt as well. Both of the SMGs for Thieves trying to get things going, as by definition, they do technically right now have the lead when it comes to lives, but that starts to be whittled away as Kismet walks away with 2. 45 seconds still to go. And really, it's a few players right now for Thieves trying to stay alive, be these checkpoints, and help get the rest of the crew across the map.
Yeah, Envoy's just trying to maintain maps control. This is where you invest the cruise missile to pick up information of where every player is, which will allow your teammates to get a little bit more aggressive on the map. Kenny finds that kill onto Skies. Fortunately, cruise missile isn't going to connect towards anything, but at least you know where everyone is. These scuff fights are so big. Kenny finds another. They get on towards the B point. Kenny finds a 3rd. Now there's only 5 lives remaining for New York. You have to hold strong here.
You do indeed. 4 lives still to go. 15 seconds left. Envoy eager to pump that dead silence. Get it going. Time continues to tick away, but that actually could work perfectly in his favor. Keep in mind, on the other side of the map, Hydra's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to cut a few players from the Thieves and getting to this objective. Hydra gets found out. Timing works perfectly for Envoy. He jumps on the point and give the Thieves the round. That round starts and it ends with Dylan Envoy, the Dark Prince, causing havoc here in round 1.
How many kills did he just drop in that round 1? Because keep in mind, in control, there's only 30 lives per team. He just killed half lives remaining by himself. He finds the timing towards the very end. Kismet was not ready for it. They don't even need to complete a segment at this B point. And they win an attacking round. LA Thieves have set themselves up for a lot of success going forward on this control. If they hold strong on the defensive side, it's not going to be easy going up against the #1 attacking team in New York. But the way that Envoy came out swinging, that's already going to be 3 dead. Last player towards stable. Envoy's feeling delusional, confident. Let's just fly. Unfortunately, doesn't win the gunfight, but New York right now in the track.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Jay. I mean, if this somehow gets to a round 5 and Thieves win, he's on pace for 75 kills.
Unbelievable.
So,
wow, that'd be insane. New
that
record.
would be. I think he definitely would hold the title of Fortress King. There's no question about it. Thieves off of a major play out of Envoy in that last round delivers the opening attack. We talked about how often you can point out how many times the team has won an offense here on Fortress. And there we see it out of the Thieves. Into round number 2 we go. And right now for New York, it's been the struggle bus. They eventually will have some player on the flight. That's actually going to be Kismet. Looks to put away one. Unfortunately, does not have the teammate support. So he is basically here all by his lonesome, trying to dance around, stay alive, as he will halt the time for the moment.
He's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. LA Thieves are not going to get this one up for free, though. Still putting on a lot of pressure. Draza is able to find the first. Draza with the second. That's going to be all 4 dead in the feed. Now New York are in the trap. They have nothing to show for being the best attacking team on Fortress Control. It's now with only 20 seconds left. Octane even picks it up with the SMG. There's nothing this guy can't do. 10, 15 seconds away until LA Thieves go up 2-0.
It's always nice to have a little feature of Subtane from time to time. He does appear from series to series. And that's going to be 5 in a row for Octane.
Oh,
yeah,
my
put him
God.
to bed. Put him to bed. 20-10 in lives. A commanding round number 2 here out of the Thieves. And who knew, Jay? We're talking about SMGs maybe being a problem for the Thieves. Kenny looks unbelievable in Hardpoint. Envoy looks fantastic in Control. And hey, you know what? I mean, sometimes you can even see Octane pull out the SMG, look fantastic. I think those doubts are starting to be put away very, very quickly.
LA Thieves just putting in a lot of work during this Christmas break, man.
Yeah.
They said, listen, there's a couple maps that we don't have played. There's a couple maps that we don't really enjoy. But with every single player always putting himself in those late night 8s, just getting the reps in, you're starting to feeling a lot more confident. And it's showing so far, man. Even if you are LA Thieves, you get completely shut out on this round. You did not allow New York to get any segments on their attacking round. They're not messing around, man. What they can't make no wrongs. They can't do nothing wrong. 3 dead already in the feed. LA Thieves get on B.
Surely they don't win 2 attacks, right? I mean, surely.
Unbelievable.
Surely not. Priesta, I mean, literally just trying to go for 1 guarantee off the spawn. Kismet and Skies, everybody able to put in a decent amount of work, but that's really halfway there. Granted, they will go ahead and limit the rest of the progress, but 1 tick already at B. You'll take that if you're Thieves. But right now, 20-9 so far from Envoy. He just looks to keep the pace on up. I'm not going to hit 75 necessarily, but you take a 30 bomb out of the kit. See if it happens. As there you go. A few more picks in the feed. That's 3 down. And now it's time to get going if you're Thieves. Oh my God. Oh, he's flying. Oh my God. He's flying, Jay. Envoy can't be stopped.
He can't be stopped, man. He's a man on mission. They're really the ones that over today. Every single time I'm thinking in New York, you're going to be able to set up a track. As long as they don't maintain match control, that's all they need to do. The rip. Couple kills going in from Octane. He's got a beamer. Gets the kill on his Kismet. But there's still 40 seconds left. LA Thieves are in favor in the live remaining. This doesn't usually happen on attacking rounds. They currently found themselves up by 3. 30 seconds remaining on the round. New York have to try to trap them in.
They absolutely have to. One player that could do that is Hydra. He's had a very slow performance so far throughout this Fortress Control. I don't know how Envoy knew that he was going to be coming, but doesn't end up changing the ultimate result. 14 to 14 now in lives, but now it's 14 seconds left on the clock. You got to get going if you're Thieves. You have a little bit of damage done when it comes into segments, but that's not going to ultimately do it in the end. 5 more seconds, and New York will stay alive. The Thieves have come out hot and heavy so far here in Fortress Control, and really in this series. But NYSL at least able to put one on the board.
Able to win that defensive round, but job's not going to get easier from here on out for New York.
Yeah.
LA Thieves were able to complete 2 segments on that round, so now that's going to put them up by 5. So if you are New York, the way you need to win this attacking round and secure that defensive round number 5 is by completing both points. It has to come down to the start off. It has to come down to the break off. You cannot lose your majority of your gunfights and get instantly put in a trap, because you saw how difficult it was to get out with the vice grip that LA Thieves had you in. As belly flopping out of top maps is going to be it for Hydra. Just want to stay alive if you are towards this point. A couple trophies go down towards A. Hydra finds that first. They're slowly trying to get that progression up.
Yeah, they've got 3 players really established over at A. Meanwhile, Hydra, they're going to try to let him go off and maybe start to fry. As we said, an uncharacteristic performance, especially on a map like Fortress. Here to the French Phenom, now at 8 and 21 as he hits the dirt. Now that puts a little more pressure on that A zone. And you can see how that